Chapter 1201, Dual Rangers. The Silver Spectre suddenly appeared in the sky, and the prelude to the counterattack began. Xia Fei had intentionally left his ship behind for his clan, all for the sake of this moment. Startled, Su Nanjun frowned as he looked out toward the stars. He had been waiting for Bai He's signal, but never in his wildest dreams did he think that Xia Fei's retaliation would be much swifter than his own. Whoosh! Xia Fei was like a speeding bullet, dashing forward, his fiendish blade Nirvana in hand. The distance was too short, so there was no way Su Nanjun could defend himself from Xia Fei's sneak attack. After all, Xia Fei was skilled in assassination, an expert at it. He had been professionally trained in how to capitalize on opportunities with his movement technique. Squelch! There was a flash of his blade, and Xia Fei actually did not take Su Nanjun's life with one blow, instead chopping his right arm off. At the moment when Xia Fei attacked, it seemed Su Nanjun was pulled to the side by some unknown force, which essentially saved his life. Nirvana possessed its crazy draining ability, so even if Su Nanjun merely had his arm cut off, he was having trouble keeping it together. This was especially true when it came to energy, rapidly losing that made for an experience even more agonizing than outright killing him. Xia Fei immediately took an oblique path after dashing past Su Nanjun. His foot kicked off the wall and turned back, the slender fiend lock glinting beside Nirvana. Clearly, there was an expert next to Su Nanjun. Only an expert whose cultivation had reached the peak level would possess the energy to make Su Nanjun dodge Xia Fei's 30 million meters per second attack, which was why Xia Fei did not dawdle, taking out his second weapon that not only covered a wide area, but it was also extremely discreet. The process of everything happening took place in the beat of a fly's wings. It was so quick that it barely took milliseconds for him to calculate, yet Xia Fei discovered that Su Nanjun had actually disappeared when he turned around, and all that was left in front of his eyes was not but a faint afterimage. Sure enough, an expert. Xia Fei was mildly taken aback. He brandished Nirvana and Fiend Lock toward that afterimage, with Nirvana on his left and Fiend Lock coming in from the right. Zing! Two imperceptible lights intertwined, and fresh red blood spurted out instantly within that empty space. The power of matter traversal. Different from spatial movement, the method of fast matter traversal was very unique. First, it would atomize an individual, and after reaching its target destination, it would cellularly reconstruct themselves accordingly again. Is that actually the law of matter's atomized traversal? Radix exclaimed. I know, but even if Su Nanjun has been atomized and transported away, he nevertheless caught a cut of my blade. Even if he's not dead, he would at least be semi-disabled. Xia Fei hissed through gritted teeth. Let's go. Understood. Rumble. The fiendish blade Nirvana slashed, and smashed the gigantic semicircular floor-to-ceiling window before him. Xia Fei proceeded to leap through and plunged into the darkness. Victor had been standing by the side in a daze the entire time. He could not understand why Xia Fei had let him off and jumped out of the window. After all, the guards of Su Nanjun were waiting in the next room, and a speedster like Xia Fei would have had more than enough time to finish him off. Holding his hand to his chest, Victor walked over to the window and looked, and what he saw drained the color from his face. All he saw was Silver Spectre coming in like a gigantic meteor, with the trail at its back even more glaring than a blazing comet, roaring straight down toward the planet from the stars. Let an enemy off? That had never been Xia Fei's style. It was only now that Victor finally understood. Xia Fei had not spared his life, but he had other means to take care of him. Kaboom! Silver Spectre was like a silver hammer crashing down ruthlessly. It directly slammed through the skyscraper that the Black Angel Corporation was situated in. Countless underlings of Su Nanjun promptly found themselves dead in a sea of flames, without even being able to let out a scream before they met their demise. The Skywing clan's war against the Black Angel Corporation started at that very second. Nanjun! Nanjun! In a dark secret room, the voice of an old woman cried out Su Nanjun's name. Meanwhile, Su Nanjun was bleeding all over on the ground. The final strike from Xia Fei had injured his organs, and Su Nanjun was dying. What made it worse was that it happened while Su Nanjun was in the process of atomization, and Xia Fei's attack had grievously wounded all his internal organs. There was no way to treat him at all. Don't be afraid, with your cultivation, you can be reborn, so at most you'll suffer just a bit, an old woman covered in black muslin stroked Su Nanjun's forehead. Her hand was trembling ever so slightly, seemingly very broken-hearted. Su Nanjun had already lost consciousness by this time, and black blood was pouring out from his mouth. That woman's withered and pale hand was placed on Su Nanjun's neck, and she applied a light force. Crunch! His neck was snapped. Son, rebirth isn't painful. Get used to it, and you'll be fine. This woman was actually Su Nanjun's mother. Hearing her speak, without a hint of emotion or excitement in her voice, would make people tremble with fear. A warrior behind her fell to the ground in a kneel and reported, "Madam, the enemy has already attacked the Dark Mound." So soon. The woman's reaction was the opposite of the calm she had demonstrated moments before. She abruptly got up to her feet and began asking about everything. She had initially thought nothing of what was happening. Experts undergoing rebirth was nothing but a universal law, and she had just killed her own son with her bare hands, while the Skywing Wolf Pack had assaulted the Dark Mound. How ridiculous was that? The Dark Mound was the ancestral temple of the Su family, and 30 miles underneath it was where Su Nanjun's seed of life was located. In the event the Skywing Wolf Pack dug up their ancestral tomb, then there was no way he could be reborn. "Quick, go defend it for me." "Defend it," the woman screeched. At the same time, she tore the veil off and left the secret room. In the gloomy light, it was still apparent that this old woman had a pair of peculiar ember eyes. Fast? What was so strange about that? The speed of the Skywing Wolf Pack was of course swift. Skywing business, those uninvolved can scram. The Skywing warriors began their massacre with this familiar call. The wolf pack would disperse and converge from time to time, acting very unpredictable. However, those who understood this formation would discern that today's wolf pack formation was a little different from what it had been in the past. Aside from the wolf pack, there was also an additional lone wolf. The dual ranger tactic. Xia Fei had returned to the Skywing very late, and was already past the age where he could learn the wolf pack formation. Xia Guoken had a brainstorm, and had allowed Xia Fei to pick up the lone wolf role in the formation, becoming their ranger. It was originally a last-minute arrangement, but who would have thought that it would tremendously increase the might of the wolf pack formation. Xia Fei was fast and struck with ruthless precision. He had plenty of trump cards and an expansive arsenal of techniques. His analytical ability was top-notch and was outstanding in whatever he applied himself to. Having Xia Fei as the lone wolf to the wolf pack formation was akin to having a well-rounded ranger in their periphery. It was Xia Fei's job to scout ahead, alleviate pressure on their flanks, or succor his comrades when they were wounded. It was no exaggeration to say that Xia Fei alone could do the job of an entire squad. He allowed the already efficient and deadly wolf pack formation to transcend to an entirely new plane with his involvement. Unfortunately, Xia Fei was too busy, running all over the place every day, always habitually getting himself into even more trouble. Even his fellow Skywing clan members rarely ever saw him around, and the position of the lone wolf in the wolf pack formation had been left empty all this time. Warriors who had personally participated in the battles knew that the wolf pack formation was not considered complete without its lone wolf, and it could hardly be called perfect. That was why everyone mulled this over and decided to just find a second lone wolf. They could not possibly leave the spot empty just because Xia Fei was never back home. Xia Guanghai, Xia Geng, Xia Xiang, Xia Lianing. Everyone possible had tried it, yet no one could achieve the same efficiency as Xia Fei. This could not be helped. The requirements of the lone wolf were too high, and while Xia Fei might not be the most powerful individual in the clan, he was very well rounded. Was there anyone who had countless strange treasures hidden on themselves like Xia Fei? Even if they had sufficient equipment, no one had the high-speed calculating and analytical capabilities that Xia Fei possessed. Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken thought further on the matter, and he decided to become the ranger himself. In doing so, the wolf pack formation managed to demonstrate the prowess they had shown before. There was this saying, inadvertently planting willows, which in turn provided shade. After Xia Guoken was released from the wolf pack formation, he had incidentally caused a completely new transformation in the formation, the dual ranger. The Skywing clan was no longer the Skywing clan of before. Xia Xiang, Xia Lianing, and Xia Guanghai had all attained founder cultivation. With them around, the wolf pack formation would definitely not mess up easily. Meanwhile, Xia Fei and Xia Guoken were the two with the highest speed in their clan. One was the heaven-defying well-rounder, completely unleashed and ready to demonstrate his 100% combat strength. Xia Fei leapt off from the building and quickly joined the Skywing's wolf pack formation. A Black Angel Corporation warrior had ignorantly gotten in the way of the formation, only to be instantly swallowed up by and shredded by the wolf pack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Their speed was so high that a single speedster could alter the battle, so a group of speedsters could instantly oppress the battlefield. Even if those Black Angel Corporation warriors wanted to retaliate, they did not have the chance to. A mass of blinding black light arrived in the blink of an eye, and in the next blink, devastation was left all around them. So what if they were higher level? The increased reflex response that came with being higher level could resist a single speedster, but could it withstand over 100 speedsters? Impossible. As long as the Skywing Wolf Pack arrived, they would swarm their enemies like man-eating ants, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Boom! The Black Angel Corporation's base was a burning inferno. Aside from the change to the Wolf Pack formation, their weapons had changed as well. They were now all using the sole weapon Winged Roar. Winged Roar was the most violent close combat weapon in all of history. If, for example, a warrior used a shield to block, the Skywing warriors would not even evade, but instead smash their fist right into it. They would first break the shield and whatever strength they had remaining would shatter the bones and body of the person hiding behind it. Unreasonable. The Skywing Wolfpack were completely unreasonable once they had the Winged Roar. No matter what obstructed their way, talk could wait after they bombarded them with punches. If they still stood after a punch, then everyone would punch once. If that still was not enough, then each would deal 100 punches. In any case, the speed of the Skywings was high. A blink of an eye could become a million punches. There's many people there. Charge! Xiaogukan pointed into the distance. Speaking of which, it was totally coincidental, but the old man had pointed randomly, and it happened to be directly toward the Su family's Dark Mound, where Su Nanjun would be reborn. The Black Angel Corporation's warriors did not dare dawdle. They risked their lives to put up a strong resistance, but the wolf pack formation was simply far too peculiar. The Skywings were also extremely fast, and they slew a bloody path through until they arrived at the entrance to the Dark Mound. Boom! A single silhouette landed from the sky, bringing a huge sonic boom. The visitor had ill intent, and a single gesture from Xia Fei bade the wolf pack formation to come to a halt. This woman was dressed in black muslin, revealing only her two strange amber eyes. She eyed the Skywing wolf pack from far away, the cloak she had on billowing in the wind. Xia Fei suddenly had a strange thought that it made her look like the rumored Black Angel. Do you guys know why we're called the Black Angel Corporation? The strange amber-eyed woman did not seem flustered at all, asking the question as she raised a hand to point at Xia Fei. Oh, Xia Fei seemed to have had an epiphany. His lips curled as he smiled. Sure enough, the Black Angel Corporation. Black Angel. With the change in conversation, Xia Fei waved to the Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan and said, "Sorry, yours truly isn't interested. But if you're interested, I can tell you why the Skywing has the wing word in it." Xia Fei had intentionally emphasized on the last word, which was the order to attack. Whoosh! Xiaogukan and Xia Fei flew out together at the same time, like a pair of bull horns. Behind them were a pair of wings. This was the third change to the Skywing's wolf pack formation, the Dual Ranger. Chapter 1202, Black Angel's Descent. Black Angel Corporation. The name did indeed sound a little strange. It was clearly a combination of a family and a corporation, yet it still used the name of Black Angel. Everyone knew that angels were often portrayed as women, and in a patriarchal society, to respect women to such a degree that it was the company's name, it just went to show that there must be some unknown connection behind it. When that old woman dressed in black stood up and pointed at Xia Fei had already thought of all these details, but Xia Fei treated them as unimportant, because he was a Skywing. Where the fiendish blade pointed, gods and demons alike were slain. To the Skywing wolf pack, it did not matter who was in their way. They would just kill them all. Whoosh! Xia Fei and Xiaogukan spread their wings at the same time. This was no simple wing, but the only two pairs of fiend wings in the entire Skywing clan. These desiccated wings were ethereal, exuding an indescribable evil aura. If Xia Fei and Xiaogukan were not humans and instead had been demons, they would have perfectly complemented this unholy aura of theirs. The Skywings had always been different. Things like right or wrong, or even the rules of the martial world, none of those mattered to a Skywing. The most important rule to them was to protect their young. No matter if it was right or wrong, they were unreasonable. Xiaogukan had a set of fiend wings, and so did Xia Fei. With these fiend wings in full display, the aura they gave off was as oppressive as a tsunami or a landslide. Level was not the only thing that mattered in combat. Aura played a critical role as well, and the aura from a warrior with fiend wings would instantly be pushed to its limit. Furthermore, this increase brought about a wicked and oppressive force. It felt like what was rushing over was not two humans, but two murderous fiends. That amber-eyed woman was startled, shocked by Xia Fei and Xiaoguken's inner demon suddenly bursting out. She took a small step back in response, and it was at that very moment Xiaoguken arrived to deal the first strike. Swing! A quarterstaff drew a beautiful black arc as it swung around to strike his enemy. This soul weapon had no name, being an unexpected find while they were clearing out the Inverse's lair. Rated at grade 4, it looked simple on the outside, while it actually weighed well over 1,000 kilograms. The sound it made as it cut through the air was akin to the howl of a tornado. After Xia Fei, Xiaoguken and Xia Guanghai were the two most short-tempered individuals in the entire Skywing clan, and this temper could be seen through the weapons they wielded. Xia Guanghai used a hammer, while the Grand Ancestor used the staff. Both were sturdy bludgeoning weapons, and when their blows landed on an enemy, they would often pulverize bodies and shatter bones. Zing! The amber-eyed old woman moved deftly, and with a bend of her back, she adopted a bridge pose. The thrust from Xiaoguken's quarterstaff whiffed past her chest. Though she looked very old, her movements were still as nimble as a child's. This woman froze for a moment after she evaded Xiaoguken's attack, because she had discovered that Xiaoguken had no intention of stopping, and was still charging on. That heavy metal staff in his hand had continued along its momentum and struck the door of the Dark Mound squarely. Bang! It sounded like a volcanic eruption, a shockwave so great that people's eardrums began to bleed. The Dark Mound was unexpectedly being protected by some sort of energy barrier, and Xiaoguken's attack with his full might had actually managed to create a crack in it. A scene that left the old woman dumbfounded immediately occurred right after. The Skywing wolf pack had ignored her as well, all of them accelerating as they followed their grand ancestor Xiaoguken through the crack and into the Dark Mound. This had all been a feint. Xiaoguken and Xia Fei had never planned to take her head-on from the very beginning. Their goal had always been to lay waste to the Dark Mound. The Skywing clan's speed was so high that the whole wolf pack formation made their way into the Dark Mound, and the sounds of screams and slaughter soon followed from the inside. Xia Fei waved his hand grandly and announced in a booming voice, "Comrades! If anything were to go awry, something must be afoot. The fact that this old woman is so desperately defending this location means this must be their weakness. Do not hesitate and bring the whole place crashing down. Don't leave even a blade of grass intact." Cough! That amber-eyed old woman nearly fainted on the spot. Xia Fei was too insidious. Her own son was presently waiting to be reborn in the Dark Mound, and the Skywing clan had already made their way inside the place. This was a terrible development. Everyone knew how vicious and unreasonable the Skywings were, but also that those bull-headed people were also very clever. What they had done today served as the best example of that fact. Whoosh! Turning around, that old woman wanted to hurry and make her way into the Dark Mound as well, but Xiaoguken and Xia Fei, the two fiend wings with the most astounding speed, actually stood in her way now. Xia Fei said with a smile, "Where are you going?" "Grand Ancestor, it seems like this lousy building must really have some treasure inside." Xiaoguken burst into laughter and rumbled, "Even better. Wherever we go, the Skywings will never leave anything alive. No matter what can be found inside, it will all fall into our hands. We'll just burn whatever we can't steal." How sinister! The old woman was so enraged that her eyes were mostly white. How would she know that this was another tactic that the Skywings employed? When going against the enemy, they had no qualms resorting to the most cruel methods to the best of their ability. Xia Fei and Xiaoguken were intentionally using their words to agitate her. Misdirection, psychological attacks. What made the Skywings so scary was mostly because they would not have any reservations when it came to attacking the enemy's willpower. Enemies had to die. Their psychological defenses had to be shattered. In this world, the term most vicious did not exist, only more vicious. The Skywings were precisely a bunch of maniacs who embodied the latter. "I swear to the heavens that I will spill both your guts on the ground today." The amber-eyed old woman had turned into a crazed witch by now, and was yelling loudly at the sky. Xia Fei casually flicked his eye to the sky and said, "There are some things that you have to do with your own hands, words are meaningless." Xiaoguken immediately added, "That's right. This crazy woman must be all talk. Kill this, kill that. She seems to think of us too like papier-mâché, and will collapse with a simple blow." That woman was really going crazy right now. She had never once had to deal with anybody as unreasonable as the Skywing clan in her entire life, who had no qualms about criticizing others with words, even after taking advantage of them. Just how could she take that lying down? And even more infuriating was the fact that Xia Fei and Xia Guoqan were particularly sharp-tongued, and she was unable to beat them on that front. Ah! The crazed woman was shaking all over. She raised her two hands to the sky and did a strange motion. Her entire body was trembling, and her face was completely pale. Black Angel, descend! Whoosh! The moment she uttered those words, a sudden change happened in the stars. The stars all over had abruptly dimmed. What followed was ephemeral figures appearing, one after another, each flying toward the woman's body, like they were possessing her. A verbal attack on the enemy was not their only viable tactic, so how could humans as clever as Xia Fei and Xia Guoqan let down their guards? The two exchanged looks, either man having a solemn expression on his face. Those apparitions were actually souls. The Black Angel descent. How thrilling! Looks like Xia Fei is bound to lose his life now for sure. A fairly young-looking man was cheering with glee as he watched everything unfold from a short distance away from the battlefield. Xia Fei had always been plenty of trouble, but even he could not have guessed that Chu Yang, from Chu Xingbang's Heavenly Might School, had also arrived. A bunch of frogs from the bottom of the well. How could any of them know how frightening the Alpha Universe is? To be able to dominate an area in the fringe region goes to show that the Su family has the capabilities to defend their own. Now that Su Hanshi has executed her family's ultimate move, there's no way Xia Fei will be a match for her anymore. Chu Yang was so excited that he was practically dancing. Beside Chu Yang was a stern middle-aged man. With a bronze complexion and steady eyes, anyone could tell at a glance that he was not an average expert. The Su family was also considered an aberration in this universe, not producing a decent man in their bloodline since ancient times. They had always depended on their daughters-in-law to fight, and the same was seen in one generation after another. This so-called Black Angel is actually a possession art, and it is said that these unlucky daughters-in-law of the Su family will not have peace even after they die. Their souls will be trapped and stored, all in preparation for when they will be needed in the future. Who knows how the Su family could even come up with such an evil and unorthodox trick? Chu Yang grit his teeth and thought nothing of it. No matter what, it's fine as long as it can kill Xia Fei. Father already had everything arranged for me, only for that interloper to forcefully ruin everything. It is all Xia Fei's fault that I've failed to become a dragoon like father. That is why he must die. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Your external killing intent is too heavy. After spending so many years training, you're still unable to suppress your emotions. Master would be very unhappy if he were to learn about this. Chu Yang swiped his arm forcefully. Fiamu. There's no need for you to butt into my matters. I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't kill Xia Fei. The moment I close my eyes, all I can see is that bastard's sinister smile. You're my sect brother, and the most capable disciple of my father's. You must help me with this. Fiamu sighed. Chu Yang would ordinarily be able to hide his emotions well, but in front of a few key people, he would still end up revealing his petty nature. This worried Fiamu quite a bit. A warrior that lacked an open mind would affect his own future. Fiamu nodded slightly. Let's see first. Su Nanjun's mother has used Black Angel's possession art, and Xia Fei should not be a match for her. But if she loses, it will not be too late for us to strike afterwards, either. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction and turned toward the battlefield. His eyes were slowly narrowing as his hands balled up into fists. Coincidentally, Chu Yang had left the collapsed expanse of the Founders after Xia Fei, and had found out that Xia Fei had already disappeared without a trace the moment he was outside. As such, he had called upon one of his father's best disciples, Fiamu, to trouble Xia Fei. On account of Chu Yang being his master's own blood, Fiamu had no way of refusing his demands, and had travelled all the way out here with him. Fiamu knew that Bai He was currently at Su Nanjun's abode, so he had come looking for his help. It just so happened that he had come across Xia Fei barging into their compound. Neither Fiamu or Chu Yang were aware that Bai He had already been killed by Ulan. Trouble. It was trouble yet again. Xia Fei never had to go looking for trouble, as trouble would always come knocking on his front door. With a precarious future in store for him, Xia Fei first needed to face this crazed woman that he had no idea about and her strange possession art. Meanwhile, there was still Chu Yang and Fiamu watching him with predatory eyes, hiding in the dark. It was fine if it was just Chu Yang, as he was no match for Xia Fei, but Fiamu was one of the most capable disciples of Chu Xingbang. He was a level 8 spiritualist. This was a very strange situation. Su Hanshi, who was also the mother of Su Nanjun, was absorbing the power with her possession art. Each and every sealed soul was converging on her body, the scene like something straight out of a horror show. There were so many souls, and each of them was an immortal soul like Radix. Just how powerful would they be if they are all stacked on one person? Very soon, the crazy woman Su Hanshi had completely changed. Her skin had turned as black as charcoal, and her two eyes began to emit a peculiar golden electric glow. It's an eye technique. Xia Fei gasped inwardly. Open through Clopian Fiend's origin of heaven. Xia Fei whispered, at the same time activating his soul-peering technique. It was a clash between eye techniques. Chapter 1203, Fiendwing's Blade. Eye technique versus eye technique. Xia Fei had inherited the Triclopian Fiend's origin of heaven, and was going to clash violently against that crazed woman's Black Angel's descent. Xiaoguqin arrived first, and his two fiendwings were as sharp as a knife's edge. He flashed them in between Xia Fei and Su Hanxi's gazes, and an unexpected effect actually occurred from the move. Their locked gazes were actually forced to part. I'm fine, Xia Fei said after a pause. Looks like it was the right move for us to not take the initiative and attack. Those souls are currently circling that crazed woman, and we might very well end up getting possessed if we accidentally touch any of them. Xiaoguqin nodded, standing side by side with Xia Fei. When Su Hanxi had begun executing her Black Angel technique, Xia Fei and Xiaoguqin actually had a reason for not attacking despite both being speedsters. Their wealth of combat experience allowed the two to quickly realize that it was a ruse. Xia Fei and Xiaoguqin's strengths were clear for all to see. Opening her arms wide and revealing such a great flow right before the very eyes of speedsters. No one would ever do something so stupid unless they were fools themselves. Su Hanxi did not appear to be a fool, so she must have intentionally revealed this flaw to lure Xia Fei and Xiaoguqin into attacking her. But the both of them were far more cunning, so there was no way they would fall for her ploy. Furball fidgeted as he stood on Xia Fei's shoulder. It seemed he did not like those shadowy souls. Xia Fei had to use one hand to hold him down to prevent him from attacking by himself. There was nothing fun about being possessed by a soul. The victim would lose themselves and have their consciousness controlled. It was far more terrifying than mental manipulation arts. It was at that time when Su Hanxi completed being imbued by Black Angels. Her originally wrinkly skin began to darken, showing that these souls were definitely evil spirits. Don't think that you've escaped just because you managed to avoid being tricked. Death is all that awaits the both of you now. Su Hanxi cackled wildly. Whoosh! A large amount of black gas vented out from her body, surging toward them in thick voluminous clouds. A closer inspection made it clear that it was not just black gas, but was made up of menacing evil spirits. They were all banshees. No one had any idea what the Su family used to turn all the women in their family into evil spirits, controlled by the people who were still alive. If Xia Fei was not mistaken, only female souls could be used by this sort of possession art, and there had to be some dark soul techniques mixed into it that ultimately culminated into this exaggerated effect. Souls lacked matter, so they moved swiftly and appeared transient. But they were not much of a threat to Xia Fei and Xiaoguqin, since those two were the two fastest speedsters in the Skywing clan. Like butterflies flitting about flowers, they moved calmly and easily. Nirvana. After a round of probing, Xia Fei sent out his fiendish blade Nirvana. Nirvana was a draining blade, and it was able to drain all kinds of energy. Souls happened to be a type of dark energy. Whoosh! The crossblade whizzed away. What? You bit me! Xia Fei could hear an angry bellow from Radix. While it was true that Nirvana could kill souls, Xia Fei's personal soul servant, Radix, was still inhabiting the weapon. Those crazed banshees could not deal with Nirvana, but they were still a threat to Radix. Xia Fei hurriedly retrieved Nirvana. In this short back and forth, Xia Fei noticed that Nirvana had been covered by a layer of a grey and foggy substance. This substance is very foul. Xia Fei said to himself. Nirvana is already something of extreme evil, so could these souls be. Don't dwell on it further. These banshees are filled with resentment and malice. They had all been forced to their deaths. Radix yelled in Xia Fei's ear. Xia Fei came to a sudden realization. Though the fiendish blade was evil, its attributes were strong. This was because the owner of Nirvana, Xia Fei, was a tough person with no clear morals, but a strong backbone. Meanwhile, these women were different. They held deep grudges. It must have been because they had experienced plenty of cruelty and grievances before they succumbed to a tragic death and were turned into the banshees that they were now. There was no way they were the same as Xia Fei's purely evil fiendish blade. That was why Nirvana could harm these souls, it would also suffer a certain degree of attrition from it. Xiaogukan leaned in and asked, "You can't use your fiendish blade?" "Yet." "Their attributes clash," Xia Fei nodded. Unexpectedly, Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan actually burst into belly-rumbling laughter. "Perfect. Since that's the case, I shall teach the true might of the fiend wing to you today." "The true might?" Xia Fei was startled. "That's right. You couldn't possibly think our wings are only good to look at, right? Let me tell you, wings are the sharpest weapon." Xiaogukan laughed uproariously. Watching the battle from afar, Chu Yang was shocked as he asked, "What kind of situation is this?" Beside him was the great spiritualist Fiamu, who shook his head solemnly. "Looks like the two of them are using Su Hansi to practice a new combat technique." Chu Yang could no longer resist and blurted out, "Treating the Black Angels as a living target so they can practice. Have those two gone mad?" This situation was far too ridiculous. Xiaogukan and Xia Fei were using the Black Angels to train. They were experimenting with Skywing's ultimate move, using Su Hansi as the target. The two Skywings continued to increase their speed, the looks on their faces growing more and more thrilled. They kept going back and forth at high speed, using the two fiend wings on their backs as weapons, whittling down Su Hansi with cuts. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan was not wrong when he said that the fiend wings themselves were the sharpest weapons. Under Xiaogukan's guidance, Xia Fei began to grasp the technique to spread and contract his two wings. They could be a single blade with just one extended, a butterfly knife if they were spread out, or even a half-moon dagger if he was inclined. Never did Fiamu and Chu Yang imagine in their wildest dreams that the fiend wings would be a blade, a formless blade. Every time Xia Fei and Xiaogukan whooshed past Su Hansi, the open wings would inflict an agonizing wound on her. Additionally, the fiend wing were not made of matter, and were not afraid of being afflicted. They did not suffer any damage, and were immaculate and invincible. Xia Fei treated Su Hansi like air as he exclaimed in excitement, "This is too sharp. This pair of fiend wings is really strong." Xiaogukan burst out laughing as well. "I originally wanted to wait until you attained max level with the law of speed before I imparted this ultimate technique to you, afraid that you'd become too arrogant after you learned the true use of the fiend wings, but I can't be bothered with all that right now. Finally, there's a second person in our clan that can use the fiend's enchanted edge besides myself." "Haha. Ha 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 ha. Fiend's enchanted edge? That's a marvelous name." Whoosh. Xia Fei accelerated once again. A speed of 30 million meters per second was no joke, and even souls would not be able to get in his way. Those watching could only see him draw an elegant arc in the air, slicing in from Su Hansi's left, his fiend wings combining to turn into a heavy single broadsword, carving out a deep wound on Su Hansi's arm. It was so painful that she let out a piercing wail. Take note to control your body's degree of inclination. It is no doubt very hard when you are first controlling the fiend wing. After all, they are formless and hard to control. That is why you must rely on your body's high speed and momentum in order to awaken your desiccated wings. That attempt was not bad. It somewhat looked like the true fiend wing. An additional 5 degrees of inclination. Xiaogukan was constantly shouting, giving Xia Fei pouters as he learned to control the fiend wings on his back. Xia Fei and Xiaogukan's wings were different from those that their other clansmen possessed. Not only were they intangible, they even looked battered, like two thin, weather-beaten fans, vaguely giving off this sense of weary vicissitude that words could not describe. In the past, Xia Fei had felt that this set of wings on his back which appeared when he reached his top speed were very ugly. But now he felt that his battered wings were actually the ultimate display of aesthetics. Those broken wings had gone through a lot. They were the greatest proof of how the Skywing clan had risen in power. Furball was very excited, too. Perhaps it was because he was the personal exotic beast of Xia Fei's, but Furball was especially fond of things that exuded fiendish energy. Furball would hardly even spare a glance at straight-edged proper weapons. Almost there. Kill her. Xiaogukan swung his arm grandly. All right. I'll let her have a taste of the Skywing's prowess. Xia Fei replied with a powerful shout of his own. Whoosh. 2 men, each with 2 fiend wings. One moved at 30 million meters per second, while the other was going at 60 million meters a second. One from the left, the other from the right. Their fiend wings were on full display. In the time it took for flint to spark, the once proud Black Angel was chopped into 3 pieces. The Black Angel was vanquished. That's it. Chu Yang could not believe his eyes. Because of how quickly Xia Fei and Xiaogukan were moving it, the entire process might have seemed slow, when really it took little more than a minute. 1 minute ago, Chu Yang had even envied the Black Angel, but now, she had been slain by Xia Fei and Xia Gukan. What a heaven-defying outcome this had been. Oh right. With the Black Angel dead, the Su family is done for as well, Fiamu commented calmly. He tugged at Chu Yang's sleeve and said, Go. Where are we off to? Chu Yang asked, nonplussed. To kill them, Fiamu said confidently. Right now? Chu Yang asked. Now is our only chance. Don't forget that there's still a squad of speedsters wreaking havoc inside the Su family's dark mound. We'll lose our window of opportunity once those speedsters come out. Even if I were to die, I have no desire to go up against a bunch of speed maniacs. Do you? Fiamu inquired emotionlessly. Chu Yang only felt his scalp go numb. What Fiamu said was true. Speed was the most heaven-defying existence. Speedsters were always the best at killing, and only a fool would wish to go up against an entire group of speedsters, no matter their cultivation. Their only chance was to kill Xia Fei and Xia Gukan before Xia Guanghai and the others came out. Fiamu beckoned a hand behind him, calling out 4 of his sect brothers. The Heavenly Might School had always adhered to strict teachings, and these 4 were faithful aides to Fiamu. Perhaps it was because he was very self-confident that he had only brought these few people with him. Whoosh! Xia Fei and Xia Gukan had originally planned to break through the protective barrier and join their own fellow clansmen in the bloodbath inside the Dark Mound, but the sudden appearance of 6 more figures made it impossible for them to do just that. This was especially true with the big and bulky Fiamu staring coldly at them, exuding a powerful aura that definitely singled him out as a formidable rival. Haha, it's you. So we meet again. Xia Fei showed a harmless smile the moment he turned around. Chu Yang hated Xia Fei's smile with a deep passion. His personal experience had shown him that Xia Fei was definitely the sort of person who would laugh even as he dealt a finishing blow to his enemy, and even in his dreams Chu Yang would see his smile appear. Enough talk. Let's kill them while it's just the 2 of them. Fiamu reminded Chu Yang not to waste any time. If they were to drag things out until the Skywing Wolf Pack appeared, then they would be in dire straits. But who would have thought the moment those words left his lips, they heard a deafening explosion from inside the Dark Mound, and the energy barrier around the place shattered. What followed was the domineering voice of Xia Guanghai, who's the bastard who told our clan's old man that it's just the 2 of them. So soon. Fiamu and Chu Yang were stunned. At the same time, the 4 aides behind him took several steps back as well, the expressions on their faces twisting. This was far too heaven-defying. It had barely been 2 minutes, Xia Fei and Xia Gukan had killed off the Black Angel, while the Skywing Wolf Pack had completely trashed the Dark Mound. What nonsense! We're the Skywing clan, fast is how we kill our enemies. Xia Fei declared, swinging the fiendish blade Nirvana out. Chapter 1204, 2 Superior Dragoons. What nonsense! We're the Skywing clan, fast is how we kill our enemies. Xia Fei declared, swinging the fiendish blade Nirvana out. Instantly the tables had turned. Chu Yang and his side had prepared to surround Xia Fei and Xia Gukan, but now, it was over 100 vicious wolves of the Skywing clan that had Chu Yang and his people surrounded. After the massacre, every one of them was bloodied, and the killing intent they exuded was oppressive. The Skywings were originally a clan that used weapons, but after Xia Fei forged them the winged roars, they had all converted to fists. A single punch of excessive violence would cause flesh and blood to splatter all over. Naturally their combat strength saw a huge increase, but so did the level of brutality they demonstrated. What are you people doing? Fiamu asked coldly. It was rare for Fiamu, one of the more capable disciples of Chu Xingbang, to remain so calm despite the situation. What are we doing? Xia Guanghai glared at him straight in the eye, heaved his huge hammer over his shoulder and barked, "You plan to bully my clan's old man and our comrade with your advantage in numbers, so now, we'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be the ones with the disadvantage. I'm from the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School, and this is my master's son." Fiamu had no choice but to reveal his identity. Going up against speedsters was simply too frightening, and against this group of speed maniacs lunging for him, anyone would feel their heartbeat in trepidation. No matter how powerful Fiamu was, he had no desire to go up against the Skywing Wolf Pack. Xia Fei smiled, "I know you're people from Heavenly Might, but what does that matter? Do you think we ask where the people we kill are from? That's right. Wherever the fiendish blade points, gods and demons alike will be slain. Who cares about who you are, yours truly won't give a damn about it. Kill them. We won't be letting anyone off who dares to try and kill our clan's old man. The Skywing wolf pack laughed uproariously as they shouted, showing an attitude that clearly had no regard for heavenly might. Honestly, when they had first arrived in the Alpha universe, the Skywing clan did indeed have some concerns. After all, this place was of a higher level, and the experts were as plentiful as clouds in the sky. But today's battle had bolstered the prestige of the Skywings. Reality had proven that speed could defy the heavens. As long as everyone worked together, there were no enemies they could not beat. Change their style because they were now in a different environment? That was not how the Skywings did things. Their killing intent surged, and the wind howled. At this point in time, all it would take was for Xiaogukan or Xia Fei to give the command, and the Skywing wolf pack would pounce on them, instantly tearing Chu Yang and the others apart. Suddenly, they hear an impatient voice call out from afar, "All of you, stop!" Xia Fei turned toward where the voice had originated, and saw two middle-aged men. One was the one whom Xia Fei had seen on the screen before, the contact person for the Annihilation Universe stationed in the Alpha Universe, White Haze. The other person was someone Xia Fei did not recognize, but he was wearing a simple and understated robe, and looked like a middle-aged scholar. Going by conventional thinking, for someone to dare shout for people to stay their hand, he or she must have quite a status, and their cultivation had to be high. Xia Fei should have decided to show the person some face, and waited for him to explain before he made his decision. But Xia Fei was anything but conventional. His thinking was always quick, crazy, and irregular. Kill them. Xia Fei pointed with one hand and expediently gave the order. His tone made it apparent that he intended to finish off Chu Yang and his people before those two arrived. He was not going to let them live. The Skywing wolf pack had no idea why Xia Fei made his decision, but the maniacs had depended on their unity and camaraderie to dominate the martial realm as they did, exerting their power through solidarity and cooperation. Heeding the order, they immediately acted on it without a hint of hesitation. Roar! Whoosh! The wolf pack formation surged forward. The speed was far too shocking, looking like a mass of phantoms had suddenly rushed ahead, making for a dizzying sight. Boom 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 boom! Punches rained down freely. The four spiritualists that had tagged along with Fiamu on this operation were instantly turned into meat paste. Their bodies exploded as their viscera flew in every direction. There was nothing but blood left when they were done. The wolf pack formation appeared to have encircled their targets en masse, when really there were complex rules to their disorderliness. Who was the main attacker, who would act as bait, how many to attack, the sequence in which they attacked. There was naturally no way for outsiders to know these details, but the Skywings insiders had everything arranged perfectly. The reason why the Skywing wolf pack formation was so formidable was not solely because of the speed these madmen possessed, but also because of the meticulous division of labor among those involved. Because of how fast they were, all the outsiders could see was just a horde of shadows. The Skywing wolf pack instantly tore the four spiritualists apart. They proceeded to target Chu Yang and Fiamu right after, but it was at that time when Xia Fei suddenly realized that there was a figure stuck out inside the wolf pack formation. He could tell at a glance from where he was positioned that this was not someone of the clan, but an outsider. Shock overwhelmed his heart. Only an expert among experts could insert himself into the wolf pack formation so abruptly. That person was a huge threat. Without sparing another moment for thought, Xia Fei immediately charged over with a punch ready. In such a tight time frame, Xia Fei did not even have time to pull out a weapon. The fiendish blade Nirvana was right beside him, but Xia Fei could not even give a command to Radix. Close combat. Two fists collided crazily, and an extremely powerful shockwave blasted out. It was only at this time when Xia Fei realized that this person was none other than that pale scholar who had accompanied White Haze. His right fist matched Xia Fei's right fist, and his left hand had picked up Chu Yang. He borrowed the force from Xia Fei's punch and was flung away. Xia Fei furrowed his brow and thought to himself, what a powerful man. He actually managed to get himself in and out of the wolf pack formation unscathed. It was only at that moment that Xia Fei discovered his arm was trembling slightly. Even his bones had gone numb. Xia Fei had used the full power of his law of primal chaos in that punch. Even then, all he could do was barely eke out a draw with this opponent. There was only one scenario where the law of primal chaos would be weakened, and that was if the enemy Xia Fei was up against was far too high a level above him. It proved that the scholarly middle-aged man was a peak spiritualist. This other party seemed to be stunned after receiving Xia Fei's attack, as well. How old was Xia Fei? He had only barely held the upper hand when their fists clashed. Not only did Xia Fei not get knocked down, he did not even take a step back. That sort of strength was absolutely astounding. Furthermore, the disruptive power of the law of primal chaos was extraordinary. Though it did not manage to penetrate into his body, it left him feeling a throbbing pain that ran across his arm. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Compared to Chu Yang, who had just been saved by an expert, Fiamu was not as lucky. Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan acted as a wall and exchanged a single forceful blow with Fiamu. The others in the wolf pack formation capitalized on the opening to attack, blasting the level 8 spiritualist apart, just like that. Brother Fiamu. Chu Yang, now a safe distance away, could not believe his eyes. Fiamu was a famed disciple of the Heavenly Might School, and he had died, just like that. It was too fast. Father. You. Chu Yang actually called the scholar his father. That meant that he was none other than the widely renowned founder of the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School, the peak spiritualists, Chu Xingbang. Chu Yang had just called him father, and a strange scene unfolded. Everyone saw Chu Xingbang shove Chu Yang behind him, a fierce expression on his face. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He looked at his father, nonplussed, while White Haze was sighing from the sidelines, shaking his head repeatedly. Xia Fei felt a headache coming on. White Haze was the contact person in the Alpha Universe for the Annihilation Universe, and he had actually appeared together with Chu Xingbang. Xia Fei could not help but have an uneasy apprehension come over him. Chu Xingbang's expression was cold. He stared at the Skywing wolf pack in the distance, while the fiendish blade Nirvana seized the moment to exercise its draining capability on his now deceased disciple. Fiamu would not even have the chance of being reborn, experiencing his final death. He grew more annoyed the more he thought about it. What sort of status did Chu Xingbang hold? Xia Fei had actually slain Fiamu right before his eyes, one of the 5 internal disciples of the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School. There was no way Chu Xingbang could bear such an affront. Crucially, it was Xia Fei and the attitude shown by the Skywing clan right now that stayed his hand. All of them had readied their stances, looking like they were still dissatisfied after just the death of Fiamu. Were these maniacs still intending to make a move against him? Chu Xingbang could not remember the last time he had been encircled by others, and to think someone would still be so bold as to attempt it in this day and age. Most that heard Chu Xingbang's name would be in a rush to duck and evade him, but the Skywings were actually looking to kill him? How ridiculous was that? An awkward yet dangerous atmosphere pervaded the area. Did the Skywings dare to make a move against Chu Xingbang? Of course they did. Aside from Xia Fei, no one else present knew who Chu Xingbang was, and going by the personality of these madmen, even if they knew, they would still have the guts to recklessly throw their lives at him. If the Skywings were to really make their move, then they were truly not showing any face to Chu Xingbang. He would have no choice but to retaliate, and that meant the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School would have made mortal enemies of the Skywings, too. It was at that moment White Haze suddenly came running over with a wide grin, chuckling loudly. Brother Xia Fei, how have you been? Xia Guanghai frowned and asked Xia Fei, you know this person? Xia Fei nodded, I do. Listen to me. Don't make any moves just yet. White Haze still had that shrewd businessman's mouth on him, slowing down as he approached Xia Fei. Those few steps that he made running up were very profound, looking like he was gliding. Anyone could tell that White Haze was actually an expert, but it was just that he kept a very low profile, and could withhold his true cultivation. He used one hand to touch that comical pom-pom on his hat, and leaned into Xia Fei's ear, you're quite the vicious one, aren't you, killing Chu Xingbang's disciple right before his very eyes. But you better stop this right now. Let me tell you something, Chu Xingbang is a dragoon, just like you. It's only that he's a holy light dragoon, while you're a devil shadow dragoon. Xia Fei was startled. No wonder White Haze had appeared together with Chu Xingbang. It turned out he was a dragoon as well. With that said, White Haze turned around and flashed a wide grin toward Chu Xingbang, loudly addressing him, Sect Master Chu, don't you think it's about time we head back? Chu Xingbang glared at Xia Fei ferociously, then swept a cold gaze across the Skywing Woflo pack before saying, very good, Xia Fei. With that, Chu Xingbang turned away with a stern face, grabbing Chu Yang and departing. Chu Yang was flabbergasted. His domineering father had actually compromised in front of a nobody like Xia Fei. Father! Kill him! Kill him! Chu Yang screeched loudly. Smack! Chu Yang earned himself a painful slap across his cheek the moment those words left his lips. You incompetent trash, shut your mouth! Chu Xingbang growled with a darkened expression. He was obviously harboring a belly full of fire and had no way of venting it, and so it all went on his own son. White Haze watched Chu Xingbang leave, still furious deep down. He turned and stuck out his tongue at Xia Fei, looking over your information, I know that you're someone who is fond of getting into trouble. But never would I have imagined you'd be so much of a handful. Looks like I won't be having any peaceful days ahead with you around. There was a momentary pause before White Haze patted Xia Fei on his shoulder and sighed, I'll be taking my leave here, so you're on your own. Contact me if there's anything else, but let me ask you this before I leave, had I not stepped in, would you really have contemplated killing Chu Xingbang just now? Of course, Xia Fei immediately replied without a moment of hesitation. Smack! Smack! On the journey home, Chu Xingbang's two slaps across Chu Yang's face stunned the latter. You incompetent trash! From today onward, you're going to be sealed in seclusion. You're not allowed to take even one step off heavenly might. Chu Xingbang exploded in rage. Why? Xia Fei is just a nobody. Why didn't you just kill him? Instead, you had me beaten up. It's not fair. Chu Yang wailed as he clutched his now swollen cheeks. Chu Xingbang let out a mirthless laugh, Xia Fei is a nobody? You better listen well. You're not allowed to harbor any ideas about getting back at Xia Fei for the rest of your life. He's a dragoon like me. You're dead meat if you do anything to him. Chapter 1205, The Grand Ancestor's Dream. Watching White Haze and Chu Xingbang leave, Xia Guanghai was somewhat depressed, we're going to let them off, just like that? After seeing how they looked, it's clear that they already harbor a deep grudge against us, so why don't we just settle things here and now? Chop! Xia Guanghai made a chop of his hand, the other skywings around sharing the same thought as he did. All of them looked to Xia Fei. After all, they were still unclear about the inner workings of what had happened, and had been waiting for Xia Fei to come to a decision. After everything that had happened, they already viewed Xia Fei with utmost trust, second only to Xia Guoken. Xia Fei shook his head, we still can't touch that person yet. Best if we all get on with our own business. For the time being, Chu Xingbang won't be our enemy. Since Xia Fei had already said this, everyone had no choice but to give up on the idea of chasing after the man. What are we going to do about all this? Xia Guoken asked, pointing at the structures all around them. The Su family had fallen, and all the remaining people that had belonged to the Black Angel Corporation had more or less fled with their tails tucked between their legs. The stubborn ones who still remained were being picked off by the wolf pack, meaning that they had essentially obtained a complete victory in this war. Xia Fei smiled. How could we miss out on such a perfect opportunity to rob them blind? Let's plunder this place for all that they have, and kill anyone still left. The Black Eagle Corporation had been operating here for a long time, and the facilities of their base are fairly decent. In the future, the Lore Realm will definitely need even more turf, so let us send for people to get the surrounding area under our control, and get ready to make this the Lore Realm's second base. Everyone nodded in agreement. Alpha Universe had dark energy about, and it was very helpful to warriors. Normal warriors who arrived would see their levels rise rapidly here, and there was already a long queue of people from plenty of clans and warriors in the Lore Realm waiting for their chance to come over. It was not a bad idea to take over the Black Angel Corporation's territory and expand the influence of the Lore Realm. Since the decision had been made, the Skywing Wolfpack split into two groups and mobilized, starting a merciless bloodbath across the planet while pillaging everything not nailed down. They did not come across any obstructions along the way. There was a saying, when a tree falls, the hosen scatters. Now that the Black Angel Corporation was in such disarray, it became even worse as their own men were in complete disorder, fighting amongst each other for what was left of the company assets. The Skywing Wolfpack had cleansed the compound fairly quickly, so Xia Guoken issued an order to the base, commanding a portion of the troops who had stayed behind at their own base to stand guard to make their way over here and establish a sub-base. The Lionheart clan maintained a decent relationship with the Skywings, which meant it was Old Oro's clan that benefited the most. More than half of the follow-up fleet were Oro's clansmen, which was once again benefiting from Xia Fei and Oro being friends. Time passed and it was soon the next day. The massacre was over, and everyone had gathered together to rest and share their plunder. At the same time, a piece of bad news had been passed on to Xia Fei. What did you say? Fukan suddenly departed. Xia Fei was startled. Xia Guanghai nodded. Yes. Ulan told someone to pass on this message. I don't exactly know the details, but he called for you to hurry back. Xia Fei nodded and turned to Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken. There's no more threat now. All that's left is for you all to clear out everything out in the periphery, as well as to establish the necessary infrastructure at the greatest speed. Phantom and Sophie are mechs, and are adept at large-scale construction, so let them get in on it. At the same time, send over some Titan super warships and defend the perimeter. We don't need everyone to guard the place, either. I'll bring a group back first, and the rest can wait until you're done handing over everything to Oro and the rest before returning. What do you think? Xia Guoken chuckled, we'll heed your call. I'll come back with you, too, and leave Xia Guanghai here to preside over the front. Whoosh! The Silver Spectre. Xia Fei and Xia Guoken and half of the Skywing warriors were on their way back. As for Xia Guanghai and the rest, they were remaining behind to maintain their hold on the planet. Up on the command deck, Xia Fei looked out the window somewhat anxiously. At the moment, the Silver Spectre was moving at its top speed, but it would still take some time before they returned to their base. Don't worry. Given how powerful Fukan is, what could actually happen to him? Xia Guoken was aware of the close relationship Xia Fei and Fukan shared, and so consoled Xia Fei. Xia Fei shook his head. The Fukan in the past was very powerful, but now. Changing the subject, Xia Fei asked, leaving Xia Guanghai behind to take charge of the situation seems to be somewhat deliberate on your part. In terms of seniority, it's not Xia Guanghai's position to preside over something as important as the construction of the sub-base, right? Xia Guoken chuckled and pointed at Xia Fei, can you not be so devious, you rascal? What's the fun if you are going to see through whatever little thoughts I have? Nodding, Xia Guoken replied, Xia Guanghai is the helper I plan to leave to you, letting Xia Lianing and Xia Ke take over in the future as the chief executives of the clan, which is why I need to get his toes wet first. You're going to have Xia Guanghai be the chief executive? Xia Fei asked curiously. Are you sure? Xia Guanghai was famed in the clan for being short-tempered, and Xia Fei felt it was unexpected for Xia Guoken to let him take over the position of chief executive. Staring out into the stars, Xia Guoken mused, you will decide who becomes the chief executive, because you will be taking over my post. You're very different from me, it has been many years since I left the clan. Anything that happens has always been something I, the Grand Ancestor, personally handled, which is why the clan did not need a war leader, as I fulfilled that role. But you're often nowhere in the clan, which is why the moment I hand over the Patriarch role to you, the clan will need 2 chiefs, one for logistics, and another for combat. You should not have any opinions about Xia Guanghai taking over as the war leader, since that twerp is similar to you, unruly enough and perfectly in line with the Skywing's style. As for logistics, Xia Lianing and Xia Ke should continue to be the ones in charge, or you can even have Avril do it. I've got a very high opinion of that wife of yours. She pays close attention to fine details and even Xia Guanghai is quite afraid of her. If it was Xia Lianing, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to manage Xia Guanghai at all. Xia Fei was shocked. Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken had put so much thought into the matter that he had not expected. There was no way Xia Fei could change his troublesome life, nor were there any signs of changing at all. It would obviously be unrealistic to expect him to be able to take charge of everything like Xia Guoken, charging forth at the forefront of every battle after he became the Patriarch, so he needed someone else to take charge of combat in his stead. Xia Guanghai was by no means the strongest warrior in the clan, but he was the most arrogant besides Xia Fei and their Grand Ancestor. There was a saying, a strong commander can bring out the strength of his troops. The war leader was expected to charge at the forefront, living and dying in the blood of his enemies. Having Xia Guanghai assume that role would be completely in line with the Skywing's style. Aside from the war leader, they also needed someone to take charge of logistics. Combat and logistics had a collaborative relationship, and they needed to keep each other in balance. With the Grand Ancestor around, Xia Guanghai would naturally listen obediently. But if Xia Fei and the Grand Ancestors were not about, Xia Guanghai's temper would rear its head. He needed someone to keep him in control, otherwise there was no telling what the maniac would end up doing. The current logistics executives in the clan now, Xia Ke and Xia Lianing, were definitely not capable of doing that, but Avril certainly could, all because Xia Guanghai admired Xia Fei. Avril was Xia Fei's fiancée, and also had the support of both the Mech race and Oro's Lionheart clan. As loyal backers of Xia Fei, they would have no problem keeping Xia Guanghai in check. Xia Fei smiled, Grand Ancestor, I admit that you've calculated everything perfectly, but why must I take over? Xia Guocan patted Xia Fei on his shoulder, that's because you're Grand Ancestor, I wish to retire. Ha 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 ha. With that said, Xia Guocan laughed uproariously, looking very pleased with himself. Your Grand Ancestor is almost bored to death. In the past, in order to shoulder this responsibility, I could not just ignore the clan and go about doing my own thing. But now that you've joined the clan, we now have a second fiend wing. Of course I'm about to pass on my responsibilities to you and for a change have some proper fun. Honestly, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time now. You should know the rules of our clan as well as I do, everyone can do whatever they like, but only this old man can't. I have to safeguard our clan until the day I die, but now that I have been given this chance, this old man will of course seize the moment and run off. Xia Guocan explained somewhat gleefully. Xia Fei was left speechless. Everyone in the Skywing clan had a carefree personality, and their Grand Ancestor was no different. It was just that he had never taken the chance to run off and do whatever he liked. The rules that the Skywing clan observed drew the envy of an entire universe. A clan where the people were allowed to pursue art, song, or cinematography. There were those who were explorers and even a few who devoted their time to brewing alcohol, or culinary pursuits. They had a myriad of interests without any restrictions whatsoever, and as long as it was something that they desired to pursue, anyone in their clan was allowed to pursue whatever they desired. They had never been like other clans, forced to spend every waking moment of every day training and cultivating, forced to study and do whatever they were expected to do. The reason behind their carefree ways, however, could be traced all the way back to the responsibility that the Grand Ancestor himself carried for them all. With him acting as this massive tree, every descendant of the clan was given the chance to lead a free life however they desired. The one who had suffered the most all these years was none other than the old man himself. Now that the situation in the clan had stabilized for the better, the Grand Ancestor was also hoping to spend the rest of his life free and easy. But that would mean Xia Fei would have to shoulder the responsibility that the old man was now passing over, and Xia Fei had not made any mental preparation for such affairs yet. This journey back turned into the Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan airing his dreams and desires. It was only now that Xia Fei realized that the old man was a first-rate carpenter. He declared aloud that he was going to search for the best wood out there and build the best furniture. Heavens! To think that Xia Guocan, someone who was numb to slaughter, was actually a carpenter. The Grand Ancestor whose glare could cause the world to tremble in their knees actually enjoyed making his own furniture. Who would believe that? Something so wild would really only happen with the Skywing clan. This gang of madmen were simply far too outlandish. The Silver Spectre landed, and Xia Fei dashed out at the first instant he could. Just what is going on? Where has Fukan gone to? Xia Fei anxiously asked the moment he entered the room. Ulan handed a scroll to Xia Fei and sighed, to be precise, Fukan left without saying goodbye. I don't know the exact reasons, but he asked me to hand this to you. Quick, take a look, see what he has to say. Xia Fei nodded and took a seat, unfurling the scroll and carefully reading the contents within. The more he read, the more disconcerted he became. His breathing grew heavier. Ulan had no idea what was written inside, so all he could do was nervously wait beside him. Snap! Xia Fei closed the scroll and let out a bitter laugh. Old man, do you think that I don't have enough troubles already? These words you've left for me will now be a huge problem I have to deal with. Chapter 1206, Fukan has left. Old man, do you think that I don't have enough troubles already? These words you've left for me will now be a huge problem I have to deal with. Xia Fei sighed. Ulan hurriedly took the scroll that Fukan had left behind and skimmed through its contents. Even Ulan was also stunned after reading it, saying, Fukan has really gone insane. He's actually leaving you to take over the unrestricteds. Staring at Xia Fei and flabbergasted, Ulan's emotions were in turmoil for the longest time. What were the unrestricteds? They were the leading sect among the four major sects in the Alpha universe. Unrestricteds, spiritualists of purity, purple jade, and dark spiritualists. The unrestricteds were ranked first among the four. Though the unrestricteds were few in number, and their lives were shrouded in secrecy, anyone that entered the spiritualist circles would know that the unrestricteds held an irreplaceable position in the profession. That was especially true for their soul mark, known as the one-of-a-kind unrestricted soul spirit mark. The soul weapons forged by unrestricteds were known to be the best in the universe, because their soul mark could contain huge amounts of energy. Any individual that possessed an unrestricted soul spirit mark would be considered elites among the elite spiritualists. For some unknown reason, Fukin had actually mentioned that he intended to have Xia Fei take over the unrestricted sect, which was no joke. That could very well cause a huge problem. Looks like Fukin has really set his mind to this, even leaving the location of the sect master's golden seal to you. Ulan returned the scroll to Xia Fei and continued, actually, he was tempted to accept you as his disciple before, but after taking your personality into consideration, Fukin was afraid that you'd clash with his other sect brothers, so he has not mentioned this matter outright. Now that Fukin has suddenly suggested that you should take over as sect master, I'm afraid there must be some deep meanings that neither of us could make sense of that pushed him to finally make the decision. Ulan stared at Xia Fei intently. The suddenness of this news would stun most people, but Xia Fei quickly recovered his calm and asked, so you're saying this isn't an abrupt suggestion on Fukin's part? Definitely not, Ulan replied. Actually, Fukin always wanted to slowly impart his legacy to you, such as how to forge soul eyes and soul weapons. These are all secret methods used by the unrestricteds, and he did not treat you as an outsider at all. Fukin was expelled from the sect by his own sect brother and disciples. Right now, though the unrestricted still look like they were an independent sect, they are actually subservient to the Spiritualist Association, something that Fukin was deeply saddened over. Xia Fei listened to Ulan's explanations about the unrestricteds. He slowly got a feeling that the reason Fukin had been meaning to hand over the sect to Xia Fei was in the hopes that Xia Fei could do something for the unrestricteds on his behalf. Do what? Do some things that Xia Fei would do? Something that Fukin could never be able to do? But just what exactly would that be? Xia Fei was very puzzled, so he asked, this is indeed quite the conundrum. I'm only an insignificant nobody here in the Alpha universe, how could I be placed in charge of the distinguished unrestricteds? Ulan answered, well, you can always give up. Those people from the unrestricted sect would not even accept Fukin as one of them, so why would they accept you, an outsider? It would surely worsen matters if an all-out clash were to happen as a result. Xia Fei asked further, Fukin has a better understanding of the matter than either of us, so he must know that I won't get along well with those people in the sect. But despite this, he still wants me to take over the unrestricteds, and therein lies the problem. This, Ulan had no response. Xia Fei was right. Fukin would have no problems recognizing the problems that they could come up with. The reason why Xia Fei had asked Ulan whether Fukin had contemplated plenty before he made his decision was his way of finding out what Fukin intended. Since Fukin had thought about this for a long time before deciding, there surely had to be a deeper meaning to it, something that they had a harder time understanding. Will you really do as Fukin instructed? Ulan asked him. Xia Fei answered Ulan's question with his own, if your friend hoped you'd do something for him, would you reject him? But this is far too ridiculous. Ulan protested. True, but I am certain that Fukin must have his own interpretation, and the key here is understanding what that is. Storing away that scroll, Xia Fei lit a cigarette. In any case, I must first locate this golden seal that Fukin has hidden away. I'll need to take a hard look at this. Ulan nodded, yes, that appears to be the best thing we can do right now. Fukin had me act as the witness as well, so this will really incur the ire of the unrestricteds. Not only will you be courting death, even I will die as well. There's no way Fukin would risk both our lives for no reason. Far away out in space, somewhere unknown. Fukin had left a massive problem in Ulan and Xia Fei's hands, but the look on his face was as relaxed as ever. He stood on the top of a snow-capped mountain, in the mood to sift his hand through a snow cherry plum tree found at the peak, plucking off one of its flowers and tossing it down into the valley, watching its pink petals fall softly under gravity. Fukin's personal spirit servant Wraith appeared at this time and quipped, you seem to be in a good mood. I've finally thought the matter through, so of course I'm happy, Fukin answered easily. Wraith replied, in my view, you've set down a huge burden, but it's now Xia Fei and Ulan's turn to have a migraine, they must be fretting over it right now. Fukin shook his head, it's not that difficult. Xia Fei's analytical mind will quickly decipher that I have done this intentionally, and no matter how skeptical he feels, he will surely still do it. As for Ulan, I reckon he must be scolding me senseless in his heart. The man and the spirit shared a hearty laugh before Wraith said, this time, let the unreasonable Xia Fei go handle this matter. In any case, the unrestricteds are already no longer the same, so how much worse off could it get? This is like a game of chess, and after what should already have been a checkmate, it sees us now throwing a restless piece like Xia Fei into the mix, turning the checkmate into an unpredictable and weird situation. Though it's peculiar, it is at least not a checkmate just yet. At the end of the day, what I'm still most happy about is Xia Fei. Without him, this chess game of yours would hardly change. Of course, the fact that you're able to see this positively is also something worth celebrating in itself. Fukin threw a glance at Wraith and continued, Wraith, you seem to have changed. You used to be very afraid of Xia Fei, and disliked him a lot. Wraith stuck his tongue out defiantly, honestly, I am still a little scared of him, but the man is really remarkable. He may have lived for only 20-odd years, yet his life has been way more exciting than mine. You don't wish to kill me anymore? Fukin asked again. A crafty sheen glimmered in Wraith's eyes all of a sudden, reminiscent of a venomous snake, as he chuckled, that's not for certain just yet. Fukin laughed, forget it. That is your character, after all, and I can't expect much. Since there's nothing here, let's head over to the next location. Set our destination for the Lunacy Towering Clouds Grotto. The first base the Lore Realm had established in the Alpha universe was suddenly bustling. Ships of every size shuttled through the cosmic gate, everyone silently discussing matters in hushed voices, heartfelt joy on their faces. Skywings. It was the Skywings yet again. They had actually managed to clear away the Black Angel Corporation, who was the greatest threat to the expansion of the Lore Realm here in the Alpha universe, and even managed to secure the Lore Realm a second base. Everyone was of course extremely excited to learn of this development. News traveled quickly, and what had happened between the Skywing and Black Angel Corporation soon reached the ears of the other powers here in the Fringe region. In this area, the Black Angels were the strongest tyrants, yet they were incapable of stopping the Skywing's assault. All the other powers naturally did not dare to trouble the Lore Realm, either. Almost overnight, patrolling guards suddenly appeared, and the perimeter of their base became a lot more peaceful than before. Those people sent by their enemies, whether out in the open or in secret, all disappeared without a trace. In fact, there was even a minor power known as Dual Band Lohu that sent a gift to the Lore Realm. It appeared they were looking to establish cordial relationships with the Lore Realm, something no one expected to happen in the past. Just several days ago, everyone had viewed the Lore Realm with extreme prejudice. There was plenty of dark energy in the Lore Realm, and warriors that cultivated in such an environment would be able to quickly level up, and also have a chance of becoming a soul practitioner, or even a spiritualist. This was extremely important to the Lore Realm, seeing as they lacked any high-level warriors, so who would not seek to migrate over to the Alpha universe. Unfortunately, the Lore Realm was too vast, and the territory they held in the Alpha universe was paltry. There was only a limit to the warriors they could accommodate at any given time, so only a trickle of warriors could be transported over, bit by bit. The first batch of warriors that entered the Alpha universe were the first to make gains. Occasionally, there were some who returned to the Lore Realm and talked about how abundant the dark energy was there, making all the people around envious, but because most people had yet to have a chance to enjoy this opportunity, all they could do was impatiently wait for their turn. But now it was not the same. With the Lore Realm officially gaining a foothold there and having a new base in development, almost everyone could see the opportunity for themselves, and they were all beside themselves with joy. Amidst all the happiness and cheer, only Xia Fei appeared to be glum. Aside from Avril's arrival during the last 2 days, Xia Fei had locked himself inside his room with Ulan. A giant star map was on display there, and the two were discussing matters only God and the two were privy to. Aside from Xiao Yu, little Goldie had also accompanied Avril for their visit. The little creature was now incredibly slow, and even bigger than Furball, which comforted the easily jealous Furball to no end. Furthermore, little Goldie was no longer fond of the dark space like in the past. He was now very willing to stay with Avril in conventional space, and did not feel like it was suffering to be out at all. For some unknown reason, Xia Fei still took little Goldie from Avril and had the creature accompany him. Avril was somewhat unwilling for it to go, but she could tell that something was bothering Xia Fei, and that asking for little Goldie back was probably because he had a use for it. After all, this creature was the absolute authority in the dark space, essentially being the king of the dark space. On top of that, Uncle Porter had brought a batch of engineers from Quantum Holdings to help Xia Fei retrofit Silver Spectre. It seemed Xia Fei had plans of doing something big, and he was making preparations everywhere. With new arrivals meant people leaving as well, the warriors from the Aurora clan bid Xia Fei farewell, and returned to their clan. They had learned what it meant to have a fighting spirit from the Skywings, but it would still take more practice before they could incorporate that mentality into their actual fighting. Hoso also returned to the Oro runs. Having been gone from home for such a long time, he could finally make the trip back. Xia Fei had talked to the patriarch of the Aurora clan, Wistful Hesius, about Hosu. Wistful was looking forward to having Hosu return and taking his debrief, relaying what had happened in the lore realm over to the clan. Xia Fei even took the time out to make arrangements for quantum holdings. He located Xiang Biyang from Red Dwarf Star, and organized a meeting between Biyang and Charlie. They were ultimately in the fringe region, where it was inconvenient to have many things transported to. Meanwhile, the lore realm had only just gotten a foothold in the Alpha universe, and needed plenty of the high-grade materials found here, so they needed someone to act as the middleman and arrange the shipments. Xiang Biyang was a local tyrant, and Xia Fei wanted Charlie to foster a relationship with him. The initial plan was to purchase the materials the lore realm urgently needed, and after the representative from the Heavenly Treasure firm arrived, they could have one of the leading firms of the Alpha universe take over. With Xia Fei's help, Suzu Treasure had already become the chairwoman of the Heavenly Treasure firm, and there was no way she would reject Xia Fei's request. Soon, a week passed, and with only a handful of people in the know, Xia Fei and Ulan piloted Silver Spectre away from the base. Their destination? The Unrestricted Sect. Chapter 1207, Killing a Younger Sect Uncle Before Joining. The Alpha universe was huge. Geographically speaking, Xia Fei actually led a vast and boundless life in the lore realm, but a key difference here was that the powerful beings here in the Alpha universe were unified. No matter where they were from, the shadows of founder experts were everywhere. In comparison, the lore realm was actually extremely factionalized, and their experts only lived in a specific region so as to avoid troubling all the commoners. It could not be helped. The potential that sapient life forms held was practically impossible to imagine, and to the ordinary folks on Earth, these founder-tier warriors were practically more powerful than gods. There was no way the citizens would not be anxious if they were living beside such powerhouses. Thus it could be seen that while the lore realm was not comparable in level to Alpha, it was a lot more humane, with the ordinary citizens' lives being cared for and considered, while the Alpha universe had their common folk and warriors combined together. Warriors might have millions of servants in their homes, and could kill them for entertainment whenever they were bored. Essentially, everything benefited the strong. Planet Breenza was even more prosperous than Guard 83, where the Aurora clan was located. But for some unknown reason, there was not a single known or unknown warrior clan residing there. It was a total paradise for commoners. Koafio walked down the street and a familiar sensation crept up on him. The hawkers shouting from both sides of the street trying to sell their products and wares reminded Xia Fei of Earth, giving off a very civilian atmosphere. Fukin isn't simple. He understands the logic behind hiding in crowds. Actually having the Unrestricted's legacy golden seal hidden in such a place, Xia Fei sighed. Ulan chuckled, indeed, Fukin has always been a very scheming sort. It's just too bad that he was too sentimental, otherwise he would not be in his current predicament. Ulan was still very sad over Fukin's departure, tracing down the root of the problem. If Fukin had not been the sentimental sort, his disciples would not have overthrown him, which would mean Fukin would have avoided the fate of being expelled from his own sect, which in turn meant he would not be in the powerless state he was now in, and would not have to be so discouraged and wander aimlessly. In conclusion, this was all a result of Fukin's personality, and if he had been a bit more merciless and decisive like Xia Fei, there was no telling just who would have ended up being expelled. With a heavy responsibility on their shoulders, Xia Fei and Ulan did not have the time to take in the sights. Xia Fei grabbed Ulan by the arm and instantly dragged him toward the target of their trip out here this time, an unassuming lake. The lake itself glistened with an odd lilac color. There were plenty of trees all around them, yet there was not a soul fishing or even a shadow of a being anywhere. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Fruitnoelo. Xia Fei frowned slightly. Logically speaking, sapient life forms would always be found living near a body of water, and for there not to be a single residence anywhere near this place with such a wonderful view was nothing short of peculiar. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, and at the same time tidied up his war armor fiend scar. He was getting ready to dive into the water and search for the golden seal when an elder, looking like he was in a hurry, happened to pass by. A cloth bag was slung over his shoulder, looking like he had just returned from a trip out to the market. This elder was fairly considerate, and approached Xia Fei's side with a strange expression on his face. He asked, "Are you two foreigners?" Xia Fei smiled and replied, "Yes, we are." The elder said, "I knew you two were not from around here. No local would dare get anywhere near this lake. In the last few decades, strange occurrences have been happening in this lake. There would often be a huge wave that would come out of nowhere, and the corpses of those who lost their lives here would not even be found. The families who originally lived around this lake have already moved away, so take heed of my advice, it is best if you give this strange lake a wide berth. Xia Fei and Ulan became very curious and wanted to ask further questions about this, but that elder simply refused to stay anywhere near the side of the lake, and quickened his pace, soon disappearing down the road. Xia Fei thought about it for a moment and asked, Ulan, when did Fukan get expelled from the unrestricteds? Ulan was slightly startled as he answered thoughtfully, 63 years ago. Xia Fei mused, so that means that ever since Fukan was expelled, strange occurrences have been sighted here by this lake. Ulan nodded, since this is where Ulan has hidden the golden seal. He must have had defensive measures set up. I'm afraid the strange occurrences people have been observing here are just the defenses Fukan left behind, mistaken to be something devilish afoot. Xia Fei's expression chilled, and disagreed with his assessment, wrong. Fukan had been very explicit with the location of the golden seal, yet he did not leave any instructions about any hurdles we needed to get past. Ulan gasped and realized Xia Fei's analysis was accurate. If Fukan had truly cared to set up any sort of impediments here, there was no reason he would not have left clear instructions on how to open it, so as to avoid troubling Xia Fei unnecessarily. With a wry smile, Xia Fei replied, I suddenly don't wish to get into the lake. But if we don't dive into the water, how are we going to retrieve Fukan's golden seal? Ulan asked, curious. Rumble. Xia Fei's reaction was of such intensity that Ulan had quite the fright. All he saw was a wave of hand from Xia Fei and Furball was sent up into the sky. He took a deep breath, and shot forth an explosive beam. Zing! A glaring white beam of scorching hot light shot forth, it was Furball's energy attack. The entire body of water began bubbling instantaneously, and a white mist formed rapidly. The lake water was evaporating at an astounding rate. A nice lake that had no one living near it. There must surely be something suspicious afoot. Xia Fei had decided he would just destroy the lake, and see just what exactly made it so weird. In not even a minute's time, the white steam had shrouded the nearby mountains and fields, and the lake water was also nowhere to be seen, revealing a lake bed of sedimentary rocks and yellow sand. Rumble! Xia Fei reached out his right hand, sending out peacock blue to grow quickly. 9 blue leaves several kilometers long planted themselves into the soil, and began digging out the lake like they were excavators. Ulan was watching in severe bewilderment from the sidelines. Xia Fei was being far too ridiculous doing what he did. Fukan had asked Xia Fei to retrieve the golden seal, yet Xia Fei had treated the task like it was a battle instead. Though his method was very brutal, the results were unexpectedly good. When it seemed like Peacock Blue was done with its job, Xia Fei retracted his right arm and ran around the shores of the lake at his speed of over 30 million meters per second. Xia Fei's high-speed sprint created a tornado effect, the lake water having already evaporated into vapor. It was swiftly being blown upward, turning into a dark cloud up in the sky, immediately clearing Xia Fei and Ulan's line of sight. Returning to Ulan's side, Xia Fei pointed out toward the center, let's go and meet that person. Person? Ulan asked, puzzled. Xia Fei did not say another word more. He lifted his head and stepped forward. Xia Fei had already uncovered what was strange about the lake after Peacock Blue's activity, so there was no fear in his steps. Ulan was completely taken aback to find that a huge piece of granite had actually appeared at the bottom of the lake after all the soil had been cleared out. Countless complex lines were drawn on it, connecting every groove, and a soul vessel was contained in each groove. However, these soul weapons had all been artificially suppressed, so even if someone were to stand on top of them, they would not be able to sense the dark energy emanating from them. That's a concealed soul array, one of Fukan's specialties, concealing any energy fluctuations completely. Unless someone were to see it with their very own eyes, there would actually be no way of sensing its presence. Ulan analyzed it after a cursory look. Fukan was adept at soul arrays. Using this array Xia Fei was seeing right in front of him as an example, he had used a total of 72 soul vessels to formulate it, yet was able to keep it concealed such that it was not giving off even a hint of its aura at all. It was a clear demonstration of the old man's profound knowledge when it came to soul arrays. Xia Fei nodded and pointed toward the well in the middle of the array, let's go. That person and Fukan's golden seal are both inside that well. Fukan taught me about concealed arrays before, and I've already sealed this array, so you don't have anything to worry about. Ulan was filled with curiosity by this point, and followed Xia Fei as he made his way toward the well. He peered his head over, and was so shocked that he lost his composure. Inside the well was a completely naked man with 4 arms. There were 5 soul locks around his neck, keeping him in place and unable to move an inch. There were some wounds across his body, looking like the digging by Peacock Blue before was what had caused them. A case was laid at the feet of this man. Xia Fei sent out a leaf from Peacock Blue to grab the case from the well. Without even sparing a glance for its contents, Xia Fei stored the box away in his spatial ring. That was when the person who had been chained up in the well looked up. Xia Fei and Yulan could see that this person's hair had already grown wild and long, most likely because he had been living down in that well for a very long time. His face was also a horrible mess, and it was hard to tell if it was the water or some disease. Master Yulan! Master Yulan! The man actually shouted out Yulan by name. Perhaps it was because this person had not spoken a word for a long time, but his voice was very hoarse when he shouted out loud. You know me? Yulan asked, pointing a finger to himself. Of course I do. I am Huang Pohe. I once visited you with my sect brother, the man shouted hoarsely. Yulan heard this man's name and the expression on his face changed drastically. His eyes were now filled with nostalgia and commiseration. Xia Fei asked curiously, what's the story with him? Yulan said sorrowfully, when Fukin was expelled, the only one who spoke up for Fukin was this man, Fukin's youngest sect brother. In those days, Fukin enjoyed wandering about, and would always bring along 3 people with him. In addition to his 2 direct disciples Basalt and Ling Xing, this man was the 3rd. All thanks to Fukin taking special care of this young sect brother of his, Huang Pohe really demonstrated his brotherly kinship. When Fukin found himself surrounded, he even pulled out his sword and went to his aid. Unfortunately, I lost contact with him after, and I even thought he had gotten himself killed at Ling Xing and Basalt's hands. To think he would actually be trapped here. Just mentioning Fukin's 2 heartless disciples caused Yulan to become angry. Xia Fei thought about it and then shouted down the well, my name is Xia Fei, a new disciple that Fukin has accepted into the sect. Technically, I ought to call you my sect uncle, but I wonder why you are trapped down there. Probably due to Huang Pohe having been trapped down there for too long and now seeing a glimmer of hope, he began spilling his gut out, and his hoarse voice did not sound as terrible as before after all that talking. Yulan pitied Huang Pohe a lot, but Xia Fei chuckled mirthlessly after hearing about his plight. Xia Fei lifted his head up and sighed. He pointed at Huang Pohe, to think you'd still be lying given your current circumstances. When Fukin was expelled, you secretly followed him, gaining Fukin's trust. Both of you arrived here, where Fukin wanted to hide his golden seal. This was when you thought you saw an opening to attempt a sudden attack on Fukin. But you had not expected Fukin to be far more powerful than you, and not only did you lose, you were even trapped here at the bottom of this lake by Fukin. I'm afraid that's the truth about your fate, isn't it? As for your claim that you have been victimized, you're the one who was the most treacherous. Fukin would often subconsciously stroke his back, most likely because of the wound that you left on him. Huang Pohe wailed about being maligned, while Yulan was dumbfounded. But after he thought about it, Xia Fei's analysis made sense, as well. If Huang Pohe had really been loyal to Fukin, why would Fukin have had him sealed here? Without a word, Xia Fei turned to leave, completely ignoring the din Huang Pohe was making. Yulan felt terrible. He had always thought Fukin had at least one disciple who had supported him after he was chased out of his own sect, but now it seemed that this person whom Fukin had affectionately called Xiao Hai had been the one who had hurt Fukin the most. What would Fukin do if he was here? Xia Fei asked suddenly. What else could he do? Fukin having Xiao Hai sealed here was already the most severe punishment he could do to his own sect brother. Yulan sighed. Xia Fei nodded. He tossed Nirvana up into the air and said to Radix, destroy this array. Leave no traces behind. And that man? Radix asked. Kill him. Xia Fei said with cold decisiveness. Yulan sucked in a mouth of cold air and protested, he's Yulan's favorite junior brother. Even if Xiao Hai betrayed him, Fukin still left him alive. Is it all right for you to kill him like that? Xia Fei did not even turn back and scoffed, I'm not Fukin. Since he's an enemy, he shall die. Kaboom! An earth-splitting explosion went off behind him, and Yulan sighed repeatedly as he followed, thinking to himself, Fukin oh Fukin. Just what are you trying to do, letting someone like Xia Fei into the unrestricted sect? Chapter 1208, 5th Soul Mark. Whoosh! Silver Spectre landed on a planet near the core region of the Alpha universe. This planet was named Desire, and was where the unrestricted sect's headquarters was located. Xia Fei and Ulan disembarked from the warship. Ulan pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "That's Spirit Mountain, 199 kilometers in height, and occupies a good half of Desire. Starting at that icy river out there, everything is the exclusive territory of the unrestricted sect." Ulan had been here many times before, so he knew everything about the unrestricted sect and Desire like the back of his hand. It was just that things were a little different from what they were in the past, and Ulan could not help but feel a measure of sorrow about it. Xia Fei disguised Ulan, and the two headed along that icy river flowing with pieces of broken ice. This river circled the ice formation from the two poles on Desire, like a belt surrounding the Spirit Mountain. It acted sort of like a moat, the broken ice frozen up 9 months out of the year. From far away, they could see the entrance to the unrestricted Spirit Mountain. There was a long mountain trail up, flanked on both sides with dense coniferous forests. The huge gatehouse was almost 500 meters tall, with 3 very imposing words written on it that read, "Unrestricted Soul Spirit. From this point on will be unrestricted territory." "That is the only way up the mountain," Ulan whispered. "How many guards will there be on our way up?" Xia Fei asked. "None. Though the unrestricteds are very famous, they actually don't have many men under them." Xia Fei was about to nod when Ulan added, "Don't think of sneaking in. There once was a very powerful ancestor in the sect who turned the entire Spirit Mountain into an array. Risking it means certain death." Xia Fei was startled. A mountain that was 200 kilometers high and took up half the planet, to think it would actually be an entire array. Just what sort of skill and power did someone have to possess to form such a grand array? Everyone knew that arrays were something that became harder to control the bigger they were. The energy needed would scale as well, and would become an even more severe test to the person setting up the array. Not just anyone would be able to achieve such an astounding feat like this. "They are the unrestricteds, all right. What breadth of spirit!" Xia Fei muttered in awe. Ulan crooked his head and stared at the Spirit Mountain for a long time before asking, "So, do you plan on walking in openly?" Xia Fei shook his head, "Let's head to that city first. I'm waiting for someone." There was a city not too far away from Spirit Mountain, with a population of around 200,000. It was neither large nor small. But the 4 leading firms of the Alpha universe were all located there in that unassumingly ordinary city, all because this was the nearest city to the unrestricted sect. The entrance to the branch of the Heavenly Treasure firm here was nothing out of the ordinary. Appearing to be quite inconspicuous, they had selected a location that was at the end of a street near the residential area. Xia Fei lifted his head and glanced at the signboard above before striding in. The shop itself was devoid of customers. There were just 2 sales personnel here yawning from the boredom, though both young men perked up the moment they saw Xia Fei enter. Wordlessly, they opened the door that led toward the backyard. No questions were needed. Xia Fei and Ulan entered the backyard, to find a woman sitting in a pavilion among the flowers. Upon seeing Xia Fei enter, she hurriedly got up and welcomed them politely. To think Lady Treasure would personally come out all the way here, how rare, Xia Fei chuckled after sitting down and having a sip of the tea Suzu Treasure had poured for him. Suzu was silently measuring up Ulan as she replied, "Your orders are my command. I'm afraid my underlings would not be able to service you sufficiently, so I personally made this trip out here to attend to your needs." Though Ulan kept a low profile, he nevertheless exuded an unapproachable aura about him. Suzu was a lady from a mercantile family, so she obviously had very discerning eyes and could not help but gasp in awe to herself. For Xia Fei to have such a significant character beside him, she felt that she had really lucked out by forging a relationship with Xia Fei. Just the soul weapons that he had given her had already given the Heavenly Treasure firm plenty of face, and it looked like their future prospects would not be lacking, either. Xia Fei looked around and laughed, "Such a small city, yet merchants of every size have gathered like clouds. Would you guys be able to earn any money by bunching up here together with everyone else?" Suzu replied, "The problem isn't if we are able to turn a profit here. Given the proximity to the Spirit Mountain, which is where the unrestricteds reside, we'd be the ones making a loss if someday a disciple were to descend and needed to trade some soul weapons, and could not find a shop with our company's name here at the foot of the mountain." Xia Fei pointed at Suzu's nose and remarked, "How cunning. 3 years without any business, but a single transaction would be enough to finance you for 3 years. Who doesn't know that the soul weapons from the unrestricteds are second to none? As long as you have one, it'd be enough to keep you in business for hundreds of years. Though this was what Xia Fei said, he could not help but feel that Suzu had eyes but could not recognize Mount Tai. Fukin was the most powerful figure from the unrestricted sect, and she had seen him beside Xia Fei many times, but did not even recognize who he was, essentially wasting a great opportunity to do business. After some thought, Suzu lowered her voice and asked, "I've finished arranging all the things you've asked. May I ask the reason for you going to Spirit Mountain?" Whoosh! Xia Fei swept his sharp gaze over Suzu, and it made Suzu freeze up, her heart palpitating. Her breathing became irregular, because Xia Fei's gaze gave off killing intent. "Woman, looks like I need to punish you more often to curb your predilection to cause trouble." Xia Fei angrily tossed out several soul weapons from his spatial ring and told Suzu, "This is your remuneration. From today on, you're not allowed to ask any further questions." Leaving the Heavenly Treasure firm, Xia Fei and Ulan got themselves lodging at a small hotel and focused on cultivating daily. Recently, Xia Fei had sensed that his soul marks were in fluctuation again. It seemed that he was on the verge breaking through to level 5. As for his two extremely difficult powers, the law of primal chaos and the law of speed, they had not made any rapid progress. During the fourth night, Ulan fell asleep, sprawled on the table. His mood had been terrible lately, and Xia Fei could hear him sighing repeatedly at night. For one, he was feeling very sad over Fukin's departure, and second, he was even more worried about Xia Fei and himself. Fukin had made Xia Fei take over the unrestricteds, letting Ulan as the witness. While it seemed simple, it had practically forced the two of them upon a mountain of swords. Seeing as how those unrestricteds had even forced their own sect master out of their sect, even a fool could tell just what would befall Xia Fei and Ulan. Xia Fei was actually struggling to understand Fukin's intentions as well, but because he was also more determined, no amount of thoughts lingering in his mind affected Xia Fei's cultivation and sleep. Smack! Xia Fei clapped Ulan on his shoulder. Ulan opened his eyes drowsily and mumbled, "It's the middle of the night. What's the matter?" "We're leaving. We need to find somewhere with no one and I need you to help guard me," Xia Fei said. "Do you mean to say you're—" Ulan was shocked, losing his grogginess in an instant. "That's right, my fifth soul mark is about to form," Xia Fei replied calmly. Whoosh! Silver Spectre departed in the dead of the night, soon arriving at a desolate region of space and parking itself. Radix was the one controlling the ship, while Ulan stayed outside Xia Fei's cultivation room as guard, shaking his head unceasingly. Furball laid down outside the only window that could see in, staring at Xia Fei in excitement. As people got older, they tended to talk more, and this was especially the case for Ulan, an old man who had continuously suffered setbacks, and was anxious from having no one he could talk to. As such, Ulan learned from Furball, and simply watched from the window. But how was he to know that Furball had simply no respect for the elderly? The window was already small to begin with, and Furball was blocking more than half the view, making it impossible for Ulan to make out anything. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! All of a sudden, Furball began dancing in excitement. He could not speak, but he did let out this strange-sounding crowing from his throat. Thum! A wave of aurora-like light flashed past, and the entire cultivation room exploded in energy. It was completely basked in glaring light. They could not see Xia Fei himself, but they could make out 5 distinct soul spirit marks spinning in the air. They surrounded him and formed a 5-pointed star. Their speed grew more and more ridiculous, to the point they were nothing more than a single glowing ring. They entered Xia Fei's 7th brain region, after which Xia Fei exhaled a long and relaxed sigh from inside the room. "I did it! I finally did it!" Xia Fei was laughing as he opened the door of his cultivation room. Ulan suddenly said something very untimely. "If Fukin was here, he would surely explain to you the benefits that come with having 5 soul marks, and even remind you not to let the speed of your advancement get to your head. Actually, I already know that Fukin has been very proud this entire time, as you're far stronger than those 2 incompetent disciples of his. It's been barely a year since he met you until now, and yet you've actually managed to surge your way through the levels and reached level 5 now. While we can't say for sure if anyone will ever be able to beat your speed, it is at least unprecedented from what we know of our ancestors." Ulan sounded as if he was talking to himself as he nagged Xia Fei about this. Xia Fei had this uncomfortable feeling after hearing it. Though he did not officially share a master and disciple relationship with Fukin, he at the very least respected him a great deal. Xia Fei patted Ulan on his shoulder and led him to the command deck, saying, "Fukin's not around, so we ought to properly handle the matter he tasked us. I only blame myself for leveling too slowly. If I had already possessed at least 8 soul marks, and a max law of speed, law of primal chaos, we would at least have an easier time. Ulan stuck his tongue out and shot back, why dwell on this? Anyway, if you've really attained such a degree of strength, I reckon Fukin would never have let you take over the unrestricteds. Why? Xia Fei asked, curious. What do you mean, why? The unrestricteds are the sorts that live off somebody while secretly helping people on the outside, and bullying Fukin to the miserable state he is now in. Given your temper, wouldn't you end up killing off the entire sect? Ulan chuckled. Hearing that, Xia Fei came to a sudden halt with a distant look in his eyes, as if he was lost in thought. This change in his expression was so abrupt that it could not escape Ulan's eyes, who could not help but feel his goosebumps rise. What crazy idea have you got now? Ulan asked nervously. Xia Fei smiled, as a profound smirk appeared across his lips. Softly, he said, nothing much. I was just wondering about the soul that Fukin has, called Wraith. It seems so evil, and I heard people in the clan say that you and Fukin were ambushed the other day, and you pulled out a very malicious plant. Is there perhaps any connection between the two? Ulan heaved a sigh of relief. You scared me. So that's what you're wondering about. Well, let me tell you, that Bit-Irvin Sky Entangler is a treasure of the botanists that will only be used as a last resort. Unless I die, you better not have any designs on me, forever. Xia Fei was not rebuffed by his warning as a mischievous grin widened across his face. Then may I ask, when will you die? Chapter 1209, Climbing Spirit Mountain. Early in the morning, before the morning mist had yet to part and the crisp air still carried the mild coolness, Ulan sent Xia Fei off from outside of the city. This will be an arduous trip for you. I know Fukin has taught you the trick to keep your cultivation hidden. You're very well versed when it comes to your own energy perception, and others will hardly spare you another glance in most circumstances, but this world is vast, and experts are plenty. You mustn't let down your guard for even a moment, and if it's not the right time, come back quickly. At worst, we'll not risk our lives for that old monster Fukin's wishes. There's no sense of us throwing our lives away here like that, Ulan lectured him sincerely. Xia Fei smiled. Relax. There's no such thing as immortal souls among the unrestricteds, so why would someone as afraid to die as me not act cautiously? The more Xia Fei said this, the more Ulan could see the persistent nature in his heart. It was not wrong to call Xia Fei ruthless and black-hearted, but that was only when he was dealing with his enemies. He would become a completely opposite person when dealing with those he called friends. Ulan was afraid of Xia Fei's temper, which would disregard even his close relatives when angered, and that he just might kill everyone that he disliked from the unrestricted sect once he climbed up Spirit Mountain. That would be terrible. No matter the case, Xia Fei was definitely making a trip up Spirit Mountain, and there was no way Ulan could convince him otherwise. Ulan only let Xia Fei go after he spent what seemed like half a day instructing him. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, Xia Fei sprinted toward the foot of the mountain. He arrived a little early at the meeting place that they had determined, so Xia Fei lit himself a cigarette and idled by a lake. You seem different today, Radix suddenly spoke up. Xia Fei asked, why are you as naggy as Ulan? What's different about me? Radix shook his head, I can't quite put my finger on it. Ever since you received Fukin's letter, you've been pondering all this while, contemplating. But you were different after last night. It was almost as though you had thought something through. Xia Fei threw the question back at him, isn't it good that I've thought things through? That's true for others, but it's the exact opposite for you. Only the gods know just what crazy idea you have come up with. Radix sulked. Xia Fei laughed wordlessly. He cleverly stowed his half-lit cigarette in hand and said, someone's coming. Hide well. A group of men soon appeared from the side of the river. They were all dressed like laborers, but carried no tools on them, which indicated that they had spatial rings, and so were considered much more affluent than your usual commoners. Are you the sculptor that's replacing Pang San? The fat middle-aged man shouted from a distance. Xia Fei quickly jogged up and answered, that's right. I'm Pang Xiao Fei, a distant relative of Pang Di. The fat man turned his head around, Su Manzi. Give him clothes to change into. All of us need to keep our wits about us when we enter Spirit Mountain, and make sure you identify who are your own comrades. Though it is against the rules for us to bring an outsider up the mountain, we can't do anything about the fact that Long San suddenly became ill. After all, we can't just carry on without a sculptor, right? If we fail to accomplish the work we have up the mountain in time, we will be in deep trouble. Someone quickly brought a uniform for Xia Fei to change into, and Xia Fei followed the group of men on their way up the mountain. Xia Fei had very discerning eyes and was quite the talker. Adding to the fact that he had an affable smile, he very quickly became fast friends with the laborers. "Ergu, my uncle only asked me to substitute for him for work, but he didn't tell me what we'd be doing. Is the money good?" Xia Fei asked in a low voice. Kong Ergu shook his head. "It's good money, but it's not easily earned. A group of spiritualists lives up on this mountain. It will soon be the anniversary when their ancestral grandmaster first established the mountain, so they ought to commemorate that day a bit. In the past, we'd go up the mountain every year and clean their courtyards, making repairs on what needed them. These spiritualists are rich, and are generous to boot. It's a very decent job, and we're the closest laborers here on this planet. We practically depend on this day to make our living." Later, for some unknown reason, the original sect master that was always all smiles left, and now, the people in charge are just sterner than the last. While the money stayed the same, there are now more and more issues. Anything we do poorly will result in quite the tongue lashing, even. Seeing Ergu's voice trail off, Xia Fei asked urgently, "Death?" Ergu had a terrible expression on his face and whispered back, "What do you think the reason is that our leader Fatty Jin let you join our team so easily? We are indeed short-handed, just last year alone we lost half our men." Xia Fei frowned. He had not even entered the unrestricted sect's territory, and Xia Fei was already forming a bad impression of them. The Skywing clan was tyrannical, but they had never bullied commoners, much less killed them. Arriving before the gatehouse, the team stopped and waited for someone to come receive them. Xia Fei looked up and saw the glorious inscribed board that represented the unrestricteds, muttering to himself, "Why is it that the longer I look at those words, the more I despise them?" Fukin was in tears. Half his body was submerged in sea water as he faced the craggy wall of a cave, crying loudly like a child. It was a horrible sight. "So you've already thought it through," an aged voice echoed from deeper in the cave. Whoosh! Fukin wiped away his tears and revealed an easy smile, responding loudly, "Yes, I've already thought things through." "Then why did you just cry?" that same old voice asked again. "I wanted to cry, so I did." "I don't need to tell you the reason," Fukin replied. "Oh, it looks like you indeed have some matters that you still can't let go of. It was really hard to get you to cry in the past, since you'd just endure no matter how big a problem you ended up facing," the old voice commented somewhat happily. "But that does not mean you've thought things through. It only means you've finally set aside some burdens you didn't need to bear. Trying to promote yourself to an annihilator with just that will be very tough." Fukin remarked, "Honestly, I don't care if I succeed in my promotion or not. All I want is to retrieve that thing my master left with you." The voice wavered slightly as it answered, "I can give it to you, but you must prove that you are worthy of it. And since you've already lost all your powers, you can't use it, even if I give it to you." Fukin answered, "That is why I'm here to make a trade with you." "A trade, you say?" That voice laughed. "Interested? You dare ask for a trade with this old monster? Are you unafraid that I'll take your life?" Fukin had a serious expression on his face as he answered, "My master once said that some people may seem cute, but their hearts are frightening. Conversely, some people may look scary, when really they have a lovable heart. You belong to the latter, and I believe in my master." A boisterous laughter thundered from that old voice. "All right. It's not often I come across someone who isn't afraid of me, and is also a disciple of someone I once knew. I can give you what you want, but you might not be able to give me what I want in return for it." "Speak," Fukin replied simply. "I want a good show," that old voice rasped excitedly. "What show?" Fukin asked in alarm. "I like to see others use their blades, and there is one such person among those that you know who has a very fun blade. I would like for him to use it and challenge the 10 famed swords." Fukin was startled and exclaimed, "Do you mean Xia Fei? How do you know about him?" That old voice drawled calmly, "I originally had no idea of his existence, but I learned of him after he managed to earn the title of a Devil Shadow Dragoon." "Xia Fei has become a Devil Shadow Dragoon." Fukin was himself surprised to learn of that, but he very quickly shook his head, "Oh dear. Since Xia Fei is a Dragoon, then that would mean that his capabilities are far greater than I had imagined, and I've asked him to take over the unrestricted sect." This That old voice from deep inside the cave rumbled, "See, you're still unable to let go." Fukin argued his case, "Xia Fei is very clever, and will not go into a fight without preparations. I left the golden seal for him, in hopes that he would one day take over the unrestricted sect, not right now. I originally felt that if he realized he lacked the strength, not only would he not be in a rush to charge up Spirit Mountain, he would instead work harder for the goals I've set for him. But it's different if he's a dragoon. Perhaps he has already stormed his way into the Spirit Mountain by now." Turning his head around, Fukin muttered, "No good. This will cause serious losses on both sides. I need to hurry back. Plus, I can't agree to let Xia Fei challenge any one of the 10 famed swords with Nirvana. It still doesn't have the ability right now." That old voice coughed drily several times before saying, "First, you won't ever find me again after you leave. Second, while Nirvana lacks the ability to challenge the 10 famed swords, that does not mean it won't be able to in the future." But, Fukin was hesitant. "No buts. Either you stay, or you never come back. Besides, given your current state, what use is it for you to head back? Your master's right, you have too many things in your heart, so it is no wonder you stagnated as a peak founder for so many years. It's all because you don't understand the true meaning of becoming an annihilator." It was the first time the old voice had spoken at such length in one go. Meanwhile, Fukin remained in the sea water, unable to make a decision. "Xia Fei will surely be causing a ruckus," Fukin said to himself uneasily. Fukin had truly wronged Xia Fei. He had thought that if Xia Fei was not stirring up trouble in his life, then he would be walking down the road that led to trouble, when really, Xia Fei was just cleaning up a courtyard. It was going to be the anniversary of the day when the forebears of the Unrestricteds first established their sects soon, so they had sought out a team of laborers from below the mountain to tidy up the place and make repairs to the old structures around. In the Alpha universe, the older the building, the better it was. Only by looking old enough could it then join the long and storied history that the sect had been through, which was why there were countless clans out there who still lived in those old-fashioned, ancient buildings. They were very dismissive of high-tech buildings, as it was only poor people who lived in such places here in the Alpha universe. Xia Fei was now paying Xiaolong, a sculptor with the team who specialized in the restoration of the damage some of these old-fashioned sculptures and carvings had weathered. The Unrestricteds did not allow these laborers to live on the mountain, so early every morning they would gather by the gatehouse entrance and take a dedicated transport that would ferry them up, and then send them back down the mountain at night. Such a style of work was not beneficial to Xia Fei, because there would be many eyes during the day and Xia Fei would be busy with his work, so he rarely had any chance to eavesdrop on the conversations others were having, or even get anywhere near the buildings that Xia Fei was most intrigued by. Instead, it was Ulan who was very happy with the circumstances. To him, the most important thing was for no accidents to befall Xia Fei, and as for Fukin's favor, he was of the belief that if they truly could not do it, then it was fine if they temporarily shelved the idea. At present, there were 3 people managing the sect. Aside from Fukin's 2 despicable disciples, Basalt and Ling Xing, there was also Fukin's elder sect brother, He Wuji. Rumors were one thing, and seeing was believing. Xia Fei needed to see the 3 strongest warriors in the sect with his own eyes before he could figure out just what was going on with the sect, and how best for him to strike. On the 3rd night, Ulan was waiting outside the city for Xia Fei. He was very happy, walking up to pat Xia Fei on his shoulder. "We've already agreed that 3 days is the limit. Now that you've already returned, why don't we just go head on back tonight? Fukin's decision here is far too crazy, and it isn't that we can't help him, but we lack the means to do so." Zing! The expression on Ulan's entire face twisted instantly, because Xia Fei had turned into the annoying furball after he clapped him on the back. "Crap! This is his substitution technique." Ulan's voice cracked. Chapter 1210, Surveilling Corridor. "Crap! This is his substitution technique." Ulan's voice cracked. The one who had returned was not Xia Fei, but Furball. That meant that Xia Fei had taken the risk to stay behind on Spirit Mountain overnight. Ulan kicked the ground hard as he wailed, "Xia Fei, oh Xia Fei! I now know why you always find yourselves in problematic predicaments. You're pretty much the type that will always get yourself into trouble. You were not allowed to stay on the mountain, so you insisted on doing just that. Even if you have me and Furball as backup, you cannot withstand the full might of the unrestricted sect." Furball was also howling in dissatisfaction. In his mind, Xia Fei leaving to fight without bringing him along saddened the beast greatly. Exotic beasts defended their masters loyally, and no matter how cunning and crafty Furball was, he was ultimately completely loyal when it came to Xia Fei. It was late in the night, and also a moonless darkness. The cold wind picked up as Oolong gazed out into the murky night sky and sighed, "A night where there's no moon and the winds howl, perfect for killing. Xia Fei, you better not run into any problems." Breath control. Xia Fei was like a ghost in the night on the mountain peak's varied and complex terrain. He glued himself to the rock wall and used the darkness as cover while he crept about silently. Spirit Mountain was huge, and the unrestricted sect had settled on the huge mountain for countless years. They had long since turned the mountain peak into a complex fortress. Any outsider unfamiliar with the grounds would lose their way there very easily. Furthermore, there were not many unrestricteds. According to Oolong's recollections, there were no more than 50 official members of the sect, and the rest were all trainee apprentices engaged in miscellaneous work. They would only total up to 300 to 400 more. Considering the size of the mountain, it was hard to even catch a glimpse of anyone's shadow out here, with only 300 to 400 people about. The leaves and trees rustled and swayed in the wind with no one anywhere in sight, creating a strange atmosphere up here on the mountain peak. "How about if I head over to the other side of Spirit Mountain and take a look? Having the both of us split up and cover more ground will allow us to move quicker as well," Radix suggested. Xia Fei shook his head, "No way. You're an immortal soul, and everyone staying here is a spiritualist, so they would discover you very easily. Best if you remain inside Nirvana." Xia Fei relied on his intuition to forge ahead. In the last 3 days, he had carefully studied his surroundings. He had noticed that there did not seem to be any auras emanating from the mountain's peak. It was almost as if no one ever went up there. When things were abnormal, something must be afoot. Xia Fei decided to head for the peak first and take a look there. Besides, he could get a better view of the area around if he went to a higher vantage point. Xia Fei had nearly reached the peak when he saw a single small parking apron situated ahead, as well as several old-fashioned buildings that were not particularly tall. Alpha Universe had various applications of spatial power, and it was not uncommon to find a large cave inside any random thatched hut. Xia Fei did not ignore the low-roofed old buildings around him, knowing that. After some thought, Xia Fei decided to move toward the 3-story house that was closest to his present position. There was a layer of snow on the ground, and he even needed to cross a coverless platform to make his way over. He needed to hold his breath and dart over in one go. Whoosh! Just as Xia Fei was preparing to accelerate, the sound of beating wings suddenly came from somewhere above in the air. Xia Fei nimbly came to a halt and remained motionless. He saw a black gale pick up, and the snow on the ground stirred up several meters. A black shadow that looked to be larger than a human being suddenly landed from the skies above. Thump! Xia Fei froze up the moment after he made out this figure in the darkness. This was none other than the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle, the very same creature whose nose that Furball had bitten off when they first encountered it in the collapsed expanse of the Founders. Whoosh! Xia Fei broke out in cold sweat immediately. Holy beasts could sense each other keenly, and while Furball was not face to face with Lone Gleam Eagle, the two creatures had already been letting out loud cries and roars, the telepathy they shared at work. Fortunately, Xia Fei had used his delusion technique to disguise Furball as himself and sent his beast down the mountain. Had Furball been here, with how close they were, the beast would most likely have exposed them both by now. Seeing that the Lone Gleam Eagle had arrived, that would also mean that Shu Yuhi, and even the number 1 dark spiritualist, Nan Shizi, might just be around the corner, as well. Without any moonlight above them, Xia Fei could only make out the blurry shadow of Lone Gleam Eagle. The creature suddenly turned its head in the direction of Xia Fei, its eyes wide and alert. That was when Xia Fei realized that a piece of metal had been fitted where its nose was supposed to be, acting as a metal nose. It was most likely the end result of Furball's handiwork. Thump! Thump! Xia Fei's heartbeat increased. Lone Gleam Eagle crooked its head to the side, staring right at the rock that Xia Fei was hiding behind, appearing as if it had made some sort of discovery. Pang! Pang! Lone Gleam Eagle used its strange walking movement to hop over. Xia Fei was extremely surprised. Could he have already been discovered? With Lone Gleam Eagle less than 50 meters away from him, the situation was incredibly dire. That was just when a golden flash of light appeared in the middle of the night sky, and a small shuttle landed on the parking apron installed on the mountain peak. The door opened, and several figures came striding out, one after another. Among them was this bizarre-looking hunchback whose head was practically touching the ground. Someone among those who had disembarked from the shuttle waved his or her hand. The lone gleam eagle glanced at the rock Xia Fei had been hiding behind, and somewhat reluctantly hopped its way back to join the group. Creak. At the slope of the mountaintop near the cliff, the doors of one of the squattest buildings opened, and 3 individuals walked out. Xia Fei borrowed the light from inside the building, recognizing the 3 men as the 3 currently in charge of the unrestricted sect, seeing as they matched the descriptions that Hulan had told him about. Basalt, Ling Xing, and He Wuji. The Grand Master sure is cautious, there's nothing to worry. This here is Spirit Mountain, and there's no one out there that would dare spy on us here in the middle of the night. He Wuji reassured them in a loud voice. Stopping opposite the 3 men, the handful of dark spiritualists nodded to each other and had the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle, 2 of their own, as well as that hunchbacked man, stay back to take care of the shuttle, while the remaining 3 approached the unrestricteds. Creak. The doors shut once more, and the mountain peak was shrouded in the darkness again. Let's go. These people are far too strong. They have 5 spiritualists with peak cultivation alone. Then there's also that holy beast and that strange hunchbacked man. Radix communicated mentally to Xia Fei, clearly nervous. We can't. Xia Fei firmly refuted Radix's suggestion. The dark spiritualists suddenly paying a visit to the unrestricted means there must surely be a conspiracy going on. I need to make sense of things. But they're already guarding the approach, and there's no foliage or cover anywhere around, so how will you get anywhere near that building? Even if you succeed, how will you enter? Radix was nervous. Xia Fei's face was grim. From there. Whoosh. As Xia Fei said this, he deftly shrank his body and fell down the cliff. The piercing cold winds battered against the sheer cliff face, but Xia Fei was like a nimble ape, sliding along the side of the cliff face. He soon spotted the inconspicuous squat building. What took Xia Fei by surprise was that while the building did not look anything particularly eye-catching from the outside, being built into the cliff itself, it actually looked like a castle embedded into the rocky cliff when he looked at it from behind. The small 1-story building he saw on the mountain peak was merely the entrance, and its interior was actually contained in the mountain cliff itself. There were countless rooms, there many windows all open on the cliff. At the moment, these windows were being lit one by one, almost as if Ling Xing and the others were leading the dark spiritualists along a corridor. What's this? There another door here? Xia Fei gasped in astonishment. Xia Fei had actually uncovered somewhere that looked like a pier along the cliff face, built out of thin air. A good half of it had been covered in cold-resistant thorns, making it impossible to make out its existence from the outside. Xia Fei had nearly stepped onto thin air, but had actually accidentally stepped onto this aerial platform. How very well hidden, even I was nearly fooled. I wonder if this door connects with the rest of the building. Xia Fei wondered to himself. The metal door was not large, looking more like a secret entrance that large residences might have used. Xia Fei pushed the door lightly, and over an inch of dust fell off. Evidently it had been many years since this door was last opened. The platform was very small, and aside from the door, all that was there was the rocky cliff. Xia Fei probed about with his hand and located the mechanism to open the door. However, this door was not opened via a secret code or even mechanically operated, but instead relied on a very rare matter scanner. No way. Will this work with it? Xia Fei was momentarily startled, before pulling out the golden seal that Fukin had entrusted to him from his spatial ring. Xia Fei had been slightly disappointed when he retrieved the seal from the lake when there was just this token inside that case, and no secret martial technique manual. On further thought, it made perfect sense. There was no way Fukin could know that Xia Fei would be able to retrieve the token back then, so there was no way he would have prepared any gift prior. Upon closer inspection, Xia Fei discovered that the composition of this seal was very unique. As someone who had studied artifice, Xia Fei had an intimate understanding of the attributes of metal, but he was completely unable to tell the composition of the seal. He had been immediately reminded of the seal after he set eyes on the out-of-place material scanner. Could the composition of this thing be the internal passcode for the unrestricted sect? Xia Fei thought to himself, before proceeding to press the metal seal to the scanner. Zing! Countless red lights flashed. After it made a complete scan of the token, he heard a soft tone, and the door cracked open. Sure enough, the unrestricted do not rely on fingerprints or a secret key that utilizes dark energy. Instead, it uses this seal with its unique composition. It seems their sect's ancestor was very clever. Metal composition is something that is the most stable, and the hardest to recreate, Xia Fei commented to himself as he pushed the door open and ducked inside. Whoosh! Xia Fei accelerated, hurrying and hoping to eavesdrop and learn just what the dark spiritualists and the three unrestricted would be talking about. Strange. Very strange. There was a white crystal mirror inlaid on the wall of the cloister. It was the sort of crystal that could penetrate through the wall and see what was happening behind the walls. There was one for every room, corridor, and even the toilets. Xia Fei instantly felt his skin crawl. This was a place the holder of the golden seal could enter, which meant that there was a sect master a long time ago that would secretly watch every move of their disciples from here in this secret space. God damn it, I'm afraid the unrestricted sect isn't as noble as Fukin claimed. At the very least we know that their past sect master was very treacherous, actually constructing something so weird to monitor his own disciples. Xia Fei cursed to himself. Xia Fei was only paying attention to the scenes depicted within these crystals and did not take much note of his surroundings. He was moving quickly, sprinting through the internal corridor non-stop. The building was shaped like a double-layered square, most likely designed to make it more convenient to spy on the people. That made it all the more easier for Xia Fei. He quickly found the three unrestricteds who were leading Nan Shizi, Shu Yuhi, and a middle-aged man that Xia Fei had not seen before along the corridor. None of them spoke a word as they walked, their eyes darting all over, bereft of trust in one another. Ling Xing pushed open a door and made a welcoming gesture as everyone filed in. Xia Fei quickly changed to another crystal, and saw that the room was furnished like a parlor, seemingly far from the mountain peak. It seemed this was going to be where they were going to conduct their secret meeting. The men all sat down at their seats, leaving the youngest, Basalt, to serve tea. However, no one drank any, an indication of the suspicion they still held among them. Xia Fei widened his eyes and was ready to eavesdrop on what these people were about to discuss, when he heard a persistent scratching sound coming from behind him. Is there a mouse? Xia Fei wrinkled his eyebrows and turned around to look. Chapter 1211, Xia Fei must die. Is there a mouse? Xia Fei wrinkled his eyebrows and turned around to look. Xia Fei got the shock of his life when he turned round to find out what was making the noise. It was not a mouse, but a walking corpse. It was hunched over, and its shuffling feet were making the scratching sound. Could this be the custodian slave that Ulan was talking about? Xia Fei thought quickly. Though Fukin was an unrestricted, he did not speak much about the sect due to the fact that he was expelled. Instead, it was Ulan who spoke at length about the rumors. What Xia Fei was most intrigued by were those stories that talked about the unrestricted pavilion, as well as the custodian slaves. There were rumors among the spiritualists that the unrestricted sect had constructed a great library, called the Unrestricted Pavilion, which expressly collected the techniques spiritualists used, very similar to the Tibetan scripture pavilion. While most major sects would have their own secret library, the Unrestricted Pavilion was different from the rest. It was rumored that the place was not defended against outsiders with traps, but by two soulless custodian slaves. Everyone knew that every sapient life form would have a soul, also called dark energy. The moment someone lost their soul, then their flesh would naturally die off. Custodian slaves were freaks that had their physical bodies enhanced to a powerful extreme, and were able to survive even without a soul of their own. They were incapable of using dark energy, and would rely solely on their physical strength to vanquish their foes. This was a very fascinating rumor, especially to a speedster like Xia Fei. Out of all the different types, it was speed warriors like himself who needed physical endurance the most. After all, their top was already close to light speed, and without a powerful and resilient body, there was no way they could endure. Taking Xia Fei as an example, despite his fairly normal looks, every single muscle in his body, right down to his very cells, would tighten when he began moving, becoming even firmer than steel. Thus, Xia Fei very naturally became curious about the custodian slaves, wanting to know how they had managed to train their undying flesh. His mind raced. Xia Fei did not have much difficulty entering the corridor because he had the sect master's golden seal. Anyone could enter, and these undying monsters were consistent with how Ulan had described them. It was clear that he was in the unrestricted pavilion, and these creatures were none other than the custodian slaves. Xia Fei was able to think really fast, yet these two custodian slaves were even faster. They darted over, lunging from both the left and right towards Xia Fei. Their forearms were enmeshed, looking to hug and hold Xia Fei. Crafty approach. Swish. With a low grunt, Xia Fei shrank to half his height nearly instantly, and began to move in a strange footwork that allowed him to slip right out from their grasping arms. The custodian slaves failed to grab hold of Xia Fei, and the two crisscrossed each other. The speed and technique they demonstrated as they nimbly swapped places with each other was actually comparable to the speedy Xia Fei. Sure enough, they had trained their bodies to peak physical condition, and the two moved with such expertise that they hardly made a sound, almost like they were two agile cats. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei exchanged over a dozen blows with the custodian slaves. These two walking corpses gave Xia Fei a tremendous shock. Not only was their execution clean, their speed was high, too. Wherever Xia Fei evaded, the two were able to follow up with their own attacks. Whoosh! Xia Fei hurriedly flashed the golden seal. There had to be a way to restrict these two creatures that had been trained to the apex of physical condition, otherwise there was no way for the past sect masters to come to the restricted pavilion. As such, Xia Fei brandished the sect master's token, in hopes that it would stop the two. Sure enough, it was like the golden seal grew eyes, giving off a soft glow that made the two custodian slaves immediately calm down. Their arms went limp, no longer on the attack. Instead, they began following closely behind Xia Fei. With every step he took, the two corpses would follow. Xia Fei tried to stow away the seal, but the moment he put it up his sleeve, the two custodian slaves made to attack him, making Xia Fei him sweat to see it. Truly, these were some inhuman creations that recognized only inanimate objects, and not actual people. The custodian slaves did not breathe, but nevertheless Xia Fei still felt uneasy with them stalking behind him with every step. But given the urgency of the situation, Xia Fei hurried back to the crystal mirror and observed the meeting between the dark spiritualists and the three unrestricted. As for those undying corpses, all Xia Fei could do for now was ignore them. Inside the meeting room, Nan Shizi of the dark spiritualists sat at the head of the table, with Shu Yuhi taking the second seat and Fan Zhong the third. Letting out a dry cough, Nan Shizi made eye contact with Shu Yuhi and gave him a signal. Shu Yuhi smiled and began to speak. You all already know of our conditions. Today, my master has personally made the trip here to show the dark spiritualists' sincerity in this matter. So, why don't you start the discussion now? Basalt, Ling Xing and He Wuji exchanged glances with each other for a moment before Ling Xing finally spoke up. Actually, we don't really see a difference between you people or the Spiritualist Association. No matter who's in charge, they will need the support of us unrestricteds. Shu Yuhi chuckled, but remained silent. Xia Fei found the tone he was adopting to be fairly arrogant. The dark spiritualists had eradicated the purple jades, so of course they were capable of doing the same to the unrestricteds as well. It was just that doing so would be detrimental to the grand plan at work, and Nan Shizi had no desire to see the spiritualists engage in a large-scale battle amongst themselves. After all, if they were all to die off, who would end up working for them? The dark spiritualists desired to enlist them to their side. Changing the topic, Ling Xing solemnly stated, actually, the Spiritualist Association also sent a letter yesterday, asking if we needed help with anything, demonstrating that we unrestricteds are rather valued by the association. Ling Xing had mentioned the fact with the intent of increasing their worth, much like a rare commodity. Everyone knew that when the unrestricteds first rebelled, they chose to ally themselves with the Spiritualist Association. That was why both sides were doing what they could to win over the major powers across the Alpha universe. As the unrestricted sect was self-proclaimed to be the orthodox spiritualists among all spiritualists, they of course received more attention. Shu Yuhi furrowed his brow in mild dissatisfaction. Why don't you just state your conditions plainly? We're all very busy. Ling Xing laughed. Yes, the esteemed masters are indeed straightforward. Our condition is simple, though Fukin has left the unrestricted sect, he also took the sect master's golden seal with him. Whoever manages to return this golden seal to us will thus become our friend. That simple? Shu Yuhi asked archly. Before Ling Xing could reply, it was the other disciple of Nan Shizi, who went by the name of Fan Zhong, who grew somewhat angry and growled, no matter what, Fukin is still a master to you and Basalt. We spiritualists emphasize respecting your elders the most, so how could you call him by his first name? Ling Xing chuckled indifferently. Fukin asked for it. He lacked the ability yet still hogged the sect master position, refusing to retire. Not only will I call him by name, I'd even subject him to death by 1,000 swords. The younger Basalt interjected, he'd be getting off too easily by just killing him. Just from the demanding requirements he made of us back in the day, we ought to chop him into minced meat, and have him buried along the trail up the mountain. Let millions trot all over him for tens of millions of years. Zing! Xia Fei's hair practically exploded when he heard this. Xia Fei was very special, and he had never officially had a master to call his own. From Phantom to old Qin Mang, Uncle Porter to Fukin, he had treated them all as good teachers and friends, and showed the utmost respect to them all. Though he would not verbally say this, it was the thought that counted. These two disciples of Xia Fei were truly despicable, actually returning the kindness of their master with such viciousness. Wanting Fukin to be trod upon for tens of millions of years? Xia Fei wanted to just charge in there and kill those two bastards right now. Xia Fei was enraged. His killing intent and inner demon were surging. He did not realize that the two custodian slaves behind him suddenly showing interest towards Xia Fei, sniffing the air lightly at his agitation. Forcing himself to curb his own anger, Xia Fei continued watching the meeting. Fan Zhong's face had gone stern by now. It seemed he was bothered by the words Ling Xing and Basalt had uttered. He Wuji had been silent this entire time, and now was the moment when he pretended to be an elder and scoffed, "There's a reason why my two sect nephews have such a deep-seated hatred toward my junior sect brother. Originally, we should not be telling outsiders about what happened to the unrestricted sect, since that would be akin to airing our dirty laundry out in the open, but Fukin was really too much. Not only did he hold on to the seat of sect master and ostracize us, his disciple and sect brother, he even killed our youngest sect brother, Huang Pohe, someone who protected him in every way after we worked together to chase him off the mountain." Huang Pohe had always respected Fukin deeply, being a loyal follower of his since he was younger. For Fukin to be able to kill off even someone like that, I now suspect that the sudden death of the master all those years back might even have been a ploy for Fukin to seize power. Someone of his moral caliber, killing him a million times over would hardly be enough. Fukin's senior sect brother was even more devious. Ling Xing or Basalt were despicable, but at least they did not put some unforgivable accusation on his head. But He Wuji had no such qualms, directly making the claim that Fukin had done in his own master. There was no need to mention just how furious Xia Fei was feeling, hissing under his breath, what kind of person was Fukin? These bastards had him expelled from the mountain, yet Fukin did not harm even a finger of theirs, willing to swallow his anger and quietly leave. Would someone like that murder their own master? As for the one called Huang Pohe, we've seen him with our own eyes. He was nothing more than a white-eyed wolf. He was the one who heavily wounded Fukin, yet Fukin still could not bear to finish him off. Radix was also furious. He had been deathly loyal to Xia Fei's grandfather. It was the same now that it was to Xia Fei, and he despised villains like He Wuji. Right? Only someone like you would do something like that. How could Fukin be someone that would do that? Xia Fei turned around to roll his eyes at Radix, complaining, "Are you praising me or mocking me?" Radix actually gave that a serious moment of thought before answering, "I think I'm praising you. For example, if your master was the sort of trash like that He Wuji, I reckon you'd already have had him killed, and would not have endured to the degree Fukin did." Xia Fei could not be bothered to argue with Radix and proceeded to ignore him. After He Wuji finished speaking, even Shu Yuhi could not stand it. Though he hated Fukin, he hated these three scoundrels even more. He thought to himself about just how unlucky Fukin truly was, what kind of sect brother and disciples did he end up with. It was the wise and experienced Nan Shizi who spoke the words that ultimately quelled the vexation both Shu Yuhi and Fan Zhong felt. Every sect and clan will have their own troubles. We're only here to listen to the internal issues of the unrestricted sect, and we mustn't spread them beyond. Nan Shizi stroked his beard, meaning that the matters that the three raised did not concern them, so they would just go along with their demands. Shu Yuhi nodded at his master, "Understood. As long as you are willing to join us, the dark spiritualists will hunt down Fukin, and even if he is at the ends of the universe, he shall die. Furthermore, we'll return to you the all-important legacy seal of the unrestricted, safe and sound." He Wuji shook his head, "That's not enough. I want everyone who has come into contact with Fukin all these years to die as well." Shu Yuhi nodded, "Okay, Ulan will die, and that little friend he has recently made that goes by the name of Xia Fei will die, too." He Wuji shook his head, "Not just Ulan. All the spiritualists of botany where Ulan resided can't live, either. As for that person called Xia Fei, I know that a portion of his clan is located in the core region of Guard 83, and another portion in the fringe region. They must all die, too. Is there a need to be so extreme?" Shu Yuhi asked, curious. Ling Xing, Basalt and He Wuji nodded in unison. Fukin might have left behind things that would be detrimental to us, and we cannot take that risk. That is why Ulan, Xia Fei and anyone related to him and their clans or sects must die. Screw them. The moment Xia Fei heard this from the cloister, his two eyes went bloodshot. Chapter 1212, Founder Tier Body Technique, Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley. Ulan, Xia Fei, and anyone related to him and their clans or sects must die. Hearing that sentence, Xia Fei's eyes immediately shone blood red, and his killing intent exploded. Everyone had their bottom line, and people targeting Xia Fei or the people around him was definitely something that went well past his bottom line. Xia Fei felt a rush of relief now that he was infuriated. With a cold snort, Xia Fei did not say anything. Radix knew very well that this was by no means a good sign. The calmer Xia Fei appeared, the more it meant there was no salvaging the situation. His mind was already made up. Though these men were Fukin's sect brother and disciples, and they were also unrestricted spiritualists like Xia Fei, that was no longer a problem. Xia Fei had already determined that this was a matter that would not be resolved without the death of the other. Even if Fukin were to suddenly come back and stop him, Xia Fei would still deal the killing blow. Inside the room, Xu Yuhe and Fan Zhong were staring at Nan Shizi. They felt that Ling Xing and the others were making a somewhat unreasonable demand, and so they sought their master's opinion. They saw Nan Shizi nod his head slightly, so Xu Yuhe replied with knitted eyebrows, "Okay, we'll agree to your condition. However, we need to postpone this matter. We'll require at least 3 months' time in order to organize things on our side." What he meant by organize was none other than demarcating the lines between who was friend or foe. Once the factionalization was complete, those who were aligned against the dark spiritualists would then face a merciless massacre, to the full extent of their might. Ling Xing nodded, and handed a letter to Xu Yuhe. "This here is the distribution of power pertaining to Fukin, as well as a list of important names. We have time, so we can wait." Xu Yuhe was annoyed. "Humph. You've even got a name list, so why haven't your people acted?" He Wuji replied, "It's not good for there to be internal conflicts. There are some things that are inconvenient for us to do, or to put it in another way, if both parties present today did not need help from one another, there would have been no way for us to collaborate so successfully." Nan Shizi abruptly rose, laughing raucously. "I'm afraid it's not just Fukin's people on that list, but also others that you wish us to eliminate. But I happen to like the deviousness you three possess." With that said, Nan Shizi strode off without sparing another look at them. Ling Xing and the others followed after him, sending Nan Shizi and the others off now that their deal was done. Xia Fei could not contain himself from lighting up a cigarette and taking a few puffs, his face practically filled with killing intent. "In 3 months' time, the dark spiritualists will make their move. What should we do?" Radix was worried. They had mentioned Guard 83, which was of course referring to the Aurora clan, and Radix was infuriated. Xia Fei shook his head. "That moment just now, I wanted to kill those 3 men really badly, but I don't feel that way anymore." "Then what are you planning to do?" Radix asked urgently. "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I would like to find out just who is even more vicious." Xia Fei rumbled. He wanted to leave, yet the 2 custodian slaves of the unrestricted pavilion were still staring at him, and were blocking the way. Xia Fei realized that they had left a path open in the opposite direction. Could they want me to go somewhere? Somewhere all the other sect masters would head to. With that thought in mind, Xia Fei headed in the direction that the custodian slaves had directed him toward. Neither of the moving corpses spoke, simply following behind Xia Fei. After making several turns, Xia Fei had no idea where they were as they ended up in front of a door. The 2 custodian slaves proceeded to take up positions on the left and right sides, a vacant expression on their faces. Xia Fei pushed open the door, and saw there were piles of dust-covered books inside. Xia Fei randomly picked one up to browse. Flipping through the pages, Xia Fei's face gradually turned solemn. "I would never have imagined. I originally believed that Fukin had only taught me some normal spiritualist art this whole time. I would never have imagined that he had been teaching me the most powerful arts of the unrestricted sect." Xia Fei gasped after he set the book aside. Radix nodded, "But of course. Just take the technique you learned to forge soul eyes. It is definitely a secret art from the unrestricted sect that they would not impart easily to just anyone. No wonder you were able to forge the most powerful burning eyes. It was because the things you've been learning were never normal from the start." Xia Fei was silent. He took out the burning eyes from his spatial ring and examined it. It was a completely red eyeball, like a burning cloud. It also seemed to be a transparent ruby, sparkling enticingly. Xia Fei had actually learned more than half of the secret manuals here. It just went to show how attentively Fukin had been teaching Xia Fei while they were journeying together. He quietly stored all the manuals into his spatial ring, prodding Radix to ask curiously, "What are you doing? Isn't it written plainly on the wall here that you are not allowed to take these tomes out from the unrestricted pavilion?" Xia Fei scoffed, "So what? As long as I set my eyes on it, it belongs to me." In no time at all, Xia Fei cleared out the entire library. He was now holding onto a manual called Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley, reading it avidly and letting out a low whistle. "What is that?" Radix asked, curious. "This here is the only book in the entire unrestricted pavilion that has nothing to do with spirituality. It seemed to be a book about how to forge one's body. I reckon the two outside have learned this and ultimately lost their souls. Their bodies are fine, which is why they are the soulless corpses you see them as now." Xia Fei flipped through and read the manual so quickly that it took him just several minutes before he finished it cover to cover. When he was done, he marveled as he exclaimed, "Sure enough, this is what is called a secret manual. This book basically deciphered the composition of sapient life, and aside from the seventh brain region, everything is under control. This thing is very important. I must take it back and study it thoroughly. What grade is that manual?" Radix had to ask. According to the book itself, this body cultivation technique is the cloud beyond the summit, Xia Fei said matter-of-factly. The cloud beyond the summit. The highest grade attainable by body cultivation is Law God. So this is a cultivation technique that is even higher than Law God tier. That's far too ridiculous. Everyone knows that Law God is the apex point of body cultivation, so how could there be another tier above that? Radix was extremely shocked. In some sense, body cultivation and spirit cultivation ran parallel with each other. After they perfected their physical form, cultivators would begin to strengthen their soul power. This Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley claimed that it was a cultivation technique that is even greater than Law God. How rare! Xia Fei chuckled, "You clearly don't understand the meaning of cloud beyond the summit. Let me give you an example. Body cultivation is akin to a person coming of age into adulthood, and their body has been strengthened and is capable of standing their own. But you failed to consider one aspect: men can jump, as well. Using the explosive strength of the body to make a forceful leap. In that instant, would you not transcend beyond the heights that a body could achieve?" Radix saw sense in his words. Xia Fei was right, humans were not rocks, and after they were done developing their physical frames, they could still jump. Though it would be for a short period of time, they had the ability to shoot well past the height they had originally possessed. "So do you mean to say that Law God is not the limit of body cultivation?" Radix was excited. "Definitely not. Take this Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley, for example. Using it means you can instantly reach the maximum limit." Xia Fei was also excited now. It was not due to the book itself, but because it presented a completely new line of thinking. A single person's body could be strengthened through training. A person who was 1.7 m tall, able to jump 2 m, could very well reach 2.1 m or 2.3 m higher in their jump if they trained for several years. Maybe even more. It was such an explosive increase in might that the Law God tier could not compare. After taking a breath, Xia Fei proceeded to store the book into his spatial ring, his eyes sparkling. "I know the grade of this manual, it's a founder tier body technique." "A founder tier body technique?" Radix nearly shouted that aloud in all his excitement. His face promptly turned red as he asked, "I've thought of a problem. You're a speedster, so if you cultivate this Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley..." Xia Fei placed his two hands behind his back and affirmed, "I'll reach near light speed." Leaving through the door, he saw the two custodian slaves were still blankly staring into space. Xia Fei had no idea why, but he suddenly sympathized with their plight. What is a person without a soul like? Are you two suffering? Cough. Radix nearly sputtered audibly when he saw Xia Fei begin to feel closer to these two walking corpses. The custodian slaves did not seem to understand what Xia Fei was saying, and merely lowered their heads wordlessly. Their long hair covered their faces, and Xia Fei could not make out just what expressions they were making, if they were making any at all to begin with. A man lives his life as do the plants that last a season, death is what awaits us all. Look at me, after activating this miraculous unrestricted spirit soul mark, I don't even have eternal life. But actually, you all have it a lot worse than us. From the beginning I felt that my fate was terrible, having to worry about being backstabbed at all times or potentially dying. But as time went by, I began to see that these so-called immortals aren't anything at all, and they are still unable to experience rebirth once they meet the business end of my fiendish blade nirvana. There are none as happy as me. Do you two still remember Fukin? He was your ex-sect master. He's a good soul, but his heart is too soft. He even ended up rearing a house of white-eyed wolves without even realizing it. When speaking of Xia Fei's good points, perseverance was definitely one of them. But this sort of perseverance regardless of the situation was unbearable to Radix. Xia Fei was actually happy to chat to these two corpses. What kind of madness was this? Xia Fei was quite talented as an actor, looking approachable with his harmless smile, adopting a soft voice when telling a story. It was extremely beguiling, and a good part of how Avril was charmed by him was due to Xia Fei's ability to tell stories. Unfortunately, these two corpses felt nothing. They simply stood there like wooden blocks, but Xia Fei persevered nonetheless, pestering them too without letting up in the least. Radix slowly saw the exit appear in front of them, as if Xia Fei was experimenting with his hypothesis, or perhaps it was just something he suddenly thought of after reading Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley. Xia Fei's brain worked so quickly that Radix had a hard time keeping up with his thoughts. As the minutes and seconds passed, it looked like it was about to become daylight, and Radix got somewhat flustered. He urged Xia Fei several times, yet he persisted in acting how he pleased. You know what, I have a friend, called Oro. That person was originally a huge golden-haired lion from the Lionheart clan, but after a slap with my law of primal chaos that day, guess what? He turned into a human being. Heavens, can you even imagine? A huge golden lion that stood several meters tall has now turned into this delicate-looking sculler. Every day, he is still rampaging about, throwing his now small body around. I always want to laugh to myself every time I see him, but I can't. That's because I was the one who changed him into a human. If I were to laugh at him, he might very well fight with me to the death. Xia Fei stood there reminiscing. It was at that point when Radix suddenly spoke in a creeped-out voice, Xia Fei, look. These two corpses. They are smiling. Chapter 1213, Z Sir Knight turns into a spiritualist. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Xia Fei, look. These two corpses. They are smiling. Radix's voice was filled with horror that would make people's skin crawl. After shouting that out, Radix actually hid back into nirvana. Poor Radix had been a high-level soul practitioner in the past, and what he did completely lacked the demeanor that a great soul hunter should demonstrate. Xia Fei was also shocked, but he was not horrified by this development. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. Upon closer inspection, Xia Fei saw that the jaws of the corpses were hung at a nearly imperceptible angle, and their eyes appeared to be slightly less hard. It did look like the two were smiling. Even faith could move mountains. Xia Fei had talked about Fukin and the experiences he had encountered, but had hardly gotten a reaction from these two. But apparently these two enjoyed jokes. Upon talking about the most embarrassing occurrence that had happened to the old demon Oro, these two corpses actually understood what he had said. Take care, two of you. Xia Fei is taking his leave now. In the future when I have the chance, I'll be sure to pay you two a visit. I know you two possess the most invincible bodies, but it is seriously far too cold up here on Spirit Mountain, so I'll be sure to return with a few more sets of clothing. Radix was grinning after he heard this. Honestly, Radix thought that he was rather bold, but he realized that he was incomparable to Xia Fei. Treating a living corpse as a friend? How ridiculous was that? Radix had seen plenty of inexplicable things after becoming a soul, and he had not been afraid before. But Radix found these two corpses to be unacceptable, because they lacked souls. Seeing their hollow expressions like hell's abyss, he could feel his own spirit escaping from inside him. Only God knew what thoughts were running through Xia Fei's mind, forever thinking about these things that people could not make sense of, even wanting to become friends with something like an undying corpse. Turning to leave, the two corpses yet followed Xia Fei at their even pace until the door was shut. Neither smiled nor spoke again. Dawn was breaking soon, and there was heavy snow on the mountain peak. There was also a complex look in Xia Fei's eyes. Though tonight has been a dangerous excursion, we've at least managed to ascertain two things, Xia Fei said calmly. What two things? Radix asked on cue. Read more on newn0vel. Org. First, there are some more people who do not need to continue to keep their lives. Second, custodian slaves are actually living beings, and have only lost their souls. Their circumstances are very similar to yours. You lost your physical form, while they have conversely lost their souls. So there's no need for you to treat them like monsters, because in their view, you're a crippled monster just like them, Xia Fei continued. Radix was momentarily stunned, and an inexplicable emotion overcame him. So what you're saying is you do not mind those crippled custodian slaves? Radix asked him. Xia Fei shook his head. Not only do I not mind their existence, I even admire them. Because they are crippled, the souls these custodian slaves have are even purer than humans. This was like how a school will have both good and bad students. It is great if they can study well, but having bad results isn't everything. As long as they are living entities, then they should be treated fairly. Comparing Fukin's elder sect brother and his disciples to the two living corpses, the latter are not lacking at all. In fact, it is the former that deserves to die. Xia Fei's two eyes revealed a murderous glint the moment he said this, his killing intent radiating threateningly. Radix suddenly recalled the mech race, and how those robots had no souls, but Xia Fei had similarly treated them as fellow compatriots, even winning their utmost respect and admiration. Radix was shocked. He suddenly understood why Xia Fei had mastered the Beast Spirit Codex so quickly. It was precisely because he had always believed that all life is equal. He treated the exotic beast Furball like his own brother, the same as the immortal soul Radix, the plant Peacock Blue, and even the frightening corpses. Xia Fei respected them all. A human, a beast, a spirit, a bug, the fiendish blade, and then there was the fiend armor. It was the inheritance of the fiends, and as a 100% human, he yet possessed the most monstrous line-up. They were all so different. No one other than Xia Fei could do it. You're finally back! Ulan exclaimed after Xia Fei opened the door, hurrying over to greet him. Furball harumphed coldly, facing the wall as he intentionally made a show of ignoring Xia Fei. This creature looked rather adorable even when it was being petty, and Xia Fei could not help but laugh at the show. Ulan glanced and said, "It's about time for the team to gather again. Are you not heading up the mountain again?" Xia Fei smiled, and his pupils were tinged red as he replied, "I've already met with Suzu Treasure before coming here. She'll deal with that accordingly, and I won't be heading up the mountain during the day from today on, because there's no such need anymore." Ulan was stunned. He discerned that the tone Xia Fei was using sounded off, and he hurriedly asked, "Xia Fei, did you see something up there?" "Nothing much. I've only discovered some things that need not exist in this world," Xia Fei replied simply. He was not about to tell Ulan about how the unrestricted plan to wipe out the spiritualists of botany. Ulan and Fukin were equally sentimental sorts, and were both old men that could not cast aside their worries. If he were to learn that there was to be a severe crisis coming upon his people, he might not get a good night's sleep afterwards. "Oh right. I have asked Suzu to arrange for a residence for us in the city, and we'll be moving in today," Xia Fei went on nonchalantly. Ulan frowned, "What? We're staying?" "That's right." "How long?" "About half a month, give or take," Xia Fei said after a brief thought. Ulan was silent, but he silently did the math with his fingers. Was it not the anniversary of the unrestricted sect's founding ancestor in half a month's time? The Heavenly Might Spiritualist School. Only below the Spiritualist Association, this was the second largest place where spiritualists were being nurtured. The Unrestricteds and the Purple Jade were spiritualist sects that could also raise spiritualists, but the relationships they used were as master and disciple. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School and the Spiritualist Association were educational institutes, so no matter their background, anyone could become a student of the two major organizations as long as they had the potential. It was completely different from the two lofty spiritualist sects, where ordinary folks were never accepted. Chu Yang went into seclusion the moment he returned. There was no way to stop the rumors flying in the school when it happened, but it seemed like Chu Xingbang was very determined in his decision to do this, not showing his face for many days even after Chu Yang was secluded, relying on his underlings to send over his 3 meals each day. Everyone knew how fond Chu Xingbang was of his son, and everyone could not help but speculate if Chu Yang had gotten himself into some major trouble. This day, the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School welcomed 3 special guests. They were the Venus of the Eternal Night's old donkey, Cloud Knight, and her 2 precious grandchildren, Zisur Knight and Anzu Knight. Chu Xingbang personally came to receive them, showing enough face to Cloud Knight. He was different from the patriarchs of other major clans, having a stubborn attitude and doing things with a carefree spirit. But he was a very forthright person and willing to go out on a limb for his friends. Chu Xingbang liked this about him, and so he was treating Cloud Knight with extra courtesy. In the guest hall, tea and snacks were served, with Chu Xingbang breaking formality by having them sit around a round table. There was no position of importance when seated at a round table, so such an arrangement made it clear how much he was keen on establishing a bosom relationship with them. I heard that your son was sent into seclusion. Cloud Knight asked openly. This was how he acted, and he would gladly broach a subject, even if it concerned the other's private affairs. Yes. He showed incompetence, so some disciplining was in order, Chu Xingbang replied with a chuckle. You can't have too strict demands on your children. Look at these two from my clan. They follow me so closely every day. I've never said I would discipline them, and all I ask is for us to be wholehearted with each other. We were also willful children in the past, and children ought to be a little carefree, and we have to let them be wild, Cloud Knight reproached him. Chu Xingbang disagreed with how Cloud Knight did things, but he had no choice. He was a famed stubborn mule of the Alpha universe, known for his straightforwardness, and he would never give anyone any leeway. Chu Xingbang could only pretend to not hear what he had advised. Two of you, go find Chu Yang and play. I have some words to be had with Principal Chu here, Cloud Knight motioned. Chu Xingbang was startled. He originally wanted to oppose this order, but considered the temper of the old donkey of Venus of the Eternal Night, and decided to endure it once more. Xia and Anzu Knight were unhappy to comply. This was especially true for Anzu, who had always been at odds with Chu Yang, and they had nothing in common with one another. But no one ever went against the will of Cloud Knight, and not showing face to their grandfather while outside would most likely mean punishment when they got back. As such, someone led the two to see Chu Yang. After they both left, Cloud Knight offered a respectful salute to Chu Xingbang, my deepest gratitude to you. Had it not have been for your advice this time, my two grandchildren would not have gone to the collapsed expanse of the Founders, and would not have achieved what they have today. My trip out here today is specifically to have them express their thanks. This here is just a token of my appreciation, and I beseech Principal Chu to accept it. With that said, Cloud Knight pushed a box across the table. There was no way of knowing just what was inside, but given how generous he was, the gift he would give would definitely be something of significance. Chu Xingbang felt bad deep down. He had originally let the Knight siblings go so that they would be cannon fodder for Chu Yang, and it was definitely not out of the kindness of his heart. Now that it was Chu Yang who had returned from the collapsed expanse of the Founders with nothing to show for it, and it was instead the siblings who had benefited from the trip, there was really no need to mention how awkward he was feeling right now. He customarily rejected the offer at first, before finally accepting it and asking, seeing our children make a good showing naturally gladdens us elders. Being given a gift on top of that is entirely unexpected. But may I ask what the boon that Xia and Anzu receive from the collapsed expanse of the Founders? Cloud Knight acted all mysterious as he said in a low voice, I don't mind sharing this with you. Anzu didn't really get anything out of the trip, and has merely increased by one level, but Xia could very well have attained enlightenment to spirituality. She's now a spiritualist. Chu Xingbang was shocked. That's right. While it isn't good to spread the word now, since she's still just a novice, Xia's soul mark is slowly changing. I'm afraid that she'd get anxious, so I haven't told her. Who knows, it might not be long before a spiritualist joins the ranks of the Venus of the Eternal Night. Cloud Knight beamed. Spiritualists were respected and few in number. They were considered rare, even among a major clan like the Venus of the Eternal Night. Though the unrestricted sect and their spirit mountain were renowned across the universe, there were actually no more 20 to 30 of them who were really spiritualists, and among them, most were just low-level spiritualists without much potential. Even inside somewhere as large as Heavenly Might, the number of spiritualists was only in the several hundreds, with only about 30 who were considered decent. That was evidence enough to show just how rare spiritualists were in this day and age, and this was especially true for high-level spiritualists, who were even rarer than phoenix feathers. Though the brat Xia Knight looked weak, she actually had quite a lot of potential, easily attaining 4 soul marks despite her young age. If she were to evolve into a spiritualist, that would mean she would instantly become an intermediate spiritualist. Anyone would be envious if that were to happen. Chu Xingbang had plenty of thoughts running through his head. His original plan had been none other than helping Chu Yang become a spiritualist, then aiding his son in becoming like him, a dragoon. But now, it was Xia Fei who had the title of dragoon, while Xia was turning into a spiritualist. The Chu clan hardly had a part in any of this. Crack! Just thinking of this caused Chu Xingbang's blood to boil, and the teacup in his hand shattered. Chapter 1214, The Fury of Three Major Clans. Portentous clouds, heavy and dark, came bearing from the distance, as waves several dozen meters high crashed upon the shore with the great force of nature. Fukin was naked, seated cross-legged on the rocks by the seashore. A determined look was on his face, but there was also hesitation mixed in as he let these waves batter upon him. "Is this really the only way for me to recover my powers?" Fukin asked. "Yes. Unrestricteds like me don't have eternal life. What if I die as a result?" Fukin asked again. "You people do not have immortal life because the heavens are fair. It's all because the unrestricteds are the orthodox spiritualists, and are more powerful than any other sect. Besides, what you're afraid of isn't death, but what happens after your death. To which I can very clearly state, even if you pass, everything will go as normal," that ancient voice answered. It was very strange. That person had been speaking with Fukin the entire time, yet he or she had never revealed themselves, and Fukin did not seem to care if they showed themselves or not. Fukin furrowed his brow. "So you mean to say, even if I die, you'll still want to see Xia Fei use his fiendish blade and challenge the 10 famed swords?" "That's right. The Alpha universe is currently in a dry spell when it comes to soul weapons, and warriors feel incredible just randomly getting their hands on one. Meanwhile, it is different over in Annihilation. There are countless soul weapons out there, and warriors value the quality of their weapons much more, not quantity. I am not sure how Xia Fei managed to get his hands on a fiendish blade like Nirvana, but I am interested to find out just what might happen when this sword created off the beaten path goes up against the orthodox soul weapons 10 famed swords." Fukin smiled. "I'm afraid you're not just hoping to catch a glimpse of Nirvana going up against the orthodox soul swords, but also in seeing how a devil of a human like Xia Fei contends with the grand orthodoxy, right?" "That's right. I am indeed looking forward to it. Ever since the fiends were gone, this world has become extremely boring. Too many warriors behave themselves and staunchly follow the rules. I would of course be interested when the occasional outlier appears." Fukin nodded. "Master once said that you were the disciple of Chu Jingfeng, and Grandmaster Chu Jingfeng was the one who compiled the soul weapon rankings. That is why you are interested in Xia Fei and his divergent soul weapon. I can understand that. But what I can't make sense of is that you're a soul weapon appraisal master. The best collector of soul weapons in the Alpha universe, Tongjin Liang, once knelt down for 49 days straight, just to see you once. That just goes to show the position you hold in your profession, and with your formidable vision, you ought to know that Xia Fei's Nirvana might not list anywhere near Grandmaster Chu Jingfeng's 1000 soul ranking, not to mention challenging the 10 famed swords. There's no way he could challenge the godlike soul weapons like Snowless Billow or Purple Precipice, etc., Fukin went on, perplexed. That old voice seemed to be mildly surprised. "Your master even told you about the 1000 soul ranking, Snowless Billow, and Purple Precipice? Looks like he treated you very well." There was a pause before the voice continued. "First, your information is outdated. Snowless Billow and Purple Precipice are no longer ranked among the top 10 famed swords." Fukin was startled as he exclaimed, "What? My master gave me a simple rundown of the unique attributes that those two peerless soul weapons had back when, and I have not been able to sleep easily since. That's just how astounding they were to me. And you're now telling me that these two powerful soul weapons are no longer considered part of the 10 famed swords? Isn't that just a tad bit too excessive?" "Excessive, you say? Why don't you think about it? How many years has it been since your master died? And what your master learned about those two peerless soul weapons is second-hand knowledge from his master, so how many years has it been from then until now? You're truly a frog in the well. Had you made a good showing for yourself and managed to transcend to become an annihilator, you could make the trip up yourself and understand. While the Alpha universe has not made any progress these past few years, that does not mean Annihilator has not." Fukin's face went pale, then pink. As someone who had once shown the greatest promise to promote into the Annihilator tier, Fukin had stagnated for many years, and his disciples had even chased him out from his sect. Perhaps there would never be an even more useless sect master out there in the history of existence than himself. Second, the reason why I have my eye on Xia Fei and his fiendish blade Nirvana is precisely because of my master. The old man had already catalogued Nirvana into his short list, and while it is now just a potential candidate and has yet to officially enter the 1000 soul ranking, it isn't that far off from being one of the most powerful 1000. But this is the Alpha universe. Being able to see a soul weapon that is shortlisted to enter the 1000 soul ranking is enough to pique my interest and surprise me. Hearing this, Fukin's mouth hung agape, as he was rooted to the spot. Splash! A wave came crashing down on him, and the bitter sea water entered his mouth, yet he did not even notice. Xia Fei had been beside Fukin for longer than just a day or two, yet he had not the slightest idea that Xia Fei actually carried a powerful weapon that could well be a candidate for the 1,000 soul ranking. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But very soon, that voice said something else that only furthered Fukin's astonishment. Third, Nirvana is not the only soul weapon Xia Fei owns that has been shortlisted for the 1,000 soul ranking. He has quite the eye, picking out 3 primary Annihilator-grade soul weapons when he made Evil Shadow Dragoon, Fiend Scar, Fiend Lock, and Fiend Tear. Due to the betrayal of the fiends, no matter how powerful their soul weapons were, my master would never put them into his rankings, or someone would surely express their displeasure to him. Fukin closed his mouth with a snap, completely shocked as he asked, "So what you mean to tell me is that all 3 are qualified to enter the 1,000 soul ranking? Not only are they candidates, one of them has even entered the 1,000. Fukin sprang up and exclaimed, "Which one was it?" He knew that Xia Fei had always advocated the notion that a warrior should go into any fight armed to the teeth, using everything in their arsenal. But Fukin had never once imagined that among the many soul weapons Xia Fei had hidden in his spatial ring, there were even some that could directly enter the 1,000 soul ranking. This would be a top 1,000 soul weapon in the Annihilator universe. The old voice chuckled with glee and teased him, "You wish to know which one? Well, I'm not going to tell you." Heavenly Might Spiritualist School. Anzu Knight bit the bullet and entered the backyard where Chu Yang was being held in seclusion. While it was called seclusion, this backyard was well over 17 acres. The place was bursting with vibrant flora and fauna, with water fountains galore. There was nothing lacking, and anyone here would be able to live a life far better than any commoner. Following along the flagstone bridge into the pavilion at the heart of the lake, he spotted Chu Yang lying on a stone bench with his 2 hands behind his head, snoring soundly. Chu Yang had originally portrayed himself to be a playboy, humorous and merry. But this was all just an act. Right now, he was not in the mood to chat with the much younger Ye siblings, so he remarked coldly, "What are the 2 of you doing here?" Anzu coldly harumphed back, "Do you think we wish to be here? Zi sir, let's go." Chu Yang glanced over at them and got up, "Since you're already here, why leave in a rush? Come sit for a while. There are only 4 of us left out of the 6 celestial treasures, every meeting counts." The Knight siblings were young, and were even younger when it came to affairs of the mind. They had no guile to them, so a casual statement from Chu Yang was enough to strike right at their hearts. Actually, Anzu Knight was rather fond of the title of 6 celestial treasures. It was just the fact that he was ranked last that made him feel rather aggrieved inside. "What do you mean 4? It's just the 3 now," Anzu sighed. But the moment he said that, Zi Sir pinched her elder brother hard for his slip of tongue. Xia Fei had already said that he would kill anyone who spread word of his murder of Xiao Xiao. Zi Sir did not say anything, but she took Xia Fei's words to heart. When Anzu mentioned that there were only 3 of the 6 celestial treasures left, Zi Sir immediately freaked out. But Anzu did not understand what his sister meant by that and actually asked, "What did you pinch me for? Was I wrong?" Feng Jianting, Shui Shengsheng, and Ziyak Xiao. These 3 were all killed by Xia Fei, leaving just me, Chu Yang, and Ji Tianjing. That's just 3 of us that remain. Zing! The expression on Zi Sir's face changed drastically. She felt a searing pain in her chest. Anzu's mouth was truly causing the death of him. To actually expressly mention that it was Xia Fei that had killed Xiao Xiao. An insidious glint flashed in Chu Yang's eye as he barked loudly, "Anzu Knight, did you just say that Xiao Xiao is dead?" Anzu was startled. Cold sweat began beating down his forehead as he hurriedly corrected himself, "No, I mean to say that he's gone missing." "No. I clearly heard you say that Shui Shengsheng, Feng Jianting, and Xiao Xiao have all been killed by Xia Fei's hands. Don't you dare deny it." With Chu Yang demanding answers, how could Anzu Knight be a match for him? The look of fear and his cold sweat had already betrayed him. "It's time we leave, elder brother," Zi Sir interjected, pulling Anzu away as they made to leave. Anzu lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with Zi Sir or Chu Yang. His heart was thumping madly in his chest. He knew what Xia Fei was capable of, and his slip of tongue today could very well have Xia Fei hunting him down. Even now, Anzu Knight could not forget how Xia Fei had slain both Feng Jianting and Shui Shengsheng, as well as how he had fought back against the dark spiritualists. His pet furball had even bitten off the nose of the holy beast Lone Gleam Eagle. That was a very impressive display of his martial prowess. In truth, Anzu was deathly afraid of Xia Fei. Xia Knight was fuming next to him. Just her glare alone was enough to kill Anzu. It was said that women were extroverted, and this was by no means an exaggeration. Though Xia Fei paid no mind to Xia, even treating her rather brusquely, Xia still could not help but think on behalf of Xia Fei's well-being. Watching the Knight siblings leave the backyard in a hurry, Chu Yang burst into a maniacal laugh. Shui Shengsheng is from Serene Jade Water, while Feng Jianting is from Fu Feng. They are both major clans. Meanwhile, the madwomen from the Xiao clan are even more fearsome, troubling men and spirits alike. 3 major clans. Xia Fei has slain the young masters from 3 major clans. So what if Xia Fei is a dragoon? Can he withstand the combined fury from 3 major clans? Chu Yang was thrilled, almost tearing up from excitement. Xia and Anzu Knight both returned with plenty on their minds. That was especially true for Anzu, who was sweating profusely, while Xia was pouting, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, and giving Anzu a glare from time to time. No matter how careless the old donkey Cloud Knight was, even he could tell that something was off with his precious grandchildren. He bade Chu Xingbang an early farewell and led the 2 back to their ship as they began their journey back home. Once he sent his men away, Cloud Knight curiously probed, "What's with the 2 of you today, appearing as if you've seen a ghost? What exactly happened?" Xia rolled her eyes at Anzu as she sniffed, "Big brother, you'll be dead meat if you delay this any further." Thud. Anzu Knight's legs went to jelly as he collapsed down onto his knees. "Grandfather, I've caused some major trouble for the Venus of Eternal Night, and Xia Fei." Chapter 1215, Gathering the Old Monsters? Cloud Knight was utterly confused, asking curiously, "Anzu, are you talking about Xia Fei? How is he involved in all of this?" Anzu Knight and Xia Knight saw that they could no longer keep things under wraps, so they told Cloud Knight everything that had happened in the collapsed expanse of Founders, a recount which left the old man amazed. "You're saying that Xia Fei is a level 3 spiritualist?" Cloud Knight demanded sternly. "No, level 4. Xia Knight somewhat proudly replied. In truth, their news was already outdated. Xia Fei was already level 5. Then the person who treated my injuries back then. Cloud Knight went on. Xia Knight replied, "Although Xia Fei said that it was his master who treated you, I saw Xia Fei perform craniotomy on Fukin in the collapsed expanse of Founders with my own eyes, treating Fukin's sealed brain region. Thus, I think it was actually Xia Fei who was the one who treated grandfather." Cloud Knight was stunned. Everyone knew who Fukin was, the previous head of the orthodox unrestricted spiritualist lineage. Although he had been driven out by his disciples and deprived of his authority, in the eyes of the soul practitioner clans, he was still a majestic figure. Xia Fei had treated Fukin? And he had done something as complicated as craniotomy? Cloud Knight found it somewhat difficult to come to grips with this idea. Even the head of the Sa Din race from the Annihilation Universe had been amazed at Xia Fei's ability to treat Fukin, let alone someone as lowly as Cloud Knight. To him, this was nothing short of a miracle. "So Xia Fei is very strong?" Cloud Knight asked. Xia Knight grew even more smug. She began to relate exaggerated descriptions of Fukin and Yulan, the 2 great spiritualists at Xia Fei's side, and she didn't forget to pile praise upon Furball, Peacock Blue, Xia Guanghai, and Oro. This girl truly had taken liking a bird together with the house it's on to an unreasonable level. Xia Fei clearly wasn't attracted to her, but Xia Knight was still extremely passionate about him, already turning him into her ideal husband. As for Xia Fei killing Shui Shengsheng, Feng Jianting, young Master Xiao, and the dark spiritualists, Xia Knight described those matters in vivid detail as well, making Cloud Knight frown. These stories sounded utterly absurd. Did it not sound like Xia Fei's way of doing things and strength was just too monstrous? Xia Fei had some relationship with the Knight clan, so Xia Fei being powerful wasn't a bad thing. Alas, given Chu Yang's frantic questioning when Anzu Knight had inadvertently let out that Xia Fei had killed Xiao Xiao, even a fool could see that Chu Yang was harboring ill intentions. This gave Cloud Knight a headache, and he quickly asked, "You're sure that Xia Fei killed the 7th young Master Xiao?" Xia Knight replied, "Xia Fei dealt Xiao Xiao a lethal blow, and though Xiao Xiao didn't die on the spot, I'm guessing that he would last 3 days at most. He should already be dead." Whoosh! Cloud Knight massaged his head. The Xiao clan had many widows, who were all crazy and unreasonable. No one wanted to provoke them, and by killing Xiao Xiao, Xia Fei had ended any hopes of negotiation with them. Once those madwomen found out, they would never let Xia Fei rest. And it was Anzu Knight who had leaked this matter. Given Xia Fei's temperament, it was one thing if he didn't lose anything, but once he suffered a loss, he wouldn't let the Knight clan go. There was also the Shui clan and the Fuifeng clan, neither of whom were to be messed with. Shui Shengsheng and Feng Jianting had been the hopes of their respective clans, and Anzu Knight and Zisir Knight had both been near their inexplicable deaths. Thus, some of the anger from these two clans would be directed at them. The Knight clan was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. You guys can go. I need to think about this, Cloud Knight sighed, waving his hand. Zisir Knight quickly said, Grandfather, you had best not try and provoke Xia Fei again, he's your savior. Moreover, if I may be forgiven for saying something unpleasant. Even if we came into conflict with the Shui, Fuifeng, and Xiao clans because of this incident, what about it? Can they really exterminate our Knight clan? The power of those three clans is all out in the open, and we know what they have, but we have no idea what's behind Xia Fei. Zisir Knight quickly closed the door after giving her warning. Cloud Knight was startled, and shivered for a moment. Zisir Knight was a little young lady who had no idea of the overarching situation and only wanted to speak up for Xia Fei. If the Knight clan got into conflict with Xia Fei, she might lose any chance of seeing him again. But her words reminded Cloud Knight that while those three clans were powerful, and Cloud Knight knew of their strength, but who was Xia Fei? What were his trump cards? Cloud Knight had no idea. After a long time, Cloud Knight made a decision. Grabbing his communication device, he called Xia Fei. On the screen was the patriarch of the Aurora clan, Wistful Hesius. The Heavenly Treasure Company was quite capable, and had needed only a few hours after receiving notice to finish refurbishing Xia Fei's courtyard, even installing the temporary media command center that Xia Fei had asked for. Xia Fei was using this system to speak with Wistful Hesius. Xia Fei, what in the world did you do? Isn't this too risky? Wistful Hesius sighed after listening to what Xia Fei had to say. Xia Fei shook his head. Only by taking on the greatest risk can one get the greatest reward. The Aurora clan is no longer the Aurora clan of my grandfather's era. Despite using all its strength, all it's managed to do is hold onto its second-tier status in the Chaos Society. Alpha is facing a period of great turmoil, and many clans will fall, but many clans might also rise up. At this time, you need to make a choice, preserve the past, or use all of the clan's strength to strive for a better tomorrow. Xia Fei's words were extremely motivating, and it was easy to tell that Wistful Hesius was quite tempted. But the clan had tens of millions of people to think about, and whether they were sent to hell or heaven all hinged on Wistful Hesius. This was a most immense responsibility. Gritting his teeth, Wistful Hesius said, It's too much. I need to discuss this with the others before making a decision. Xia Fei nodded. I completely understand. And I also know that the people you spoke of ceased to exist long ago. There is something I must say to you now, the moment you choose to go to war, I will need the strength of the entire clan. Including those old fellows who had gone off on their own. Wistful Hesius exclaimed in shock, You need to disturb that many people. I do. Xia Fei firmly said. I know that the Aurora clan has many experts who have gone into seclusion to open up spots in the clan. But when lives are at stake, no one can stand alone. I need all of the secluded experts from across the generations of the clan to come back. Wistful Hesius took a deep breath. Xia Fei had a grand plan in mind, but who was he planning to go to war with? He wanted all of the old monsters to come back? No matter what difficulties the Aurora clan had faced, it had never disturbed those secluded experts. Why had the clan kept those old monsters in seclusion? Because they were the clan's ultimate ace in the hole. They were not to be mobilized until the clan's life was on the line. Was now really the time to mobilize these old monsters? You don't need to answer me now. Discuss things with those old monsters first. But I will need your answer within 3 days. Xia Fei added coolly, in addition, I must be frank with you. Within 3 months, all of the clan's hidden monsters will return as long as they're still alive. I dare wager my head on this. And as for us, we'll just be showing our trump card a little earlier than the rest. Xia Fei ended the call and picked up a call from Xia Gukan. The Grand Ancestor seemed in high spirits, probably because of the thought of his freedom. Xia Fei shrugged and said, Venerable Sir will have to put off your retirement a little longer. Whoosh! Xia Gukan first became very dejected, scratching his head like a child whose candy had been taken away. But he quickly turned stern, asking gravely, "So, a war is starting soon?" "Yes, very soon now," Xia Fei replied gravely. Xia Guocan rolled up his sleeves and asked, "Understood. What support do you need from the clan?" Xia Fei felt inexplicably moved. They were both his relatives, but the Skywings were far different from the Auroras. Xia Fei had almost worn his mouth out trying to persuade the Auroras, but he only needed to say one sentence to the Grand Ancestor to get the entire clan on his side. They were instantly ready to head to the front. Swallowing his emotions, Xia Fei said, "Split into two groups. Group 1 should be made up of all the high cultivation warriors of the clan who can break 10 million meters per second. They should set off now to the coordinates that I will send shortly. The second team should be made up of all warriors in the clan that can break 1 million meters per second. They should set out within 3 days to serve as reinforcements. Group 1 will be led by your venerable self, while Group 2 will be led by Xiagang." "All right, I'll get that settled right now. Do you estimate high losses?" Xia Guocan asked him. "In the worst scenario, the first group will be exterminated. The second team isn't meant to fight, but used as searchers by Xiagang to seek out any survivors in that worst case and bring them back," Xia Fei said grimly. "This is a pretty good plan. I'll give the orders right now. We'll set off in 3 hours." Xia Guocan nodded and turned off the screen without another word. Bravo, Skywings! Their absolute trust in the members of their clan was simply absurd. Even though Xia Fei said that they might be all killed, the Grand Ancestor did not question him in the slightest. Xia Fei sat back and began to think. At that time, the call from Cloud Knight came in. Once he was done listening, he smiled and said, "It's fine. Whatever will come, will come. I dared to strike back then because I didn't fear vengeance. Anzu Knight is still young, so you don't need to blame him too much." Cloud Knight found these words very awkward to receive. Xia Fei was talking like someone of Cloud Knight's age, but he actually was only a few years older than Anzu Knight. "Right, the 3rd day of next month is the day of commemoration for the unrestricted sex founder. The Spiritualist Guild and several other big clans will come to offer their well wishes. Why don't you come, too?" Xia Fei said casually. Cloud Knight nodded. "The invitation came a while ago, I was already planning on going. If you're bringing it up, does that mean something is going to happen?" Smiling, Xia Fei replied smoothly, "Not at all. It's just that my intuition tells me that it will be a very exciting day." Chapter 1216, May everyone present go to your deaths. When Xia Fei finally left his room, the sun was setting. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and headed to a pavilion in the courtyard. Ulan and Furball were both there. While Xia Fei had been getting in touch with everyone he could, Ulan had been making sure that no one was eavesdropping on him. Pouring Xia Fei a cup of tea, Ulan said, "If Fukin were here, he wouldn't let you make such a crazy decision." Xia Fei blew out a smoke ring and chuckled. "This isn't just for Fukin, but for ourselves. Do you think those senior brothers of yours will come?" "They will," Ulan sternly said. "Our plant lineage, if you count me, has 5 people in total, and we don't have that many commitments. Since we're going to go extinct if this keeps up anyway, we might as well put in all our effort to make our final stand. But I have to warn you, the plant lineage has always been extremely weak in combat power, so they might not be of much help." Xia Fei gave him an eerie smile and stared at Ulan's sleeve. "Who said that the plant lineage doesn't have combat power? I saw that Bittervan Sky Entangler of yours with my own eyes. It was just as powerful as my peacock blue." Ulan quickly hid his sleeve. "You'd better not try and take it. This Bittervan Sky Entangler is the ultimate treasure of our plant lineage. Moreover, your peacock blue and my Bittervan Sky Entangler aren't even on the same level of existence. Peacock blue has intelligence and can attack on its own, while my Bittervan Sky Entangler is a pure plant. Every time I use it, I exhaust myself half to death. Moreover, Peacock Blue hasn't reached its limit and can still improve, but the Bittervan Sky Entangler has already reached its peak and has no hope of further improvement." Xia Fei chuckled and patted Ulan on the shoulder. "You're saying all this so that I don't have Peacock Blue devour your Bittervan Sky Entangler, right? Don't worry, while Peacock Blue has the ability to absorb other plants, I still haven't found what the rules behind that are. Rather than defending against Peacock Blue, you should defend against Furball. That creature eats anything, and I've seen him drooling while looking at your sleeve quite a few times now." "Right, then there's also little Goldie. He's got an appetite even worse than Furball's, and he's not a picky eater. Ulan's face went white. Xia Fei's Nirvana Fiend Blade was of the devouring type, Furball was of the energy devouring type, Peacock Blue was of the nature devouring type, and as for little Goldie, he was a freak who devoured everything. They were a pack of gluttons. Ulan was truly worried that his precious bit Irvin Sky Entangler might really be eaten up by these gluttons one day. As night fell, Xia Fei left without telling Ulan and went alone to the foot of Spirit Mountain. Opening his map, he compared it to the mountain before him. What is that? Radix asked curiously. A map of Spirit Mountain. I got it from the unrestricted pavilion. With it, I can penetrate this massive soul formation, Xia Fei softly said. Spirit Mountain was itself a formation, trying to break into it was certain death. By getting this map, Xia Fei had the means to enter and exit Spirit Mountain whenever he wanted. You're going up the mountain again? Radix asked, surprised. I must. I need to get a grasp of every path in case I need to make an attack on this mountain. I don't want to put my own brothers in danger. Xia Fei replied. Radix didn't try to argue. Xia Fei would inevitably have to battle Fukin's disciples and grand disciples. When that time came, the Skywing Wolves would be Xia Fei's trump card, and they would need to ascend Spirit Mountain. Thus, Xia Fei mapping out all the paths in advance would be highly beneficial. Whoosh! Xia Fei put away the map and disappeared silently into the mountain forest. Xia Fei's first attempt up the mountain took an entire hour. By following the map he had a rather safe journey, but it wasn't fast enough, and Xia Fei wasn't satisfied. Upon entering unrestricted pavilion, he saw the two custodian slaves guarding the pavilion and waved his golden seal at them. He then went inside with the two zombies following him. Once the two custodian slaves had stopped, Xia Fei closed the door and said with a smile, "The two of you, please stand guard for me." "Thanks." Once the door was closed, Radix asked, "Why did you have those two zombies stand guard?" Xia Fei replied casually, "Ulan is old and needs to rest at night, and I couldn't find a better place to cultivate than this. With these two extremely powerful custodian slaves standing watch, who would be able to come in? Moreover, the most dangerous place is the safest. They would never think that I was right under their eyes. I'll be able to see everything that they do." Radix was startled by how reasonable Xia Fei's argument was. The unrestricted pavilion was not just an excellent place to keep an eye on Lingxing's group, it was also an excellent place to cultivate. Cultivating while spying at the same time, was there any better place? Xia Fei had never stopped cultivating. Whether it was on his warship or in breaks between battles, Xia Fei was always cultivating. In this age, the toughest fists had the most authority. Having understood this long ago, Xia Fei worked even more diligently. Everyone saw Xia Fei's cultivation rising crazily, but few of them noticed the effort he put into it. After spending a quiet night in the pavilion, 2 hours before daybreak, Xia Fei ended his session. When he came out of the room, the two zombies were still quietly standing guard, showing no sign of activity when they saw Xia Fei. Xia Fei pulled aside their hair and carefully looked at their faces. These two zombies did not reject him, nor were they happy. Like two corpses, they had no reactions. Their complexions were like those of people who had been dead for a very long time, ashen white, and their eyes were empty and devoid of thought. From their faces, it appeared that they had been quite old when they had lost their souls, as they had many wrinkles. It appeared that they had become fixed in age after losing their souls, and had stopped aging. While their hair was long, it had actually started out quite neat. It was only messy because it hadn't been combed in a while. Their fingernails were also very neat, as if they had been clipped not too long ago. A sapient life form without a soul will stop aging. Interesting, Xia Fei thought to himself. After doing that, Xia Fei started to tell stories to the zombies, even a few jokes about some of the awkward incidents he had gotten into with his pals. Alas, for some reason, Xia Fei's jokes did not seem that effective today, and the zombies were not smiling like they had yesterday. Xia Fei was rather disappointed, but since it was getting late, he left the unrestricted pavilion and headed down the mountain. The next day, Xia Fei went up the mountain and did the same thing as the day before, cultivating and telling the zombies jokes. The third day was the same. Today is the last day I've given the Aurora clan. After today, I'll have to give up on them, Xia Fei said once he had gotten back, lighting a cigarette for himself. Radix was a guard of the Aurora clan, so he said hastily, "Give up on them? What does that mean? The Aurora clan is your family, you know." Xia Fei shook his head. Only those who fight and die together with you count as family. Since the Aurora clan doesn't trust me, I won't waste any more effort on them. But you can rest easy. I just won't spend too much energy on the Aurora clan. If something really does happen, I will still do all I can to help them. Radix nodded, appearing somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, Xia Fei's communication device sounded. It was a call from Wistful Hejus. Turning on the screen, he saw that Wistful Hejus was in some dark place. Xia Fei, activate your 4D communication. Someone wants to meet with you, Wistful Hejus said sternly. Xia Fei messed with his screen a little. 4D communication was also known as 3D conferencing. Xia Fei guessed that those secluded old monsters of the Aurora clan wanted to talk with him, so he didn't question the request. Whoosh! As if Xia Fei had been pulled into the screen, his surroundings suddenly changed into a gloomy hall. He was in the center, and around him were 10 or so people, all of them linked to this place through 4D communication. Wistful Hejus cleared his throat and said, Xia Fei, the people around you are the surname-less people of the Aurora clan. Some of these seniors have been secluded for eons. I've relayed your message to the seniors. They hope to hear from you personally why the Aurora clan should be swept into this spiritualist conflict, and why you want all of the clan's trump cards to be used for this conflict. Wistful Hejus stood to the side and awaited Xia Fei's explanation. While he was the current head, he was still just a junior compared to those old monsters. Xia Fei smiled. Bowing to the audience, he said, for the Aurora clan of today, Xia Fei requests that all grand ancestors present go to your deaths. Whoosh! Wistful Hejus paled, and cries of shock came from the audience. None had expected Xia Fei's first words to be to ask these grand ancestors to go to their deaths. For the Aurora clan of today, Xia Fei requests that all grand ancestors present go to your deaths. The entire hall was dumbstruck by these words. Wistful Hejus's face went stiff. Xia Fei, what nonsense are you saying? Shaking his head, Xia Fei firmly said, Xia Fei is not speaking any sort of nonsense. If none of you die, the Aurora will never thrive. Thus, Xia Fei boldly asks all the ancestors present to go to your deaths. Wistful Hejus was very angry that Xia Fei had once again repeated such treasonous words. He was about to say something when someone in the darkness laughed, hold on. Let Xia Fei keep speaking, and we will listen. Why do you want us old things to die? Xia Fei looked around and said, all of you remain hidden partially to remain as a hidden ace for the clan, to step forward and give the enemy an unexpected blow when the Aurora clan is in danger. Another reason for your seclusion is that you have failed to break through the mental barrier and become annihilators, and so you have become discouraged. Is Xia Fei right about this? There was some murmuring from the crowd. Xia Fei's words had struck true, and while they were words that were hard to take, they had to admit that Xia Fei was right. If they could become annihilators, who would sit around and do nothing in seclusion? Keep talking, that voice in the darkness prodded him. Xia Fei smiled. I don't know too much, but I do know that you have to pay to get results, and that a person needs a killer resolve in order to survive. In my view, it's best to take things to the extreme. Take out your sword and never look back. If you get in a quarrel, kill their entire family. All of you set down rules for the Aurora clan that required them to be kind, but this has been the Aurora clan's greatest shackle. No one can do everything. You want to protect the clan while also keeping its reputation intact. You want the clan to stand on its own while also not offending anyone, but how is that possible? This universe isn't so perfect as to allow you to hold up the heavens while not offending anyone. That is why all of you should go and die. Since you were the ones who made these dumb rules that enforced kindness upon the Aurora clan, then please go and break them. Return the killing resolve a warrior should have back to the Aurora clan. Xia Fei's sharp words were all aimed at the ancestors of the Aurora clan. Chapter 1217, Fukin eats a mythical beast. Fukin had been sitting on the seashore for a very long time now, buffeted by the waves. The old man was clearly very tired, as if he was doing something both difficult and dangerous. There was a very well-hidden cave on the steep cliff next to the sea. Only someone standing on the coast would be able to see it. A person was leaning lazily against the entrance to the cave, sunlight revealing the lower half of his body. However, his face remained in the shadows. The man was playing around with Fukin's precious bracelet, occasionally tossing it into the air or kicking it around like a hacky sack. This bracelet contained Fukin's servant soul, Wraith. Fukin treated it as his precious child, and had not even let Xia Fei look at it before. But this person didn't care how much Xia Fei valued it, treating it like a toy. Come out. Speaking in a raspy voice, the man thrust his palm at the bracelet. Wraith was forced to emerge, and went down on one knee. The man leaned back and said lazily, "You must have been overjoyed to see suffering like that, for if Fukin died, you would be free." Wraith replied in a grim voice, "Yes, I truly do desire freedom." "Boring," the man muttered, continuing unhappily, "You guys don't try to hide the evil in your heart at all, so it's no wonder you don't have long lives." If Fukin were to hear this, he definitely wouldn't be happy. Wraith thought it over and replied, "Every person has some evil, but that doesn't mean that they don't live long. I've only voiced my inner desires, and Fukin also knows that I want to kill him." The man was rendered speechless. Wraith was right. Every person had an evil side, and no one could deny that. But for Wraith to speak about evil as if it was the most natural thing was somewhat difficult to accept. Suddenly, the ocean winds intensified, carrying with them a fishy smell. Less than a minute later, dark clouds had gathered, and thunder rumbled in the sky. "It's here." The man immediately put the bracelet away and disappeared. When he next appeared, he was 30 kilometers away. What was going on? Even an unfathomable expert like this man had retreated so far away? "Fukin, if you have the ability, eat up this mythical beast and use its soul to heal your own, or else, die," the man shouted loudly as he stared at the converging black clouds. Xia Fei's eyes would have popped out of their sockets if he had been here to hear that. Everyone knew that old Fukin was excellent at cooking, and his skills hadn't come from the unrestricted sect. Xia Fei knew this because he had searched all of unrestricted pavilion and found nothing concerning cooking. But today, Fukin was going to eat a mythical beast? Putting aside whether they could be eaten or not, Xia Fei definitely would have cheered on that crazy idea. Mythical beasts could speak and had intelligence, they had souls. Fukin was going to eat this mythical beast together with its soul, and use it to heal his damaged 7th brain region? A soft claw appeared in the black clouds, somewhat like an arm of an octopus, round and thick. Whoosh! Fukin stood up, his eyes brimming with resolve. He picked up a knife from a rock, put it in his mouth, and jumped into the cold ocean. At nightfall, Xia Fei went to Spirit Mountain as usual. This time, he needed only 15 seconds to get through the soul formation, which was much faster. Xia Fei nodded, seemingly very satisfied this time. With a flick of his wrist, he used his golden seal to open the hidden door of the unrestricted pavilion. The 2 custodian slaves were waiting for Xia Fei as usual. For half a month now, Xia Fei had cultivated here every day, and when he was done, he would joke with them. Alas, no matter how Xia Fei tried, these 2 zombies did not chuckle again, nor show any other expression. Sighing, Xia Fei placed his arms around their shoulders and said with a smile, "Today is the last night. Tomorrow, I won't be able to come anymore, for the day after that, I'll be busting into Spirit Mountain through the front gate." You might be curious as to why I would break into Spirit Mountain despite having the golden seal. I still can't tell you why, but the people on this mountain have done something very bad, and I need them to pay the most excruciating price they've ever paid in their lives. Xia Fei laughed heartily, but his eyes radiated killing intent, and the fiend energy in his body burst out. A war was imminent, and Xia Fei was already starting to sharpen up. Closing the door, Xia Fei began to cultivate. Xia Fei had always been very serious when it came down to business, and he quickly entered the proper state of mind, charging again and again at the threshold. Today was foreordained to be a strange one. First, in a distant place, Fukin had made a frightening and crazy decision to eat a mythical beast. In the unrestricted pavilion, the 2 custodian slaves finally looked at one another. Yes, those 2 zombies looked at each other. It was a hair-raising sight as their eyes met, and the 2 corpses sighed, appearing very depressed. Right now, Xia Fei was lacking in anything but energy. There wasn't much time, so he used energy to charge on through. A warrior with energy was allowed to be that extravagant. More soul marks began to appear in the air, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And after that it was 6. Bang! But there seemed to be a little something lacking, and this 6th soul mark refused to appear. Xia Fei drew these soul marks into his brain region and made another charge. This method was the same as the one Xia Fei had used for cultivating the law of speed, an idea he had suddenly come up with, using brute force to create soul marks. This method didn't suit everyone, for it wasted quite a lot of energy. Each charge took several times the amount of spirit energy that would normally be consumed. In this day and age, where spirit energy was hard to get, only a wealthy man like Xia Fei could practice such a wasteful method of cultivation. It had only been half a month, but Xia Fei had used more than 4,000 units of spirit power on cultivation. 4,000 units. In terms of value, he could have bought any one of the 4 great trading houses of the Alpha universe. If he used it all on soul weapons, that was more than 4,000 basic soul weapons. Even if they were grade 5 soul weapons, that was enough for 800. According to Xia Fei's price theory, that was nothing at all. With a war imminent, he needed to do everything he could to increase his combat power. That was the only way he could survive in this perilous situation. So long as he could overcome this threshold, Xia Fei would be a rank 6 spiritualist. Add all of his various hidden trump cards and his advantage in speed, he would be able to contend against top-class spiritualists. This was far too important to Xia Fei. Even if he had to pay double the price, it would still be worth it. Xia Fei wasn't the only one having a strange day. On a warship, the Skywing Wolfpack was loudly laughing, for their ancestor had received his 5th soul mark, reaching level 5 of the soul system. The soul system and the spirit system were not the same. The spirit system surpassed the soul system by several times when it came to unleashing energy, so even a top-ranked soul system warrior might not be able to contend against a level 6 spiritualist. Of course, that was only true for the warriors of the spirit system. Many spiritualists didn't focus on combat, instead using their energy to make soul weapons. For example, Ulan, who was a spiritualist of high rank, was greatly lacking in combat power compared to Xia Fei, for Ulan wasn't focused on fighting, only on researching plants. Grand Ancestor, with 5 soul marks, who do you think would win between you and Xia Fei? Xia Lianning asked Xia Guoken curiously. Xia Guoken stroked his beard and said, Xia Fei's energy control is much stronger, but I'm faster. If we actually got to fighting, we would probably be equal, but Xia Fei has far too many things in his ring. Furball and Peacock Blue are also very formidable. Right, and he has that fiendish blade. Unless I went insane one day, I would never start a fight with Xia Fei. Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken did not put on airs at all, nor did he appear envious of Xia Fei. Not many patriarchs were capable of that. Some petty people didn't like seeing other people outdo them, even people of their own clan, so they did their utmost to suppress them. But the Skywings didn't have that problem at all. Xia Guanghai came up with a naughty smile and patted the Grand Ancestor on the shoulder. Old Undying, you've been advancing rather quickly since coming to Alpha. Why retire? You should stay on the job. What? Xia Guoken glared and immediately began to pummel Xia Guanghai. He said. You brat, trying to delay my retirement plans. I've been looking forward to this my whole life. If I really can't retire, I won't let you go. Boom. The wolves of the Skywing clan all laughed as the old quarreled with the young. The strange day continued. Fuken was eating a mythical beast, the Grand Ancestor had advanced, and Xia Fei had also advanced. Rumble. A golden explosion of light. Unrestricted soul spirit mark, open. The 6 soul marks were like 6 suns, madly revolving around Xia Fei. The 6th soul mark. Xia Fei, you've really managed to unlock your 6th soul mark before the battle. That's amazing. Radix exclaimed loudly. The 6th soul mark is the apex of an intermediate spiritualist. One more rank and you'll be an advanced spiritualist. Furball was also very excited, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to Xia Fei. Every time Xia Fei advanced, he would cause an energy explosion, and Furball was busy absorbing all of it. Standing up, Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Advancing a rank meant that Xia Fei could harness more energy, essentially double what he was capable of before. A person having a lot of energy was one thing, but being able to use all of it at once was another thing entirely. After this forced advancement, Xia Fei still had 6,000 units of spirit power left. Unless he wanted to self-destruct, which would use all 6,000 units in one go, there was no means of using all that energy in a single attack. Xia Fei rejoiced. Exiting, he prepared to say goodbye to the 2 custodian slaves. Thank you for keeping watch for me these last few days. I've reached rank 6 now, and the 2 of you played a major role in this. I won't be coming by from now on, so when the 2 of you get bored, just think of the jokes I told you. They're actually quite amusing. Xia Fei patted the 2 zombies on their shoulders. As he turned to leave, the 2 custodian slaves each extended a hand, copying Xia Fei and patting him lightly on the shoulder, as if they were wishing him well. The zombies had come alive? This bizarre day? When would it ever end? Chapter 1218, A Gift of the Zombies. Suddenly, the two custodian slaves imitated Xia Fei, each reaching out an arm to pat him lightly on the shoulder. Patting someone else's shoulder normally meant wishing that person well. Countless people had patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and praised him in this lifetime, but today, his heart leapt to his throat, for these were two soulless zombies. Xia Fei hastily looked into the eyes of the custodian slaves, and found that there was something pulsing within those once empty eyes. The cold faces had a faint tinge of vitality. What? Can the two of you not let me go? Xia Fei smiled. There's no such thing as a feast that never ends. I've always liked associating with pure people, so I don't need to waste time and energy scheming back and forth. Of course, if someone tries to scheme against me, I will return it 100 times over, but that's very tiring, you know. The two custodian slaves kept their arms on Xia Fei's shoulders for several minutes before finally putting them down. But the strange events weren't over quite yet. The two zombies set off first, going in the exact opposite direction from the way back. They even walked slowly, as if they were waiting for Xia Fei. Oh! Are they trying to take me somewhere? Xia Fei mentally gasped in surprise. The unrestricted spirit pavilion was actually quite large, and under the watch of the two custodian slaves, Xia Fei hadn't really had the chance to run around. But today, these two were taking him somewhere of their own will, which made him extremely curious. After following the zombies for quite a distance, they stopped at a room. Just like before, the two custodian slaves flanked the door. The meaning was clear, they wanted Xia Fei to go inside. Xia Fei opened the door in confusion as the two powerful custodian slaves kept watch by the door. The unrestricted pavilion did not have any internal seals, and entering any room was very easy. Of course, you had to get the approval of the two zombies first. There was nothing in the room, only a few lines of words written on the wall. These words looked like they had been carved into the wall with someone's fingers. Just by looking at them, one felt as if they were being engraved into one's heart. In all things of the universe, link to penetrate, penetrate to arrive, and arrive to laugh proudly over the complexities, Xia Fei muttered, his brow creasing. Ah, sublimate the complex into the simple. Link, penetrate, and then spirit. Once he was done reading, he spoke in excitement, his eyes glinting. Radix didn't understand what it meant, so he asked Xia Fei. Xia Fei chuckled. You're not a spiritualist, so you wouldn't understand the wonders of this text. I'm guessing that it must be the inspired words of some ancestor of the unrestricted sect. He's telling his descendants that the unrestricted sect is known as the orthodox sect because of its unique trait of linking the past and future. Radix was even more confused, asking, what does that mean, linking past and future? Xia Fei replied, it's very simple, different routes all have the same destination. You remember how, after I finished cultivating the Beast Spirit Codex, its pattern disappeared? Radix nodded. Of course. I've never heard of something so bizarre before. When has a pattern ever disappeared? Normally, when a warrior finishes body cultivation and goes into the soul system or spirit system, the pattern will remain. All that will happen is that there will be a soul mark. But your pattern disappeared. That was simply incomprehensible. And importantly, even without the pattern, you can still use the skills of the Beast Spirit Codex. That's even more unbelievable. Xia Fei erupted in laughter, saying happily, that is the unrestricted soul spirit. The pattern hasn't actually disappeared, but has fused with the soul mark. If I'm able to finish cultivating my two most difficult laws, speed and primal chaos, their law patterns will also merge into the soul mark. What's the advantage of that? Radix asked in wonder. Xia Fei replied, there are plenty of advantages. The merging with the soul mark means that the body's power has fused with the soul's power, and once the body's power enters the soul mark, it can also make the soul mark stronger and accelerate one's cultivation speed in the soul system. Radix was startled at first, and then he paled. That means that the more fields you dabble in. Before he could finish, Xia Fei replied, correct. The more fields I dabble in, the faster I can cultivate my soul mark. Because my body's cultivation will lift up my soul mark's cultivation. Radix was stunned. This unrestricted sect was practically made for a jack-of-all-trades warrior like Xia Fei. The more things one learned, the faster one's progress. The merging of the Beast Spirit Codex into the soul mark had pushed Xia Fei into getting 6 soul marks in 1 year. That was an incredible cultivation speed. If Xia Fei was able to one day finish cultivating the speed law and law of primal chaos, merging their law patterns into the soul mark, what crazy level would his cultivation speed reach? It was simply unimaginable. It had to be understood that the laws of speed and primal chaos were absurdly difficult. Few people in the universe could completely cultivate them. Once those two monstrously difficult laws had fused with his soul mark, just how fast would Xia Fei be able to cultivate? A treasure. A real treasure. All of my melancholy has been swept away. I even feel like I've comprehended the other meaning of this senior's words, Xia Fei exclaimed. There's more. Radix cried out in disbelief. A warrior didn't just need to be hardworking, but also perceptive. It was why a renowned master could produce excellent disciples. A few words of advice from them were enough for a disciple to instantly achieve enlightenment. Such things were commonplace, and those warriors who only knew how to practice for all they were worth could easily end up bashing their heads uselessly at a problem. This text was enlightening for Xia Fei. His jack-of-all-trades nature had once been his greatest disadvantage, but it now appeared to be his greatest advantage. Xia Fei shook his head. This master seems to be suggesting to me that the unrestricted soul spirit can take me somewhere else. But I can't get my head around it right now. I need to go back and slowly think it over. Xia Fei was very happy as he memorized each word in the room. Bowing deeply to the two zombies, Xia Fei said very sincerely, "This is a very valuable gift," and Xia Fei is overflowing with gratitude. If Xia Fei survives this trial, I will pay you 2 frequent visits and tell a few amusing jokes. Xia Fei had believed in the equality of all life, so he treated these two zombies as friends. These custodian slaves had never been treated like that before. The previous sect master had barely been willing to glance at them, let alone tell them jokes like Xia Fei. Alas, without souls, they could think. While these zombies were probably a little moved, they didn't know how to express themselves, and just stood there. Xia Fei strode away. After all, a tough battle was waiting for him, and he needed to overcome this trial first before thinking about anything else. Xia Fei bids farewell. Whoosh! The alloy gates closed, and Xia Fei vanished from the sight of those two custodian slaves. Bang! The gate was completely sealed, an unrestricted pavilion turned dark. HAAA! 2 lonely sighs resounded in the darkness. On the 5th day of the month, the sun was frighteningly red. Ulan sat in the courtyard and looked up at the sky uneasily, grumbling, "How bizarre! It's winter, so where did such a large sun come from? And it's only early morning, so what's it going to be like at noon?" He glanced at Xia Fei, who was seated across from him, his eyes closed in meditation. Furball was sound asleep on his lap, Xia Fei stroking him lightly, master and servant seeming to be at peace. HAAA, Ulan sighed, and continued to wait restlessly. At the same time, Spirit Mountain's gate had opened to welcome guests. Ling Xing, Basalt and He Wuji had smiles on their faces as they greeted and thanked the endless stream of guests. The ceremony would only begin at noon. The small clans and sects came first, with the true big hots only appearing later. 2 guests, one tall and short, delivered a gift before hiding behind a gate, eyeing the guests who were coming in. The taller one sighed. "It's still early morning, but there's already so many people. By noon, there will be a sea of bodies. The Unrestricted's influence is formidable this year. I thought that the Unrestricted sect would decline after Fukin left, but it seems to be as popular as ever." The short one snorted back in disdain, "What do you know? The Unrestricted sect has a legacy stretching back millions of years, and the ceremony commemorating the day their founder established their sect has taken place countless times now. But this time is very different." "How so?" the tall one asked. "Don't be stupid," the short one whispered. "Think about it. The dark spiritualists had said that they wanted to challenge the Spiritualist Association. Now is the key moment when all the big clans and sects pick a side. In the spirit system, besides the Spiritualist Association and the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School, there are also the 4 supreme sects, the Unrestricteds, Spiritualists of Purity, Purple Jade and Dark Spiritualists. The Dark Spiritualists have already gone rogue, and Purple Jade was almost annihilated by Dark Spiritualists. Thus, what's important is who the Unrestricteds, Spiritualists of Purity, and Heavenly Might choose to side with. The Heavenly Might Spiritualist School's Chu Xingbang says that he's neutral, so among these 3, it's most important to see which side the Unrestricteds and the Purists chooses. While those 2 big sects don't have many people, they carry abnormal symbolic significance. After all, under our feet is the spirit mountain that represents the orthodox spiritualist heritage. The tall one was shocked, whispering back, I get that. Our soul system relies on spiritualists to make us soul weapons, so whichever side the spirit system chooses will be the stronger side, and the soul system clans under them will go over with them. While everyone says that they're coming to commemorate the ancestor of the unrestricted spirit lineage, in reality, this is the critical moment where the other clans see which side the unrestricted spirit sect is going to pick. Now that I think about it, I've heard that the unrestricted spirit sect is privately on very good terms with the association. The short one scoffed, don't be a fool. While these spiritualists all seem like proper gentlemen, they turn their coats faster than they turn pages. Trusting their words is basically signing your death warrant. They were right. Many of the other guests had the same idea. To the clans and factions of the Alpha universe, what was important wasn't the side they chose, but which side the spiritualists chose. Look! The Venus of Eternal Night has arrived. It's that old donkey Cloud Knight himself. He came personally. The crowd was in an uproar. The Night Clan was a first-tier clan of the Alpha universe. It was very surprising for them to come so early, and with their clan head, no less. Cloud Knight was forcing a smile, and his eyes were deeply sunken, as if he hadn't gotten much sleep last night. Heavenly Might is here. Chu Xingbang. Chu Xingbang himself has come. No way. Even the twin dragons of Heavenly Might are here too. Isn't this too great of a force? The crowd erupted with shocked cries. It was still morning, but various powerful parties were already arriving. They had come early and with great force. Not only had Chu Xingbang come, but Duet and Han Pin, two peak spiritualists. Heavenly Might Spiritualist School was also known as Double Dragon Xingbang because of these three peak spiritualists. Dui Wu, Han Pin, and Chu Xingbang had arrived, pushing the mood on Spirit Mountain to a feverish high. The blazing sun in the sky gradually began to turn blindingly red. Chapter 1219, Fight his way up Spirit Mountain. It was already close to noon. At this time, even the most foolish person could sense that something was awry, that the elements were bubbling to the surface. While Spirit Mountain appeared to be completely calm on the surface, there was actually a shocking storm brewing in the background. Hei Wuji dragged Basalt and Ling Xing into the secret room and asked, "What's going on here? Why are there so many people here?" Basalt and Ling Xing were also confused. Ling Xing ventured a guess, perhaps it's because everyone is giving us face, and because it happens to concern the internal fight between spiritualists, everyone came to inquire for news. Bullshit! Hei Wuji cursed with a black face. Would they bring the strongest lineups in their clans just to inquire about news? Not to mention, just the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School alone has brought along Chu Xingbang and Heavenly Might's Double Dragons. That's a lineup with 3 peak spiritualists. Plus, both of Chu Xingbang's sons are here. When have you seen Heavenly Might mobilize such a powerful lineup? We have never had any association with Heavenly Might at all. Given how strange the situation was, even the heads of the unrestricteds were beginning to feel uneasy. There were too many experts gathered here. The peak spiritualists of Heavenly Might was actually just a small portion. None of those people were here with kind intentions, and if they really were to get unhappy, they were more than capable of leveling Spirit Mountain in minutes. Just who exactly has done this? If I find him, I will definitely end his life. Basalt, the youngest one, hissed viciously. No use saying such spiteful words now. Those people outside aren't people we can afford to offend. Besides, today is the ancestral worship day for the unrestricted sect, we must not become a laughingstock to these outsiders. Hei Wuji declared loudly. Basalt and Ling Xing nodded reluctantly. With how things stood, they really had no choice but to suck it up. These experts were no different from Buddha. Who knew how many people would be there to serve them? That was right about when a disciple from the unrestricted sect knocked on the door, and walked over with a nervous expression on his face. Masters, quick come out and see. People from the Shui clan have arrived. Shui clan. From the 19 states of Windcloud, the people of serene jade water. Ling Xing asked, startled. That's right, that serene jade water. The 3 of them let off bitter chuckles deep down. To say that the Heavenly Might Spiritualist School had no association with the unrestricted sect was at least due to the face they showed each other as spiritualists. As for serene jade water, that has been many years of no contact, and they had not even sent a notice to the Shui clan about their day of worship today. They had never been invited to participate at all. They stepped out of the room to look. Basalt, Ling Xing, and He Wuji all wrinkled their brows. They watched as Shui Guqing, Shui Yazi, and Shui Pingzi made their way over. The three heroes of the Shui clan were all present. The one leading them was none other than the Shui clan's patriarch, Shui Niao, the one others call the Seeping Water Dragon King. Not far from Spirit Mountain, a well-hidden warship was parked amid an asteroid belt. On the command deck, the number 1 dark spiritualist Nan Shizi was gazing out into the sea of stars with mild interest, almost as if he was contemplating something. Oh, the unrestricted sure are lively this time. Even that big Buddha of the Shui clan has arrived. Including those people from before, it looks like there are enough people to choke. Shu Yuhi laughed after listening to the advance scout's report. Master, do you think it could be someone on the inside trying to mess things up? A third of the whole universe's strength has been drawn to Spirit Mountain this time. Nan Shizi was momentarily taken aback, stroking his beard as he mused, the Seeping Water Dragon King has come as well? How rare! As for whether someone is secretly causing trouble, I'm almost certain that is the case. Otherwise, why would Shui Niao show up here on Spirit Mountain this time? Then there's Chu Xingbang, even if he really wanted to show up, there's no reason for him to bring Duet and Han Pin. Shu Yuhi continued, Master, aren't you in the least bit worried about someone secretly trying to undermine our efforts? Obtaining the support of the unrestricted sect is an important part of our plan. In the event that someone has managed to snatch them away, we'd be proportionately weaker without them. After all, the unrestricteds have the title of being the orthodox spiritualists. Nan Shizi shook his head. Don't be impatient. A fox will ultimately have to show his tail, let the unrestricted sect bear the brunt out front. We shall patiently wait for the enemy to make their move. Shu Yuhi nodded, Master lives up to his name to be a master of schemes and calculations, having been waiting here all this time. I shall instruct the spy we have sent in advance to keep an eye out, and eliminate the mastermind the moment he reveals himself. 11 a.m. passed. Xia Fei suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He waved toward Ulan and made his way out. Furbal also seemed to abruptly wake up. He leapt up onto Xia Fei's shoulder and blinked his eyes repeatedly, even letting out a couple of yawns. Is it time to act now? Ulan asked. Xia Fei nodded, yes. Now. The two left together, only to find the Heavenly Treasure Firm treasurer stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Xia Fei about to leave, this old man hurriedly asked with a salute, the miss has me waiting for you, to ask about what after tomorrow. The corner of Xia Fei's smile curled slightly, after today? There'll be another upheaval after today. All of you should leave. There'll be no need to establish a branch here after today. That fat treasurer was stunned. He did not understand what Xia Fei meant, but Suzu treasure had instructed him to do everything Xia Fei directed, so he hurriedly bade Xia Fei farewell and ordered his men to begin packing up to leave. Leaving the city, Xia Fei and Ulan soon arrived at the foot of Spirit Mountain. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he stared at that plaque, saying softly, the unrestricted soul spirit. It is quite an imposing name. Ulan commented, yes. Fukin had always been very proud of that. Out of all the spiritualist sects, the history of the unrestricteds is the longest, going back even further than the Spiritualist Association. This plaque has already stood here for countless years, a symbol of where the legacy of the unrestricteds lies. Xia Fei made no indication and merely shook his head, it is also where Fukin's burdens lay. A day like this has come all because he was unable to set aside his sect and his own face. Ulan did not understand why Xia Fei had said it like that. Actually, no one knew what exactly Xia Fei was after, and that included the person that was physically closest to him right now, Ulan. Xia Fei suddenly turned, telling Ulan, here they come. 3 figures appeared in front of him, their backs to Spirit Mountain, staring angrily at Xia Fei and Ulan. A young man and 2 middle-aged men had come. The young man was Feng Jianbo and Feng Jianting's elder brother, Feng Jianhai. The 2 middle-aged men were named Feng Liao and Feng Chun. Feng Jianhai had average cultivation, being merely a level 4 soul practitioner, but the 2 uncles that accompanied him were worthy to be called peak soul practitioners. The father of the 3 Feng brothers, the present patriarch of the Fu Feng clan, Feng Nanyan, had not shown up. The young Feng Jianhai pointed at Xia Fei and demanded, are you Xia Fei? Xia Fei nodded, and looked at the watch on his wrist. Feng Liao and Feng Chun were shocked. Neither could comprehend why Xia Fei had the confidence to remain so calm, appearing so nonchalant despite their presence. Feng Liao pointed at Xia Fei and growled, "Xia Fei, we've received news that you killed two of my nephews, Feng Jianbo and Feng Jianting. Was it you or not?" Unexpectedly, Xia Fei was still looking at his watch, lifting a finger with his opposite hand and saying to the three from the Fu Feng clan, "Take a seat and wait a moment. It's not time yet." "What do you mean it's not time? What are you waiting for?" Feng Chun exploded in rage. "Uncle! Ignore him! Let's kill him and avenge my two brothers!" Feng Jianhai yelled urgently. Right at that moment, the sound of the second hand on Xia Fei's watch ticked into place. All of a sudden, the aura around Xia Fei changed. His entire person surged with killing intent. With a forceful tap of his feet, he charged forward, yelling, "That's right! I am Xia Fei. I was the one who killed your clans Feng Jianting and Feng Jianbo. I will also be taking the life of Feng Jianhai right now." Squelch! The splatter of fresh red blossomed from Feng Jianhai's waist. The last of the Fu Feng clan's three brothers had been slain by Xia Fei's hands. When Xia Fei charged at the three men of the Fu Feng clan, Feng Chun and Feng Liao intentionally tried to protect Feng Jianhai. Xia Fei had realized that he would have a hard time extricating himself, so he circled around from the side. However, he actually gained the fatal chance to kill with this detour. Xia Fei had thrown out the hair like fiend lock and wounded around Feng Jianhai's waist, slicing the oldest scion of the Fu Feng clan in half. "Xiao Hai!" Feng Chun and Feng Liao let out anguished cries in unison. Watching their own nephew die right in front of their eyes was a heartbreak that nearly drove them insane. Just as their voices left their throat, the crossblade Nirvana appeared. Cleaving from the sky, it drained away every bit of life force from Feng Jianhai, not even leaving behind a corpse when it was done. "What are you still frozen there for? Kill them all!" Xia Fei bellowed at Ulan. "Got it!" Ulan grit his teeth and charged together with Xia Fei. The two of them were ultimately spiritualists, and wielded the powerful spirit energy. These men from the Fu Feng clan were of course no match for them. That was not even mentioning that Ulan had the most powerful plant, the Bit-Irvin Sky Entangler. Xia Fei had the Holy Beast Shatterstar, and the Fiend Blade Nirvana. The immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue. The legendary sword White Dragon's Screech, as well as Fiend Lock, Fiend Tear, and Fiend Scar, three top Fiend Soul weapons. If that was not enough to defeat two measly Peak Soul practitioners, then there was no need for Xia Fei to press on with this fight. The entirety of Xia Fei's arsenal was thrown at his enemies. The Feng brothers were suddenly at a loss when facing such an explosive assault of soul weapons. They had not done any prior investigation of Xia Fei's background, only hurrying over in a rush after getting the news. They had thought that the strength they had as two Peak Soul practitioners was enough to kill Xia Fei. It was a pity that they had no idea that the number of Peak Soul practitioners Xia Fei had slain in this life was already more than his two hands could count. Killing people above his level had always been a rule for Xia Fei. Squelch! Squelch! Nirvana sliced them once each, instantly ending Feng Liao and Feng Chun's lives. Xia Fei extended his hand to retrieve Nirvana as he softly said, "I forgot to tell you people, your niece and nephew-in-law, Bell Hill and Orchid Chime, as well as their father, Rock Chime, have also died by my hands." Only the first minute had passed in the battle, yet the Fu Feng clan had all been wiped out. Bang! Xia Fei lifted his hand and shot out a beam. He proceeded to smash the plaque with the words "Unrestricted Soul Spirit" into pieces. "Let's go, onward to Spirit Mountain!" Xia Fei rallied Ulan. Furball had not had his fill of fighting just now, so he followed behind Xia Fei with a snarl, but Ulan was somewhat hesitant. "Xia Fei, don't tell me this is your plan." Xia Fei did not turn around, continuing his way forward. A young unrestricted sect disciple that had been posted to welcome guests went pale from fright. He had no idea who Xia Fei was, only having witnessed him slay the guests from Fu Feng clan, and he had even ruined the plaque placed over Spirit Mountain's entrance. Calming himself down, this person spoke up, "This is Spirit Mountain, the headquarters of the unrestricted sect." Before he even finished his sentence, the sound of a sword penetrating flesh could be heard. Nirvana had appeared yet again. It cleaved the unlucky man who was standing in Xia Fei's way. Xia Fei sheathed his fiendish blade as he hissed viciously, "Unrestrict your head. You can't even tell that I'm here to wreck this place." The situation was driving Ulan crazy. He had thought the always clever Xia Fei would have concocted some scheme, but now it seemed like Xia Fei was intending to just trample over Spirit Mountain. Chapter 1220, Proof Through Slaughter. The ruckus Xia Fei had caused at the base of the mountain was immediately reported to the summit, and countless people began to hold whispered conversations. What? The Fu Feng clan's people went to find Xia Fei, and have already been exterminated at the foot of the mountain. Chu Yang blurted out in shock. Idiots! Fools! If that was how things were going to turn out, I wouldn't have told them. It seems that the mighty Fu Feng clan can't even kill a single Xia Fei. It's not that the Fu Feng clan is too weak, but that Xia Fei is too strong. A rank 8 plant lineage great spiritualist is with him. He also took action, the scout swiftly reported. The plant lineage? Ulan. Chu Yang muttered in surprise. Chu Yang was quite familiar with this name. Ulan was the most famous member of the plant lineage. Chu Yang had lived for more than 1,000 years, he had been around the place. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Chu Yang was brimming with rage, but had nowhere to vent it. He had established an agreement with Chu Xingbang this time. If he didn't kill Xia Fei this time, he would willingly be secluded for the rest of his life. Chu Xingbang hated Xia Fei to the bone for killing his cherished disciple in front of him, not showing even a shred of respect for Xingbang. Alas, they were both dragoons, so Chu Xingbang couldn't act directly. Thus, he had agreed to Chu Yang's plan to borrow the knife of another to kill him. At the same time, he would see how capable his son was. If he really was no good, Chu Xingbang would have no choice but to give up on him. Chu Yang was being treated unjustly, even more unjustly than Doi. If not for Xia Fei, he would at least have been able to become a spiritualist like Xia Knight, but alas, the plans of men could not compare to the plans of the heavens. Xia Fei had come out of nowhere like a monster and taken everything from Chu Yang. How could Chu Yang not loathe Xia Fei? To Chu Xingbang's surprise, his younger son Chu Yu suddenly spoke up. His eyes had narrowed into slits as he said, "Big brother, what are you so worried about? Look over there. The Xiao clan and Shui clan's people are about to head down." Chu Yang and Chu Xingbang glanced over where Chu Yu was looking, and saw that the pack of crazy women from the Xiao clan and that old man from the Shui clan were standing up and heading down. Chu Xingbang was astonished. His younger son possessed a focus far beyond that of Chu Yang. Chu Xingbang had 2 sons. Everyone knew Chu Yang was the little brother and Chu Yu was the older, but the truth was the exact opposite. Chu Xingbang had been hiding Chu Yang's real age this entire time. In fact, Chu Yang had been born more than 1,000 years ago, while Chu Yu was only 24 this year. Good. The Fu Feng clan was finished off at the perfect time. The Serene Jade Water clan and that pack of crazy women from the Xiao clan will definitely kill Xia Fei. Chu Yang clenched his fists as he spoke, but Chu Yu remained unmoved, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Composure. Chu Yang had lived for more than 1,000 years, so was this really all the composure he had? Chu Xingbang was suddenly filled with regret. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have pushed more for Chu Yu. Compared to Chu Yang, the much younger Chu Yu had more of the makings of a great general. A lack of a successor had always been a sore spot for Chu Xingbang. He had started off as a mediocre sword himself, and had needed the miraculous encounters within the expanse of the founders to achieve his meteoric rise. Chu Yang had inherited Chu Xingbang's mediocrity and foolishness, and only time and countless treasures had been able to make up for them. Chu Yang had needed 1,000 years to cultivate to the founder tier, a sign of how lacking his foundations were. Xia Knight and Hanzu Knight were all normal people in their teens and 20s, but their aptitude was far greater than Chu Yang's. For the sake of his dignity, Chu Xingbang had spent 1,000 years creating this fake genius, constructing an enormous plot in the hopes that Chu Yang could grow famous in a single night, but Xia Fei had shattered it all with a single punch. The thought of it left Chu Xingbang seething with killing intent, and he cursed Xia Fei's name. As the Shui clan and Xiao clan prepared to head down, Basalt hastily went up and asked, "Everyone, where are you going? The ceremony is about to begin." The Shui and Xiao clans hadn't come here for the unrestricted spirit's ancestor. They said a few polite words and made up some excuses before rushing down the mountain. Once the 2 clans were gone, Basalt, Ling Xing, and He Wuji got together. Ling Xing inquired, "Is this some sort of trouble that Xia Fei has stirred up for us? This just doesn't add up. I really can't get my head around this. Could this kid know that we want to kill him? And then there's Ulan. Did the dark spiritualists leak our plans?" At a total loss described the trio perfectly. If there was someone who had a grudge against the unrestricteds and wanted to ruin their forefathers' ceremony, no one would consider Xia Fei. He was an outsider who had only recently entered the Alpha universe, so why would he want to cause a mess at unrestricted spirit? Moreover, he had a close relationship with Fukin, and Fukin would not be happy if unrestricted spirit was ruined. He Wuji frowned. It truly is strange. Xia Fei has even killed the Fuifeng clan's people, as if there was some sort of grudge between them. And now that the Shui and Xiao clans have rushed off, I'm guessing that they're also going to cause trouble for Xia Fei. Basalt sneered, I've heard that Xia Fei is known for constantly being in trouble, it seems like the rumors are true. But this is perfect. We don't need to do anything, just let the Shui and Xiao clans kill him, solving all our problems. We won't need to worry about whether he's a madman, or just a fool. The rather unintelligent Basalt had spoken the truth. The three of them decided to just ignore Xia Fei. In any case, a nobody like him couldn't cause too much of a stir. As for the dark spiritualists, the three didn't suspect them at all. While Master Southsand was a ruthless fellow, he was also a prestigious senior whose word could be trusted. The unrestricted sex forefather ceremony began in the middle of this hubbub, but it had headed off in a direction no one could have predicted. Bad news always spread quickly, and it wasn't long before people found out that this Xia Fei fellow had come to ruin the party. The problem was, who in the world was Xia Fei? Why did he have such a grudge against unrestricteds? Grandpa. After listening to the clan scout's report, Sir Knight grabbed Cloud Knight's arm and whispered hoarsely, on the verge of tears. Cloud Knight frowned and said, Don't panic. There's something very weird going on here, so let's wait and see. Xia Fei is such a smart person, so he can't be doing this mindlessly. Do you think he called me over to take care of his corpse? Xia Fei didn't know if he needed a corpse cleaning service, but if he did need one, it definitely wouldn't be for himself. As if on purpose, Xia Fei had stopped midway up the mountain. It was like he was waiting for something. A dozen or so people quickly came down from the summit. Opposite them stood the lonely duo of Xia Fei and Yulan. Which of you is Xia Fei? A middle-aged woman wearing white gauze snarled, her face savage. This was Xiao Xiao's mother, Madame Hai. Next to her were over 10 women in the same garb, all of them from the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan was very strange. As if it was cursed, its men rarely lived long lives, to the extent that Xiao Xiao had been its sole remaining sprout. Alas, Xia Fei had killed this lone sprout, ending the Xiao clan line and turning it into the laughingstock of the entire Alpha universe. I'm here. Xia Fei replied, stepping forward. The crazy women of the Xiao clan gnashed their teeth, wanting nothing more than to eat him alive. Madame Hai turned pale as she raised a trembling arm and tried to say something. But Xia Fei didn't intend to give her a chance to speak. Cut the chatter. You want my life, right? If you've got the skill, come and get it. Xia Fei roared at them, forcing back those vicious words that Madame Hai had thought about for many days and nights. Plush! Madame Hai threw up blood in her rage. Alas, the unsympathetic Xia Fei wasn't falling for that trick. Today, he was determined to settle accounts with these people. Explain? Xia Fei didn't want to explain, nor did he plan to explain. Those who fought against him were enemies, and all his enemies had to die. The Fiend Wing erupted. Dragging the white dragon's screech behind him, Xia Fei charged ahead. Nirvana and Furball had his left and right, while Peacock Blue protected Xia Fei's front. This was truly unreasonable to the extreme. Though he was the one being sought out for vengeance, he had gone on the offensive. Ulan clenched his teeth and decided to go along with Xia Fei's tempo. Xia Fei had said that he wanted to get justice for Fukin, but it now seemed like Xia Fei just wanted to go crazy. The Skywings are here on business. Unconcerned people should stay away. Xia Fei lunged forward with incredible speed. The Xiao clan women thought to themselves, since you're not going to let us talk, then we'll fight. In any case, killing Xia Fei will vent our hatred. But they never expected that Xia Fei had laid an ambush. The Skywing wolves arrived a split second later. They had been hiding in the forest this whole time, just waiting for Xia Fei's signal. It was no wonder Xia Fei had been waiting. It turned out that he had backup. Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan led the charge, holding a staff in his hand and smashing it at the nearest white-clothed woman. The Skywing wolves were absurdly fast, and this force consisted of the swiftest among them. The worst of them could travel at almost 10 million meters per second. Bang! The woman instantly saw stars, and then Xia Guanghai came up and swung his fist. Speed was king. The crazy women of the Xiao clan were attacked from both sides by the Skywing wolves, and 5 or 6 heads were instantly sent rolling on the ground. There were 2 things the women of the Xiao clan could never have imagined. The first was that the Skywings had no appreciation for beauty at all. They even killed women, and very brutally. An important reason the Xiao clan had been able to gain an advantage against the other clans in the past was because it consisted entirely of women who were mostly widows, and no one was really willing to kill them. After all, they would be burdened by that reputation, and besides, it was awful to have a bunch of crazy women cursing you out at your front door. But the Skywings were wolves. They didn't care who their opponent was. The fiendish blade killed gods and demons alike. Even if these were crazy women, they still needed to be wiped out. The Xiao clan women discovered that the Skywings were even crazier than they were. When women went crazy, they wept, raved, and then hung themselves. But when the Skywings went crazy, they took people's lives. With a great rumble, a merciless purge commenced on the mountain. A bunch of crazy speedsters began to slaughter a bunch of crazy women. The Xiao clan women were scared silly. They had thought themselves unreasonable, but it was only when they encountered the Skywings that they realized that they were no match. All of you, stop! This voice was like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. An angry old man stood in front of the Xiao clan women. He pushed his hands forward, and what seemed like a great flood breaching a dam was unleashed. This was the head of the Serene Jade Water clan, Shui Niao. He stood at the apex of water experts, and he had been given the moniker of Water Dragon King. The immense power of the water pushed back the first wave of the Skywings. Shui Niao's complexion was ashen as he glared angrily at the Skywing wolves, Xia Fei and Yulan. As the clan head of the Serene Jade Water, even without being angry, he exuded majesty. Now that he was angry, it was like an Azura had descended. Behind him were Shui Guking, Shui Yazi and Shui Pingzi. The 3 geniuses of the Serene Jade Water. All of them were apex soul eaters. Shui Niao was just about to speak when his voice was drowned out by Xia Fei's fiendish energy and even louder voice. I came here to kill, not to hear someone's nonsense. Old thing, shut your mouth. Cha! Not letting them talk again? Frustrating. The unreasonable Xia Fei was practically frustrating Shui Niao to death. Reason. There was nothing reasonable to talk about. Xia Fei had never intended to explain himself to anyone. Screw your rights and wrongs, your friendships and grudges. When the sword came out, it would never go back. Since he had grudges with them all, he would clear them all by killing everyone. Chapter 1221, The Most Fiendish. Anyone who stands in my way dies. Xia Fei bellowed, fiendish energy erupting from his body as he glared at them. Such a savage and unreasonable sort. It was clearly Xia Fei who had drawn everyone to this part of the mountain, and now he was complaining that these people were blocking his path. In truth, Xia Fei couldn't be blamed, for he understood what was going on. Better to squash enmity, rather than keeping it alive? You could only fool children with the latter. Resentment could only be resolved in one way: you die, or I die. This wasn't Earth, but the Alpha Universe, where old monsters reigned supreme. Even a child could be some freakish monster who had lived thousands of years. These guys were tougher than diamonds and more venomous than scorpions. Being gentle to one's enemies was being cruel to oneself. Since he had created this grudge, he would beat it to death, giving his enemies no chance to return. The slightest lack of caution might result in an extra burden on not just Xia Fei, but all of the Skywings. On Avril. On Earth. Thus, Xia Fei had no other choice, nor did he need to make a choice. Since the war had begun, he would kill until there were no enemies left, until the weeds had been plucked out by the roots. Rumble. The Skywings didn't need a reason to kill. With a single order from Xia Fei, the wolf pack formation rumbled to life. The women of the Xiao clan? The geniuses of the Xiao clan? Kill them all. Shui Niao's beard trembled in rage. He had seen stubborn people before, but never anyone as stubborn as Xia Fei. With a wave of his hand, the Shui clan's people took the Xiao clan's place in fighting against the Skywings. While the Skywings had lower cultivation, they had speed in their formation. Other than the lone wolves Xia Gukin and Xia Fei, the rest were all working together. The Shui clan could tell that the Skywing wolf pack formation wouldn't fall easily, so they started to attack Xia Fei and Xia Gukin. Alas, Xia Gukin was a rare max rank speed expert, and he was truly moving like a ray of light, striking with his staff and vanishing without a trace. He was a wily old fox and very difficult to deal with. There was no need to bring up Xia Fei. With his 6 soul marks and a sea of spirit energy in reserve, he was just as strong as any member of the Shui clan, and his speed was just as shocking. He also had Furball, Peacock Blue, and the Nirvana Fiend Blade protecting him. Not even 2 or 3 people working together could get close to him. Seeing that Xia Fei and Xia Guoken couldn't be touched, the Shui clan turned their focus on Ulan. The Skywing Wolves were so vicious that the rank 8 great spiritualist Ulan ended up becoming the weak point in the eyes of the Shui clan, but there was nothing that could be done about that. Ulan was of the plant lineage and had never been good at fighting. In terms of combat experience, he couldn't even compare to the 20-some-year-old Xia Fei. Now! Attack en masse! Seize that old thing! As the 3 heroes of the Shui clan moved in unison on Ulan, Xia Fei roared. Shui Guoking, Shui Yazi, Shui Pingzi and Shui Niao were the backbone of the Shui clan's force of several dozen men. Ulan was in the very back, more than 1,000 meters from Xia Fei and the rest. The 3 geniuses had joined hands to attack, which meant that the clan head, Shui Niao, was all alone. This was a chance for the Skywing Wolves. Xia Fei's goal had been very clear from the start: capture the king to capture the lackeys. Kill Shui Niao first. Slay the Water Dragon King. The 3 heroes of the Shui clan instantly paled. Shui Niao was the soul of the clan. If something happened to him, not only would the battle be lost, the entire Shui clan would fall and never recover again. Just like Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken for the Skywings, Shui Niao was the god of the Serene Jade Water clan. Rumble! Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Just as the 3 Shui heroes were about to go to the aid of their patriarch, old Ulan suddenly exploded. In truth, Ulan really hadn't expected today to turn out like this. Where did all of Xia Fei's usual schemes go? This was nothing more than brute force. He could have never imagined that Xia Fei would fight his way up Spirit Mountain. There were piles of experts on Spirit Mountain, and Ulan couldn't imagine what things would be like once they reached the summit. But it was too late for Ulan to regret his choices. He was already tied to Xia Fei's ship, together with the entirety of the plant lineage. He had no choice but to fight. If this ship sank, the plant lineage would completely vanish from the universe. Ulan would never accept that. I'll show you the power of my plant lineage. Bit Irvin Sky Entangler. Ulan bellowed, releasing the strongest mystical armament of the plant lineage. Rumble! An enormous plant grew forth crazily, erupting out of the earth like a dragon. This giant dragon was several kilometers in length, but it suddenly exploded into countless terrifying worms that bound up the 3 heroes of the Shui clan. The 3 heroes were dragons among men, and weren't something that the average top-class spiritualist could deal with. They moved very quickly, trying to remove the terrifying things. Alas, the Bit Irvin Sky Entangler was simply massive, and it came apart into tens of thousands of individual parts. Although it couldn't kill Shui Guoking, Shui Yazi and Shui Pingzi, it did buy Xia Fei precious time. In a flash of motion, the Skywing Wolves had received Xia Fei's order and fiercely attacked. Take this! Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken led the charge, wielding that staff soul weapon without a name and swinging it around with smashing force and unstoppable momentum. That one swing created a mighty gale. Originally, the 4 experts of the Shui clan would have been able to block the attack, but now the 3 lesser Shui clan heroes were being held down by Ulan. Thus, while the Shui clan had more members than the Sky Wolves, Shui Niao was the only one who could block the blow. Flying bird form. Shui Niao was still an old monster. He feared some trick in Xia Guoken's move and did not dare to directly receive it, so he used the true inheritance of his clan, the 3 waterfowl forms. These 3 moves were the ultimate skills of the Serene Jade Water clan, and had allowed them to proudly laugh over the Alpha universe for eons. He dropped his head, and a bird made of water rushed out from behind him. While it was called the flying bird form, its true form was a hawk, a divine raptor. It was simply massive, with a wingspan a kilometer wide. Bang! Xia Guoken's staff struck the water bird, smashing it in the head before it could even take flight. Not good. There's a hidden move. Xia Guoken cried out in alarm, backing away. The moment the flying bird form was struck, countless spikes of ice shot out, instantly turning into hailstones that engulfed the area. Each hailstone was imbued with dark energy, turning them into countless flying knives. Anyone struck would be dead or heavily injured. Peacock Blue. At this dangerous juncture, Xia Fei summoned Peacock Blue from his right arm. The 9 massive leaves grew out like skyscraping trees, instantly reaching several kilometers in length. A second later, the 9 leaves spun about and blocked all the hailstones. It was a very desperate move. Peacock Blue had used its own body to block the flying bird form, destroying itself in the process. Its enormous body was turned into shards of wood matter, and it would take several hours before it recovered its combat ability. After all, Shui Niao was the Shui clan's #1 expert, the Water Dragon King. After the flying bird form was the second powerful move of the Shui clan, 100 bird form. Rumble. A large swathe of the trees on Spirit Mountain withered away. For this attack, Shui Niao was greedily absorbing the water elemental energy of Spirit Mountain. All of the ground was turned into a battlefield. The 100 birds were actually the unfathomably vast amount of water elemental energy converging on the area. Like a flock of maddened wild ducks, they flapped their wings and rushed at the Skywing Wolf Pack formation. Even more terrifying was that another bird of water was forming behind the 100 birds. Moments after the 100 bird form had been unleashed, the strongest of the 3 moves, the water bird form, was about to impact them. The clan head of the Shui clan was called Shui Niao because his final move of the 3 waterfowl forms was the strongest. No one was more skilled than him at the water bird form. Turning the earth into a cage, one's enemies into water birds. In a flash, the soil underfoot was turned into a lake. All of their enemies would fall into the water, to be killed one by one. This was the 3 waterfowl forms, the strongest combat technique of the Serene Jade Water clan. It went from one flying bird into thousands of water birds into the earth itself, becoming a lake, a hell for its enemies. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. Let alone the people on the battlefield, even those on Spirit Mountain were shaken by this move. Everyone knew that the Serene Jade Water's 3 waterfowl forms were incredibly powerful, but only by truly experiencing them did they realize how terrifying they were. This is the 3 waterfowl forms. It's incredible. So powerful. It's over. Those guys trying to break into Spirit Mountain will all die. Cries of alarm came from the crowd, and in the middle of it all, Sir Knight clutched Cloud Knight's arm grimly, on the verge of fainting. As for Cloud Knight, he had a nasty look on his face. His words had turned out to be tragically prophetic. Xia Fei had really overestimated his strength and drawn out the Water Dragon King. At this great distance, Cloud Knight couldn't save Xia Fei, even if he wanted to. It seemed like he really would have to clean up Xia Fei's corpse. No way. Shui Niao is dead, someone suddenly shouted, leaving everyone stunned. Upon looking closely, they could see that a unique cross-shaped blade had come out of nowhere and stabbed into Shui Niao's chest, dividing the #1 water expert known as the Water Dragon King in half. Plush! Without leaking even a drop of blood, the fiend blade Nirvana had killed the Dragon King. Plush! With another chop, it took off Shui Niao's head. Someone then picked up Shui Niao's head and charged up towards the summit of Spirit Mountain. With Shui Niao's death, his 3 waterfowl forms dissipated into nothing. Only now were they able to see that Xia Fei, Xia Guocan, Xia Guanghai and all the Skywing Wolves were injured. It turned out that they had never once stopped their offensive. When the 100 birds had taken flight, they truly had inflicted some damage on the Skywings, but the Skywings had pushed through the birds to keep attacking. When the water bird had formed, the wolf pack had already gotten close. What followed was very simple. Xia Fei had charged up and ended the Water Dragon King's life with one stab of his blade. The Skywings had used their actions to give all these experts a lesson. When dealing with speed experts, you had to make your moves faster than them, or else the speed warrior would take advantage of the gap between your techniques to kill you. And also, never make an enemy of reckless and speedy madmen like the Skywings, for even if you were fast enough, the Skywing Wolves would push through anyway and kill you. Sprinting hard, Xia Fei was the first to reach the top of Spirit Mountain. Pa! Xia Fei raised Shui Niao's head high and then threw it to the ground. It blasted apart, brains and blood flying everywhere. He scanned the crowd coldly, then said viciously, I didn't come here to argue. Anyone who dares to stop me will end up like that. Everyone paled. What was going on? Xia Fei was a young man in his 20s, but he was threatening old monsters of the Alpha universe. This was a little too absurd. Wails came from behind him as Xia Guocan led the Skywing Wolves in cleaning up. Around a minute later, the Xiao clan and the Serene Jade Water clan had been completely wiped out. It had been outrageously one-sided. No one could have expected the majestic Shui clan and the Water Dragon King Shui Niao to die like that. They were all dumbfounded. At this moment, Fukin's great disciple, Ling Xing, stepped forward and declared viciously, Xia Fei. Barging into Spirit Mountain is a capital crime. Come. Execute him. You seem to know me. Xia Fei smiled gently. As he spoke, he raised his arm and flashed a golden seal, loudly saying, You know me, so do you know this? The unrestricted golden seal. The treasure that identifies the sect master of the unrestricted sect, someone in the know immediately shouted, leaving everyone stunned. Xia Fei snorted. He walked to the center of Spirit Mountain's altar and yelled, I am Xia Fei. On orders from unrestricted sect master Fukin, I am taking over the unrestricted sect, starting from today. Those who disobey will be executed. Those who disrespect their teachers and insult their ancestors will also be executed. Xia Fei's face was dark as he spoke in a murderous tone, his voice booming. His eyes were streaked with blood, and everyone could tell that he was targeting Basalt, Ling Xing and He Wuji with his words. Whoosh! The crowd exploded into an uproar. The shocks they had experienced during the last few minutes had just been too great. First, the Feng, Shui, and Xiao clans had all been massacred on Spirit Mountain. And now the unrestricted sect was changing masters. This had more twists than the most dramatic of dramas. Someone bold came up to examine the golden seal in Xia Fei's hand, and the letter that Fukin had left. He nodded, indicating that the contents were real, upon which everyone froze, not knowing what to do. The unrestricted golden seal was real, as was Fukin's letter. Was the unrestricteds really going to become Xia Fei's, starting today? Ling Xing, Basalt and He Wuji exchanged glances, and then they surrounded Xia Fei and took out their soul weapons. Basalt swung around his soul weapon and shouted, You, the sect master? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You must have stolen it. Return that golden seal to me and apologize with 99 kowtows, and then I'll spare your life. Everyone broke out in a sweat for Xia Fei's sake. He was all alone, so it would be very hard for him to get out of this in one piece. At that moment, the Skywing Wolves and Ulan had finished cleaning up the rest of the enemies and began to charge up to the peak of Spirit Mountain. Ulan led the way, yelling as he walked, I am the current leader of the plant spiritualists, Ulan. Everyone should know who I am. I can serve as Xia Fei's guarantor. Fukin truly did order Xia Fei to take charge of everything concerning the unrestricted sect. Ling Xing and the others naturally knew Ulan. He Wuji said sinisterly, You call yourself the master of the plant lineage, but I think it would be better to call you a dog of the Spiritualist Association. Your guarantees don't count for anything. Humph! I just knew you would try anything to deny it. Ulan grunted back. He waved his hand, and 4 people floated out of the crowd, none other than Ulan's 4 remaining junior brothers. We are all part of the plant lineage, and the plant lineage has always been part of the Spiritualist Association, so there's nothing to say about that. We can all verify Fukin's words, one of them spoke up neutrally. The plant lineage truly did belong to Wood, for its members always spoke as if they were aloof and above the fray. Compared to them, even Fukin would be considered quite the savage character. Xia Fei couldn't help but shake his head. What about it? What can you do if I don't believe you? You think that you can bully us because you have the numbers? Ling Xing snickered cruelly. Basalt waved his hand, and a quarter of the crowd shifted behind Ling Xing's group. These people had received favors, so they naturally needed to protect their master. Basalt clenched his fists and declared, Not just Xia Fei, your plant lineage also shouldn't think about leaving Spirit Mountain alive today. There was no point in trying to maintain his dignity now. Basalt and company had decided to kill Xia Fei's group first and then seize the sect master's golden seal. You're certain you can touch a person of my Aurora clan? Came a voice out of the crowd. It seemed like wistful Hesius of the Aurora clan had arrived, his face cold as he walked up to Xia Fei's side. Oh, it's the cowardly Aurora clan. You can leave your lives here too. Basalt roared back. Goodness! After all this time, it seems like the public considers our Aurora clan as a bunch of cowards now, a shrill voice rang out, and the crowd hastily opened a path. A transcendent elder walked out, his hands held behind his back and a confident look on his face. Wistful Xia Feng. Are you old immortal Wistful Xia Feng? An elder tottered over, appearing very excited. He dropped to his knees in front of Wistful Xia Feng, saying, Old immortal, I am Tai San from Sulan Old City. You saved my life once. Oh, Tai San. Your grandfather was Tai Taiying, if I recall. Wistful Xia Feng helped up the old man as he spoke. Smiling, he said, Tai-san, you were only this tall back then, but you've gotten old. Who are you to dare address my grandfather by his name? A young man next to Tai-san stepped out and roared, not knowing of wistful Zaifeng's identity. Pa! Tai-san turned around and slapped that child. He angrily said, kneel at once. This venerable master is the 9th patriarch of the Aurora clan. Even if you were your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, he would still have to call this venerable elder grand ancestor. Whoosh! All of Spirit Mountain was stunned by these words. The 9th patriarch of the Aurora clan? There was no doubt, this was a legendary hermit. What exactly was a hermit? These were the final trump cards of a clan. What had happened with the Aurora clan that they had requested the aid of this old monster? Was the universe about to suffer a calamity? Even a hermit had appeared. Basalt, Ling Xing, and He Wuji all paled. If Xia Fei had the help of a hermit, the situation was completely different. Hermits were all old monsters who lived for eons, and their combat power could not be measured purely through rank. Alas, the shock was only getting started, not ending. Wistful Yuan, Wistful Li, and Wistful Ao all took the stage, pushing the mood to the maximum. Wistful Clotho. Look! Even the 3rd Aurora clan patriarch, Wistful Clotho, has come out. The hermits coming up were all living fossils. The 3rd patriarch? What sort of concept was that? That was an old monster who had been around at the founding of the Alpha universe. So old that you couldn't get any older. Suddenly, Xia Fei laughed heartily. Basalt. Ling Xing. Hey Wuji. You wanted to compete in strength, right? Come on. Kill them. The Aurora clan had invited no less than 20 hermits. Even the oldest one, 3rd Patriarch Clotho, had appeared. This was essentially mobilizing half the strength of the universe. With a rumble, murderous energy rocketed into the sky. He Wuji was the oldest, so he managed to maintain his composure and shout out, "Hold on! Xia Fei, you're part of unrestricted sect, and so am I. Our sect matters don't permit the interference of outsiders." The others nodded. This was an internal struggle of the unrestricted sect, so there was no reason to drag in the plant lineage, the Aurora clan, or the Sky Wings. Right, internal conflict between unrestricteds can't involve outsiders. If you want to resolve it, you have to do it internally. Those are the rules. Even those prestigious elders couldn't help but nod. Those ridiculous rules needed to be maintained. Ling Xing and company rubbed their palms. If there were no outsiders involved, then they were quite confident that they could kill Xia Fei. But they were so happy that they failed to notice Xia Fei's face getting darker and darker. Fine. Xia Fei glared. He snarled, "I'll be honest. If I want to kill people, none of them can hope to get out alive. Today, you're going to die whether you want to or not." There was the sound of a gust of wind as he jumped onto the highest level of the altar and placed his hands behind his back, looking like a fiend descended to the mortal plane. "Screw your rules. I'm sick of this sect. I, Xia Fei, as the master of the unrestricted sect, hereby announce that, starting from today, the unrestricted sect is no more. The sect is disbanded." The entire place fell silent. Mad. Fiendish. Was there anything as crazy as that? Unrestricted sect, the leader of the 4 great sects. Unrestricted sect, the orthodox lineage of spiritualists. Just like that, it had been disbanded. Chapter 1222, Big Dipper. It had been proven many times that there was no such thing as craziest in the universe, only crazier. Xia Fei had decided to disband unrestricted sect, the orthodox lineage of spiritualists. His decision instantly silenced the entirety of Spirit Mountain. Those shocked and twitching faces well embodied the mental states of their owners. The countless eyes staring at Xia Fei found that they weren't looking at some warrior, but a fiend. A few minutes ago, nobody had even known who Xia Fei was, but now, the entire Alpha universe would never forget him. A young man so crazy that he would disband unrestricted sect, an absolute madman. The unrestricted sect's lineage had existed for eons. It was even older than the Spiritualist Association, but it had been disbanded by Xia Fei at the slightest hint of displeasure. This decision pushed the mood on Spirit Mountain toward the edge of absolute chaos. Are my ears hearing things right? No, it seems like Xia Fei is really going to disband unrestricted sect. Crazy. This universe has gone crazy. There's a human out there who dares disband unrestricted sect. You're sure that Xia Fei is human? After a short period of silence, the crowd exploded. No one dared to believe their eyes and ears. It was all too shocking. The equivalent to half of the universe exploding. Let alone the others, Ulan himself was dumbfounded. He had put himself at great risk by joining Xia Fei in this battle up Spirit Mountain. Was the unrestricted sect that Fukin cherished so much going to be disbanded, just like that? And he would be one of the accomplices. Xia Fei, hurry and take back your decision. Fukin will go crazy when he finds out you disbanded unrestricted sect. Ulan shouted at him. Absolutely not. I've always stuck to my word. If I say it's disbanded, it's disbanded. Nothing in this world can experience construction without destruction. I've thought about it for a long time, and I think I know why Fukin let me take control of unrestricteds. The unrestricted sect is brimming with scoundrels. There's simply no value in its continued existence. Since Fukin didn't dare to take on the criticisms of the universe, I'll do it. I dare to. Xia Fei declared boldly. Those were very blunt words, but they weren't without reason. The unrestricteds had already become the joke of the universe for driving out its own sect master. It was just that no one had dared to say anything because of the sect's power. Xia Fei was very displeased by this sect made up of useless scoundrels, so he decided to disband it. Eons of legacy? Rules of the ancestors? Those were the most worthless things in Xia Fei's mind. There was a pack of ancient hermits of the Aurora clan in the crowd, but when it came to psychological impact, Xia Fei's crazy decision was still a huge blow to them. It seems like I've really gotten old. Do all young people act like this nowadays? Did we come here today to help Xia Fei dismantle the unrestricted sect? Wistful Xia Feng and the others were all very shocked. This situation was far beyond what they had imagined. It was like someone who had lived in the mountains for several thousand years, and when they finally came out, the entire world was full of skyscrapers. Their eyes were left bedazzled. Suddenly, the oldest member of the Aurora clan, Wistful Clotho, spoke up, his eyes twinkling, no construction without destruction. Good words. It's not just the unrestricteds. I think our Aurora clan also needs to change. Wistful Clotho was filled with emotion. Though he was a hermit now, he had also once traveled the universe, witnessing with his own eyes how the Alpha universe had changed. Wistful Clotho was the third head of the Aurora clan, the only one who had borne witness to those old monsters from the opening era of the universe. For him, the universe had changed the most, and he also felt the changes the most. The hermits were actually all rather tempted. The clan had never been this weak when they had been around. While the clan's policy of being kind had preserved its people, it had also caused the clan's will to fight to drastically decline. While the hermits of the Aurora clan sighed, Xia Fei was itching to start killing. Pointing into the distance with a savage light in his eyes, Xia Fei roared, "Hey Wuji! Basalt! Ling Xing! The unrestricteds has ceased to exist. Today, I, Xia Fei will settle accounts with you. What you did to Fukin, I will return tenfold, no, 100-fold." All three were startled, their faces grimacing. Hey Wuji remained the shrewdest of them all, snorting, "Humph! You say it's disbanded, so it's disbanded? You still haven't proved if you've stolen that golden seal or not. Your words don't count." Xia Fei smiled, and then he replied harshly, "I knew that you scoundrels would try and deny it. Let me ask you, who was it that brought up the internal affairs of unrestricted sect just now? Since you think that this is an internal conflict between us, that means you've accepted the existence of the sect master's golden seal. Trying to conspire against me? The person who can do that hasn't been born yet." Basalt and company paled instantly. They just didn't understand Xia Fei. In terms of ploys, even the three of them together were no match for Xia Fei. In this life, Xia Fei was the only schemer here. No one had ever been able to scheme against Xia Fei. All of this had been accounted for in the meticulous calculations in Xia Fei's brain, everything interlinked. When Basalt and the others had said that they were trying to resolve an internal dispute with Xia Fei, they had essentially admitted that Xia Fei was the sect master, and admitted that the golden seal was real. Otherwise, how could it be an internal dispute? Everyone present had heard it. Regret it? Too late. Hey Wuji frowned, and then said grimly, "You lured us into a trap, and then you threw everything else aside and disbanded the unrestricted sect. Was this all so that you could kill us?" "Correct." Xia Fei brazenly admitted, unleashing all of his killing intent. "As I already said, anyone I want dead will die. I will attain this goal at any price. Kids, remember this. Whether it's scheming or brutality, I'm your grand ancestor. Xia Fei stopped wasting breath on these accursed scoundrels, and lunged forward, swinging the fiendish blade Nirvana. This strike is because you disrespected your master. Rumble. For bullying Fukin into even going underground, you must all die. Boom. Fukin cares about the unrestricteds, but I don't. Like a madman, Xia Fei swung again and again, being as ruthless as could be against his enemies. His blade was merciless, as was his tongue. The Skywing wolves naturally followed Xia Fei without a word. Xia Fei's enemy was their enemy. Moreover, Fukin had helped the Skywings, and the wolves were quite pure-hearted. When they heard that Fukin had been driven out of his sect by these people, their hearts exploded in rage. The Skywings didn't care about much else, but they did care about their brothers. They loathed thankless wretches like these the most. Since they loathed them, there was no need to waste time on talk. Just kill them all. Ulan led his 4 junior brothers into battle. Ulan used all his strength to control the plant divine weapon Bit Irvin Sky Entangler, at the same roaring, I've hated you guys for ages. It feels so good fighting you. So good. Ulan truly was uneasy and remorseful about the loss of the unrestricteds, but his heart was unconsciously beating faster and faster. Ulan was more than happy to take revenge for his best friend. Sure enough, there was no construction without destruction. Once the great burden of the unrestricted sect had been put down, everything became simple, just kill. Ulan had never experienced such a refreshing feeling before. The hermits of the Aurora clan and the current experts of the clan led by wistful Hesius were being very cautious. While they were strong, they simply ensured that their side held the upper hand, rather than unleashing their ultimate attacks. After all, it wasn't just the Aurora clan that had hermits. Other clans had them too, and while the hermits of the Aurora clan had appeared, the hermits of the other clans were still in hiding. Wistful Clotho and the others weren't using their full strength, partially because they wanted to feign weakness. Even so, Xia Fei's side still had the firm upper hand in this battle. The unrestricted spirit sect had never had many people, and Xia Fei's unreasonable words had struck fear in the hearts of the warriors behind He Wuji. Most of them had chosen not to fight, and some of them had directly fled down the mountain. It had to be said that Xia Fei's words were truly quite intimidating. Everyone understood that the soft feared the hard feared the domineering feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared those who didn't care for their lives. Xia Fei was precisely that sort of reckless and ruthless fellow. Unless one had a deep hatred for them, who would dare to play with their lives by fighting against Xia Fei's group? As one side weakened and the other grew stronger, it was soon clear who was winning. Fukin had been a very formidable figure, producing 2 excellent disciples in Basalt and Ling Xing, and there was also his senior brother, He Wuji. Anyone else would have long ago fallen to Xia Fei's impressive encirclement. Alas, the outcome was inevitable. It was only a matter of time until Xia Fei completely finished off the unrestricted spirit sect. Sir Knight clutched Cloud Knight's arm grimly. There was no saving her now that Xia Fei had put on such a splendid show, and her gaze was growing more and more passionate. Most women liked heroes, but it had to be said that a somewhat wicked and somewhat bad character like Xia Fei was also very welcome. A true proper gentleman would probably be too stiff for most girls, lacking in allure. Xia Fei's side had already killed half of the disciples and grand disciples who had rebelled, and the rest had been forced into a corner and were barely holding on. Fukin would probably be grief-stricken by the loss of his disciples and grand disciples, but what did Xia Fei care? He had never much considered the feelings of others. But just when the survivors of unrestricted spirit were about to break, there was a massive rumble, and an enormously powerful spirit energy descended like an iron wall, isolating Xia Fei from the unrestricted sex people. This wasn't an ordinary skill. This was spirit energy given color and form. How pure of an energy was required to make this? Only a master among masters was capable of possessing such pure spirit energy. All of you, stop! Whoosh! A white-robed elder descended from the sky, his eyes clear and brimming with a transcendent aura. Big Dipper! It's really Big Dipper! The chairman of the Spiritualist Association. No way! Even Big Dipper is here. Now things are getting fun. If Big Dipper wants to protect unrestricteds, even Xia Fei won't be able to do anything. The crowd was buzzing with chatter. Big Dipper was renowned as the strongest spiritualist. Only the strongest dark spiritualist, Master Nanshazi, or Fukin in his prime, would be able to contend against him. He was a legend of the Alpha universe. Chapter 1223, A reasonable Xia Fei is more frightening than an unreasonable one. Big Dipper emerged with an impressive aura. With a whoosh, the wall of spirit power protected the survivors of the unrestricted spirit sect. Big Dipper bellowed out, "All of you, stop!" Basalt and Ling Xing had been pressed so hard that they could barely breathe, and they regarded Big Dipper like their savior. Basalt called out energetically, "Chairman, save me! This scoundrel Xia Fei wants to disband the unrestricted spirit sect. Venerable sir, you must stand up for us." Xia Fei was instantly disgusted. It was precisely those three who had made the illustrious unrestricted so notorious, so this was essentially a thief crying thief. Big Dipper frowned as he turned to Xia Fei. After some thought, Big Dipper asked, "You are Xia Fei? What is your purpose in taking Fukin's golden seal and disbanding the unrestricted sect?" Xia Fei snorted. He threw the fiendish blade Nirvana into the air and said, "You're the chairman of the Spiritualist Association, but you chose to hide in the shadows and quietly watch all this transpire, waiting until I was about to kill those three scoundrels before suddenly interfering. I'm the one who should be asking what's your purpose? Are you trying to win the hearts of the people?" The crowd was aghast. Xia Fei was so vicious. These words had exposed Big Dipper's ulterior motives to everyone, and he had even thrown abuse at Big Dipper. Yes, Big Dipper could not possibly have only just arrived. He had been around for some time. When he saw that Ling Xing and the others were in danger, Big Dipper felt like he had an opportunity, so he decided to save them so that he could recruit them while also suppressing the brazen Xia Fei. Alas, Big Dipper was unaware that Xia Fei's brazenness was in his bones. He was not somebody that could just be bullied around because someone wanted to. Whoosh! Countless eyes turned to Big Dipper, and they suddenly realized that his face was white with embarrassment. It turned out that he was no divine immortal, so easily out-talked by some obscure young man. Humph! Young man, you shouldn't say things so recklessly. You can't abolish the unrestricted sect with just your words alone. Unrestricted spirit is a treasure of the entire Alpha universe, one of the oldest spiritualist sects. Without the approval of my Spiritualist Association, you can't even take control of the unrestricted sect, let alone close it down." Big Dipper was still quite the shrewd schemer. He avoided the accusation, refusing to mention that he had been hiding and waiting for the right opportunity, instead raising the issue about Xia Fei's authority over the unrestricteds. Big Dipper had burnished the unrestricted sect's reputation as soon he started talking, saying that it was some treasure of the universe that couldn't be closed on a whim by Xia Fei. He was clearly drawing on the power of other factions to try and apply pressure on Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled eerily. Raising an arm, he pointed at Big Dipper's nose and loudly asked, "Treasure of the entire universe? The Spiritualist Association's approval? Let me ask you, when Fukin was driven out of his sect by these good-for-nothings, was that with your Spiritualist Association's approval? Which of you stepped forward to protect the so-called treasure of the universe? And now you want to protect it? Let me tell you, you're too late. Even if the Heavenly King himself came out today to try and stop me, I would still wipe the unrestricted sect from this world." Gasp! Everyone was shocked. Today was truly strange. The illustrious Big Dipper simply couldn't out-talk Xia Fei. Everyone suddenly regarded Xia Fei in a new light. The unreasonable Xia Fei was scary, but the reasonable Xia Fei was even scarier. It was because he was always able to find the flaw in the opposing argument. Nobody could out-debate him. It was tragic. Big Dipper had never expected to run into a monster like Xia Fei. There was truly had no good reason to bring up the association. The Spiritualist Association had essentially pretended not to see what had happened to Fukin, so there was no reason they should suddenly start intervening now. Aik! For the first time, Big Dipper seemed to lose his composure, his black hair suddenly standing on ends. It was only natural Big Dipper did not stop Fukin from being banished, because Fukin hated how the association did things, and Big Dipper wanted nothing more than to see him dead. That had now become a flaw that Xia Fei could exploit. Big Dipper's lips trembled, and he was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he couldn't say a word. Behind Xia Fei, Wistful Bai pulled on Wistful Hejus's sleeve and asked, "Is this Xia Fei really of our bloodline? Could you have made a mistake?" Wistful Hejus nodded woodenly, "He should be." Should be? What did that mean? But the Aurora clan could not be blamed for their reactions. The fiendish Xia Fei was considered a freak even among the Skywings, let alone a family of nice guys like the Aurora clan. The difference was just enormous. Who was Xia Fei facing? None other than the chairman of the Spiritualist Association, the #1 spiritualist, Big Dipper. A normal person would be considered quite the tough guy if they didn't drop to their knees and pay respects to Big Dipper, but Xia Fei had not only not done that, but also insulted Big Dipper twice. This was a stubborn bull who feared nothing. Everyone thought that Xia Fei was already quite formidable for rendering Big Dipper speechless, but they still didn't understand Xia Fei. They did not realize that was only the beginning. Sweeping his eyes across Big Dipper and the unrestricted spiritualists, Xia Fei then stared again at Big Dipper and said coldly, "Big Dipper. In my view, you should stop being the chairman of the Spiritualist Association. Are your eyes only for eating? Hei Wuji and Basalt have been colluding with the dark spiritualists for ages, preparing to take your life at any time, but now, you're speaking up for them. I think you've gone senile in your position." Wow! Another bomb! The summit of Spirit Mountain exploded. Ulan was dumbfounded. The Aurora clan was dumbfounded. Everyone became as dumb as wooden chickens. Putting aside Xia Fei cursing at Big Dipper twice, that sharp tongue of his was pushing Big Dipper to his demise. If everything Xia Fei said was true, then Big Dipper was truly the stupidest chairman of the Spiritualist Association in history. Everyone knew that the dark spiritualists were aiming for the association, but the chairman of the association, Big Dipper, was protecting the dark spiritualists' people. This was the greatest joke in history. Let alone resigning, it wouldn't be excessive if Big Dipper committed suicide out of shame. This is slander. Who doesn't know that we serve the Spiritualist Association? How could we collude with the dark spiritualists? That's right, Chairman. Don't believe his words. Xia Fei is willing to do anything to take unrestricted for himself. Basalt and Ling Xing quickly shouted out, swearing that they were loyal to the association. On the other end, Big Dipper seemed at a loss, probably dizzy from Xia Fei's verbal offensive. There was a cold laugh. Xia Fei sighed and said, "Old Fukin, have you seen it? Do you understand now why I have to close down this accursed unrestricted spirit?" Xia Fei turned his sharp eyes to Basalt and Ling Xing, declaring loudly, "As Fukin's disciples, shouldn't you have a little more self-respect? If you want to collude with the dark spiritualists, go ahead, but be men about it. Don't turn yourself into dogs of the Spiritualist Association. Someone like you wants to command unrestricted. Has there ever been such a meek sect master for the unrestricted sect before? The illustrious Orthodox spiritualist lineage. The owners of the unrestricted soul spirit mark. I wasn't the one who made you turn them into such a mess." Whoosh! After all that was said, everyone suddenly had an improved opinion of Xia Fei. Warriors had their dignity. They were disciples of the unrestricted sect, yet they were swearing fealty to the Spiritualist Association? Ling Xing and company had thrown away all of the dignity of the unrestricteds. "Now, I will tell the whole universe about what you've done." Bang! Xia Fei threw a ball into the air. The ball released a 360-degree projection that displayed Ling Xing's meeting that day with Master Nan Shizi. Ulan was furious. Those guys wanted to destroy him and the plant lineage. The Skywings were furious. It was no wonder Xia Fei had been so brutal. It turned out that these people had been targeting them. Big Dipper was also furious. The mighty chairman of the Spiritualist Association had been played worse than a monkey. Xia Fei pointed and ordered, "No survivors." The wolf pack formation rumbled to life, and the plant spiritualists also turned vicious. To see the plant spiritualists fighting alongside others was truly rare, but it was just a sign of how wicked Fukin's disciples really were. To everyone's surprise, spiritualist chairman Big Dipper was leading the charge. This was what it meant for a cornered dog to be capable of jumping over the wall. Big Dipper had been utterly humiliated, and he felt that if he could personally kill Ling Xing's group, he might be able to salvage a little of his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show himself in daylight again. Thus, Big Dipper's reaction was the most intense, starting off with his strongest move. 7-star flight. The sky rumbled as Big Dipper thrust his hands forward and used his most famous skill. Spirit power turned into 7 stars, which took the shape of scimitars and swept toward Ling Xing's crew. Ling Xing and his comrades had been pushed to the edge of a cliff and had nowhere to run. They had all heard of how powerful Big Dipper's 7-star flight was, and they did not dare to take it directly, so they decided to just jump off the mountainside. "Oh no! They're getting away!" Xia Fei bellowed as he led his men in pursuit. He had just arrived at the cliff edge and was about to jump down, when suddenly there was an eruption of wind, an air current so strong that Big Dipper's 7-star flight was blown up into the heavens. Big Dipper scowled. Could he be any more humiliated today? Even his ultimate move had been countered. Who was it this time? The Skywing Wolves instantly sensed that the situation was bad and fell back, but Big Dipper clenched his teeth and continued forward, swinging his arms around as he prepared to make another move. Rumble. But the wind only intensified, seemingly intent on tearing apart the heavens. A giant gap was torn out of the sky over Spirit Mountain, revealing the countless stars above. Even this planet's atmosphere was no match for this opponent's power. Bang! A second later, a warship emerged from the base of the mountain. A group of people stood on it, one of them using his hands to tear apart the sky, a savage look on his face. Master Nan Chizi, the number 1 dark spiritualist. Some people cried out in shock. Yes, the newcomer was none other than Master Nan Chizi. With him were several dozen dark spiritualist experts, their hands held behind their backs as they surveyed the crowd coldly. As for Ling Xing's group, they had landed on the warship and were currently sitting on the deck. Finished. Spirit Mountain is finished. Someone quickly caught on to the situation and ran off. Battles between spiritualists were often extremely bitter. Even fools knew to stay as far away as possible. Spirit Mountain was thrown into chaos. Big Dipper steadied himself and demanded, Master Nan Chizi, what are you trying to do? Do. Master South Sand replied coldly. The person I was waiting for didn't come, but you showed up instead. You're quite the bold one, coming alone to Spirit Mountain, and even showing yourself. Today, all 37 peak spiritualists of my dark spiritualist lineage are here. What do you think I'm going to do? Chapter 1224, The Encirclement of Spirit Mountain. Today, all 37 peak spiritualists of my dark spiritualist lineage are here. What do you think I'm going to do? Master Nan Chizi exclaimed excitedly. Xia Fei's face darkened. It was clear that Master Nan Chizi had noticed that Big Dipper was alone, so he had decided to move up the decisive battle up to today. That was a very normal line of thinking. Xia Fei would also have used this chance to kill the chairman of the Spiritualist Association and damage his foe's morale. Moreover, the dark spiritualists really did have the capability. Standing across from him was none other than the dark spiritualists' strongest fighting force. Besides Master Nan Chizi and Chu Yuhi, who Xia Fei recognized, there were more than 100 dark spiritualists that he didn't know, several dozen of whom were peak spiritualists. How many peak spiritualists were there in the entire universe? The unrestricted sect had 4 if you included Fukin, Heavenly Might had 6, Spiritualists of Purity had 5, and Purple Jade had 3, of which 1 had been killed. Ulan, who was the sect master of the plant spiritualist lineage, was only level 8, and the other smaller sects and lineages were even worse off, being gifted if they only had 1. But the Spiritualist Association had unfathomable strength, and the exact number of peak spiritualists it had always been a mystery. Now the dark spiritualists had brought out 37 peak spiritualists. If one counted the 3 traitors of the unrestricted sect, they had a whole 40 people. How could that not be shocking? The situation had become difficult. Big Dipper had no choice but to retreat 3 steps, his face falling. He called out, Master Nan Chizi, do you really think I came alone? You would be gravely mistaken. All the heroes present have received the protection of the association before. Go. Take down this demon for me. Big Dipper's voice wasn't soft, but alas, there were few respondents. Xia Fei turned his head and saw that not many people were left on the summit of Spirit Mountain. The vast majority had fled as soon as they saw the situation turning sour. The remaining few left were mostly people connected to the association or to Xia Fei. For instance, Cloud Knight had loyally stayed, standing around with a very worried face, but he had yet to throw himself into the battle. As for Xia Knight, she was pale with fright. Big Dipper's call to action had drawn only several dozen fearless warriors to his side, leaving him in an awkward spot. Master Nan Chizi swept his eyes over the summit and then laughed. Chu Xingbang, are you standing on Big Dipper's side? Heavenly Might Spiritualist School's twin dragon Xingbang was part of the group that hadn't left. This was a force with 3 peak spiritualists, which was why Master Nan Chizi had asked the question. Chu Xingbang smiled and replied loudly, Heavenly Might is simply a school, and it is not worthy of participating in this struggle. Moreover, Heavenly Might has always maintained neutrality, solely concerning itself with raising the next generation of spiritualists. We have not left simply because all of you are illustrious figures. If someone dies, they will need someone to take care of the funeral. It is not right for spiritualists to go unburied, and since we are all spiritualists, this Chu is willing to send my friends on their last journey. Chu Xingbang spoke very eloquently, indicating that he didn't favor any side and was simply looking out for the dignity of the spiritualists as a whole. But this wasn't what he was actually thinking. He was staying to see how Xia Fei died. Whether it was him or Chu Yang, they already regarded Xia Fei as their mortal foe. Master Nanshizi turned his head and said to Xia Fei, "Young friend, I know that you want to kill Ling Xing, Basalt and He Wuji, but they are my people. If you insist on killing them, I will kill you and all the people with you." The 20-odd members of the Aurora clan turned to Xia Fei, their eyes full of hesitation. They had been gathered here by Xia Fei, and Xia Fei had made the decision to attack Spirit Mountain. All of them had done as he had ordered, but they had yet to see any of that better future that Xia Fei had promised. On the contrary, more and more enemies were showing themselves, getting stronger and stronger. The Aurora clan didn't seem strong enough to meet the challenge. Was it really as Xia Fei had said, that he had invited all these hermits of the Aurora clan to come and die? Besides the madmen of the Skywings, everyone was hesitating. The dark spiritualists were clearly targeting Big Dipper, and Xia Fei still had time to leave. Moreover, everyone could see what sort of person Big Dipper was, so it wasn't worth dying together with him. Xia Fei chuckled softly, his eyes as determined as ever. "As I said, today, the three of them must die. I don't want to repeat myself again." "Good." Master Nanshizi couldn't help but cry out. "You've got guts. Then today, you and all your people will be buried with Big Dipper. Don't think that you're the only ruthless one in the universe. I became famous because I was more ruthless than anyone else." As Master Nanshizi roared, his entire demeanor changed. Everyone knew those famous words of Master Nanshizi's, "So long as I live, none of you will survive." He was among the most ruthless of the ruthless characters in the Alpha universe. The dark spiritualists all laughed, and a somber mood filled the air. The battle hadn't even started yet, but the dark spiritualists already had a huge advantage in morale. Ulan was worried and wanted to say something to Xia Fei, but Xia Guanghai pulled on him and whispered, "Remember. The more difficult the situation, the more you shouldn't trip up your own side. Trust in Xia Fei. He's no fool. On the contrary, he's an incredibly vicious person." These words seemed to bring Ulan to his senses, and he exhaled. He could see that Xia Fei's composure wasn't being faked at all. It meant that he had a trump card. Xia Guanghai had said this on purpose. He hadn't spoken too loudly, but just loud enough for the Aurora clan hermits to hear. Those old guys who had been in seclusion for eons and had seemingly all gone senile. With the plant lineage, Skywings, and hermits all here, they felt like Xia Fei had already played all his cards. How could he have had anything else? Was it the Night Clan? Wistful Hejus smiled bitterly at the thought. It was true that the Night Clan was a first-rate clan, but did they have the ability to change the situation? The enemy was a force of 40 peak spiritualists. Rumble. Before everyone could understand, something attacked, throwing the situation into chaos. Surprisingly, the first to strike was Furball. Like a madman, he charged at Master Nanshizi's holy beast, the Lone Gleam Eagle. The Lone Gleam Eagle flapped its wings and took to the skies to do battle with Furball. The two holy beasts had truly intimidating auras. The moment they started fighting, they did so with lethal intent, Furball's energy attacks and the Lone Watch Eagle's light attacks mixing together. It seemed like numerous suns had suddenly appeared in the sky, their light illuminating all the land. What was a holy beast? A peerless existence. These creatures were simply too arrogant, and there had never been a friendship between holy beasts. The moment they met, they would have a fight to decide who was better. Furball and the Lone Gleam Eagle had already battled in the expanse of the Founders. In that battle, the Lone Gleam Eagle had its nose bitten off by Furball, and Furball himself had been exhausted to the point of weakness. From that moment on, an undying grudge had been formed. Now, their battle could continue. In attacking, the two holy beasts were essentially blowing the war horns of their respective sides. Both sides moved, hundreds of spiritualists and soul practitioners beginning to battle. Xia Fei and the Skywings under Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan formed a team. While they weren't the strongest, they were the fastest, and their attacks the most sinister. After several exchanges, their guerrilla strikes had succeeded in taking the lives of several of the weaker dark spiritualists, while being completely uninjured themselves. The hermits of the Aurora clan formed their own team, one that specialized in long-distance attacks. Aurora Horizon! Aurora Horizon! Aurora Horizon! The hermits were truly quite interesting, all of them using the same move. Aurora Horizon was the strongest soul hunter art of the Aurora clan. Only someone with peak soul practitioner cultivation could hope to use it, and all of the hermits of the Aurora clan happened to fit the bill. The light of the Aurora was truly dazzling. Merely the first Aurora Horizon could break the darkness arts of Venus of Eternal Night, the Azure Nebula Waterfall. Aurora Horizons from over 20 peak soul masters. They were like a firing squad, one team firing while the other team reloaded. It was all about attack, attack, attack. Xia Fei suddenly realized that he had underestimated the power of the Aurora clan. So Aurora Horizon could be used like that? The more people there were, the stronger it was. Moreover, Xia Fei also noticed that the essence of the Aurora clan's fighting style wasn't in defense, but in overwhelming firepower. It was all about returning attacks with attacks. It used powerful spectrum soul energy to tear through the enemy defenses and attacks. It was brutish violence, completely at odds with the kindly nature of the Aurora clan. In truth, when they were first founded, the Aurora clan hadn't been some clan of gentlemen, but a pack of warriors with high cultivation who had relied on their brutal and masse attacks to stand tall in the Alpha universe. Eventually, the Aurora clan found that it was losing ground. That was because they discovered that the universe was very large and they had too many enemies. There was no end to their foes, and the people of their clan were exhausted from running around and fighting all the time. A smart person in the clan thought about whitewashing the clan's reputation. First, they had the blood-stained experts of the clan feign death, with their descendants learning how to endure and return evil with kindness. Of course, some people thought that the Aurora clan had suddenly become weak and attacked them, but those experts who had faked their deaths intercepted them, creating many gruesome massacres that had shocked the universe. But as those incidents had nothing to do with the Aurora clan, nobody linked the clan to them. It could be said, with some exaggeration, that the Aurora clan was the first to think of the concept of hermits, its original purpose being to deal with situations in which they had too many enemies. As time passed, the reputation of the Aurora clan as butchers was gradually forgotten, and they made a name for themselves as humble gentlemen and cultured scholars. Alas, they still had too many enemies, and quite a few of that earliest batch of hermits had died in battle. Otherwise, the Aurora clan would have still been one of the clans with the most experts in hiding. This volley fire that they were using had once been the Aurora clan's strongest weapon. After many years, it had now reappeared. The explosive firepower of the Aurora clan was of great assistance in allowing Xia Fei's side to establish a foothold. After all, this was an ancient tactic that few people in the present knew about. The Aurora clan's sudden use of this tactic had taken their enemies by surprise. Ulan and his plant spiritualists weren't as lucky. Even with the protection of the Bit-Irvin Sky Entangler, the 5 plant spiritualists had still fallen back to a corner and were barely protecting themselves. The worst off was Big Dipper. Those fearless warriors who had answered his call were all of the soul system, and were the main target of the dark spiritualists. Plush! Plush! The warriors around Big Dipper were being cut down like weeds. But the battle was so chaotic that nobody noticed that Big Dipper's side now had 6 more people than it had started with. Chapter 1225, The 6 Great Masks, Dead. While the battle seemed fierce and lively, it was actually quite eerie. At some point, Spiritualist Association Chairman Big Dipper had 6 extra people at his side. There were far too many people participating in this battle, and so only a few sharp-eyed people, one of them being Xia Fei, sensed this addition. Big Dipper seemed to be in grave peril, under fierce pressure from the enemy, but these 6 new warriors had been an extremely stabilizing presence for his side. Big Dipper remained composed, and those attacks from the dark spiritualists began to slow down. Stand aside! Nan Shazi suddenly roared and jumped off the warship, charging straight to the front. Perhaps because he had been too confident in his subordinates, he had not joined the battle at the start. Whoosh! The dark spiritualists immediately stopped and opened a path. Nan Shazi laughed madly as he walked up to Big Dipper. Excitedly pointing at the dozen or so surviving warriors, he asked, "The 6 great masks. I said that the master of the Spiritualist Association couldn't possibly have been all alone. So it turns out you brought the 6 great masks." Everyone was startled. Xia Fei had also heard the rumor about the 6 great masks. They were said to be suicide soldiers of the Spiritualist Association, and they were only loyal to the current chairman, wielding astounding strength, and were also stealth experts. Whenever the Spiritualist Association chairman was out and about, they would be a peddler selling fruit on the side of a road, manager of a store, or even stone on a mountain, or a turtle on a shore. In short, the 6 great masks did not like showing themselves. They could use any methods to hide in plain sight, and they would only appear when needed. Today, even at this stage in the battle, the vast majority of people did not know that the 6 great masks were already on the battlefield. Nan Shizi exuded a fierce aura, his eyes glinting as he made a challenging gesture. I've long heard of the power of the Spiritualist Association's 6 great masks. As guards of the current chairman, you have achieved many great feats in battle. Today, I, Nan Shizi, will personally kill you. Take this. Such an intimidating aura. Nan Shizi was challenging Big Dipper and the 6 great masks. He really had this kind of power. Rumble. Nan Shizi took out a sword and pointed it at the sky. Thunder rumbled, and then a bolt came out of nowhere, hurtling toward the sea of stars. What a powerful weapon! Even when it's just being taken out, it's already this powerful. Xia Fei mentally exclaimed. This isn't good. That isn't the gilded sand sea that Nan Shizi normally uses, but rather a new weapon, a very powerful one at that. Ulan's shocked voice resounded in Xia Fei's ears. Big Dipper was ghastly pale as he asked gravely, you got your hands on an Annihilator-grade soul weapon. Annihilator. A weapon a level higher than that of the Alpha Universe's best weapons. Everyone was alarmed. No wonder Nan Shizi was so arrogant. He had an Annihilator-grade weapon. Rumble. Nan Shizi did not waste words on Big Dipper, attacking straight away with his sword. Plush! Plush! Before anyone had time to return to their senses, the warriors around Big Dipper had fallen. If one looked closely, one would find that there were only 6 people left at Big Dipper's side, presumably the legendary 6 great masks. They were all disguised as ordinary warriors, and there was visually nothing that might distinguish them from the others. Nan Shizi truly had sharp eyes, instantly clearing out the riffraff around Big Dipper and revealing his final trump card. 7-star flight. Big Dipper knew that he was facing a formidable foe. Not daring to be careless, he hastily used his most famous move. Whoosh! He leaned forward, his dark energy surged like 7 comets, nimbly moving around. Idiot! Using the same move on me twice as seeking death, he roared. Big Dipper was unmoved. At that instant, Xia Fei saw a flash of cunning light in Big Dipper's eyes. It was akin to. Before everyone could react, the 7-star flight linked together into a single comet, a falling star. Even more shocking was that the 6 great masks immediately followed that comet. The first person pressed themselves on the ground, the second positioned themselves a little higher than the first, the third squatted, and so on, forming a human pyramid. Such a bizarre move. Nobody understood what they were trying to do, but they all could tell that it was definitely some ultimate move of the 6 great masks. Big Dipper's 7-star flight was the vanguard, opening the path, and the 6 great masks were responsible for executing the final combination move. Shift! Nan Shizi called, pointing his sword at Big Dipper's 7-star flight and the 6 great masks. This sword had possessed an intimidating aura, but its outward appearance was nothing too astonishing. However, as Nan Shizi spoke, that sword suddenly exploded and turned into countless motes of silver sand. An innumerable number. A second later, Nan Shizi made a light thrust. Bang! The sword shot out, half like the dazzling tail of a comet and half as though someone had poured out a basin full of water. Silver light erupted. This silver light flashed, and everyone cried in alarm. Spirit Mountain was torn open. A neat chunk had been sliced away as if someone had taken a mountain-sized axe and hacked a chunk out of it. One strike cleaving a mountain. Such power! The 6 great masks of the Spiritualist Association would forever be frozen in that moment. Each one was missing half their body as though they had been devoured by countless man-eating ants. Everyone had had a gruesome death. In the distance, Big Dipper was clutching his shoulder, one knee on the ground, his face pale. As for that 7-star flight he had unleashed, there was no trace of it. Nan Shizi's more powerful storm had obliterated it. What sort of development was this? The number 1 dark spiritualist, Nan Shizi, had needed only 1 strike to kill the 6 great masks and heavily wound the Spiritualist Association's chairman. Plush! Big Dipper threw up blood and said in frustration, "Curse you, Nan Shizi. So you already reached the Annihilator tier." His words were like bombs exploding in everyone's ears. Nan Chazi was an annihilator. Should annihilators not have gone to the Gemini star universe? What was he still doing in the Alpha universe? One annihilator could bring down the Spiritualist Association's chairman and annihilate the 6 great masks. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Nan Chazi sneered. Yes, this old man has reached annihilator a long time ago. I only stayed here so that I could settle accounts with you people who drove my dark spiritualists out of the traditional lineages. Rumble. Nan Chazi did not even give Big Dipper a chance, launching his attack as he spoke. However, this time, he was aiming at Xia Fei. Nan Chazi's transforming sword suddenly turned and shot towards Xia Fei's position. He had already noticed that Xia Fei's group relied on their astounding speed, and he would need some trick to take down Xia Fei. After all, speed warriors could both attack and retreat. If Xia Fei decided to retreat, Nan Chazi really was not certain if he could hold him back. Nan Chazi had quite the vicious personality and had no plans of letting Xia Fei leave this place alive. Thus, he threw aside his prestige and status and made a sneak attack on the young man. He feigned an attack on Big Dipper yet was actually gunning for Xia Fei as he suddenly turned around halfway to deal with him. Peacock Blue. Xia Fei reacted quickly, the weed bursting forth from his right arm. It instantly formed a wall of green plant matter to fend off Nan Chazi's attack. Rumble. Nan Chazi's sword instantly tore through Peacock Blue. The weed, which had been severely wounded in the battle against Water Dragon King Shui Niao, had barely recovered 30% of its power. It was simply incapable of blocking an annihilator, let alone this transforming divine sword. Nan Chazi had immaculately calculated the speed and angle. Xia Fei could not dodge, for behind him were the Skywing Wolves, the Spiritualists of Botany, and the Aurora clan. If Xia Fei did not block this sword, everyone behind him would die. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He was ready to have Little Goldie open a gate to dark space and suck in Nan Chazi's sword. This would work, but it would definitely put the demon Chrysalis' life in grave danger. Life or death would be decided in this instant. Little Goldie would die, or everyone else would die. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei thrust his hand into his sleeve. Rumble. At this moment, another plant erupted from the ground and formed a second wall. It was none other than Ulan's plant-type soul weapon, the Bittervan Sky Entangler. Bang! The Bittervan Sky Entangler also could not completely block Nan Chazi's sword. Countless holes were punched through it, and the sword sliced it to bits. It seemed like he had no other choice. Would Xia Fei really have to make Little Goldie sacrifice its life today? There was no time. The divine sword was coming. In this moment of crisis, 2 shriveled figures suddenly came out of nowhere. Like 2 walls of tornadoes, their arms and legs flew as they moved. They managed to stop Nan Chazi's attack. If Nan Chazi's sword had a special attribute, it was capable of turning itself into countless grains and firing itself like a shotgun blast. This was rather similar to Ulan's Bittervan Sky Entangler, but the Bittervan Sky Entangler was a plant, lacking the sharpness of the sword, and it could not be imbued with spirit energy. When those fragments of metal were imbued with spirit energy, they would have terrifying power. Big Dipper's 7-star flight, Xia Fei's Peacock Blue, and Ulan's Bittervan Sky Entangler had been unable to stop this sword because of Nan Chazi's spirit energy. Xia Fei saw who the 2 people were and grew extremely excited. It was the custodian slaves from Unrestricted Pavilion. The 2 mindless zombies. These truly were existences that had cultivated their bodies to the apex. With brute strength, they blocked Nan Chazi's sword. The custodian slaves had no souls, and since Nan Chazi's spirit energy was the most effective against the soul, these 2 soulless entities did not fear spirit attack, these fragments of metal merely ordinary weapons to them. No matter how powerful the spirit energy imbued in the sword, it was no good against them. At most, it could make their bodies a little sore. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 2 zombies seemed to be playing a game, piling up those metal shards with a simple push of their hands. On top of all that, they possessed absurd speed and agility. They did not fear spirit energy attacks and also had incredible speed and agility. These 2 abilities put together created a formidable and awesome effect. The second round of battle on the Spirit Mountain was simply breathtaking. An Annihilator-grade weapon had appeared. The 6 great masks had died. Big Dipper had been heavily injured. The custodian slaves, with the strongest bodies, had come out of nowhere.